Thanks for all you've shown us. This is how we feel. Come sit next to me, pour yourself some tea. Just like Grandma made when couldn't find sleep. Things were better then, once but never again. We've all left the den and typewriting. Cheat train left right on time. Ticket costs only your mind. The driver said, hey man, we go all the way. Of course we were willing to pay. My name's Wakefield. Got a box full of your toys. Fresh out of batteries. But you're still making noise, making the noise. Tell me what to do. Now the tank is dry. Now this wheel is flat. And you know what else? Guess what I received in the mail today? Words of deep concern from my little brother. The building's not going as he planned. The foreman has injured his hand. The dozer will not clear a path. The driver swears he learned his math. The workers are going home. Workers are going home. The workers are going home. The workers are going home. Yeah. Workers are going home. The workers are going home. The workers are going home. Yeah, yeah, My name is Jonas.
It's the best. The best of the worst of the comedians of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just hilarious. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Really funny. Really awful, too, by the way. I'll acknowledge that.
Hey, it's Louis C.K. You're listening to the worst of Rich Voss on the Opie and Anthony Show. Rich Voss, who is unfunny, ugly, dumb hair. He's the dumbest guy I ever knew, easily. And I hope he dies of AIDS before you're done listening to what I'm saying now.
God, this girl is obsessed. Holy shit, I hung up on you 5 times. Yes, Ryan.
Hello there. How are you?
Good. You do know I hung up on you how many times? 3 times? 4 times?
Yeah, 3 times. It wasn't very nice.
All right. Because
That's
you're
okay.
going to be...
You let me through, so it's all good.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so Opie and Anthony, love you guys. Stood in line in Vegas to get my picture with you, the whole thing. But your little buddy Voss, let me tell you, his show on Sunday sucked.
Where was
Completely
it?
sucked.
Where was Sunday? Where was I Sunday?
Where were you? The funny farm, and you weren't funny, buddy.
Are you out
Yes,
of
he
your
was.
mind?
You're
I
crazy.
killed on
Hang up on her
Sunday.
again. She
No,
does
wait, no, don't
not
hang
know
up
what
on her.
she's
Don't
talking
hang up on her.
Whatever.
Whoa. Well, first of all,
You call
Shut
heckling,
up.
are you out of your mind?
you call heckling funny, then, you know...
Oh, you're out of your mind. You're
Hey,
out of
listen to
your
me.
mind. You're a dummy.
Heckle, and heckle. We
Yeah.
saw Jimmy at...
Oh,
see
we
him.
saw Jimmy.
was funny.
Okay, first
Jimmy
of all,
is funny,
first,
but
he's very
Rich was
funny.
hilarious that night. He was
Hilarious.
genius.
I would pay
Listen,
over and
listen,
over and
you
over. You come
Shut
back
up,
to
you
town,
Fat, no,
fat
listen to me, you
not
fat
happening.
nobody. Listen to me.
Not happening.
Shut
And as
up,
far as
cunt.
the
Listen to
needle-
me. That's why you don't find it funny, because you won't shut your fat face. Let me tell you something. First of all, Sunday, Look, if I have a bad show, I'll say it. Believe you me, I'm the first on stage, which barely happens. I've been doing this 23 years. But Sunday,
You don't have to defend yourself.
No,
Rich.
no. Let me
We all
explain
know
that
you're
about these
funny.
dumb callers.
And if you-
Also, didn't
Sunday.
you hear everyone else around you laughing
Yeah, on
hysterically?
Sunday
you
night was
dumb cunt?
probably one of the best shows.
I love Bonnie, man.
You were
But-
good.
The
Your wife
claws.
blew you out of the water.
Good, my wife is
Shut
hilarious.
your fucking mouth. She doesn't-
Her,
The
or
I am
claws.
very funny, but she's not that bad. She kind of.
She's growing on you now, Bonnie.
Actually, the best joke
What
you
two?
had
What
was
two?
about,
What two seats were you
never
sitting in?
dating
What?
Because, but the only reason it works is because you have a small vagina.
Where were you sitting?
That's freaking hilarious.
Where were you sitting? Does she shut up? Takes her a
Ryan.
week to suck a dick, all the talking she does. Where were you sitting?
You wouldn't know, buddy, but you might want to.
Hey, Ryan.
Oh, what?
Hold on. Why the obsession with Rich?
Why?
Yeah, why
why the
call a
obsession?
show
'Cause-
that you like to say that Rich sucks?
Yeah, and why didn't you say something? Why didn't you get up and walk out if it wasn't any good?
Yeah, there you go.
Why would you? If I'm at a movie that stinks, I'll get up and walk out. Why didn't you walk
Because we
out?
paid good money and we want.
You didn't pay good money on
Good
Sunday.
money.
Shut up.
Listen, it was
Hold on,
a
let her talk
birthday
for a second.
present to my better half. Okay.
You're better. Everything's your better half. Hopefully it
Well,
starts.
you don't have one.
Hopefully it
If you
starts
have
below
one,
your
if it
ankles.
weren't for your wife, then
You-
you would have, you know.
Yeah, I know. I
Your
know.
wife was all good.
She's very funny. Don't try to get on her good side. She doesn't
I know.
like you
I'm
either.
having a hard time taking sides
Yeah.
now.
She's dividing and conquering, and it's
But wait
working.
a second. But listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Redneck comedy
Rich
tour.
was really funny that night. I don't know what show you were watching, but I sat and watched the whole show. Shut up! I watched the whole
Hold
show
on.
and I thought it was funny.
Could you guys just let me do this because I really don't want the phone calls from Rich Voss all weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
Because he's so insecure. Phil in Atlanta.
Yeah. I was at the Friday night Voss show, and not only was Voss and his wife very funny, but they're awful human beings. And
I don't mind that.
I was there with my friend, and I told her, I'm like, we're sitting on the back wall as far away as possible because I'm not having a room full of people laugh at me. Sure enough, every single person in the pit caught shit. This poor gay guy that wouldn't leave alone.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember him.
All right, so thumbs up
Yeah.
or down for Rich Voss?
Oh, please, thumbs up. It was,
Say,
it was-
all
You know
right,
what
thank you.
happened? You said something to someone. It might have even been her. A little too close to home, and now
Yeah.
you suck.
Yeah, because look, here's Mike in Atlanta. Mike?
Yeah, man. I went to the Friday show, and Voss and Bonnie both kicked ass, man. That bitch don't know what she's talking about.
All right,
And
there
I
you go.
got your DVD, Voss, and it was funny as fuck, man.
This man sounds intelligent.
Thank you.
No, but I think Ant's onto something.
Yeah.
Let's try this out here. Ryan,
Yes.
what got to you that Rich Voss said? And be honest. If you listen to the
Honestly,
Opie and
it was
Anthony
all the heckling. No, it was just too
All
much
the heckling. Wait a minute.
It's called crowd work.
It's original comedy. You know, when I
Yeah.
go to a comedy show, I want to hear some funny
What's
stuff.
what's more original though than off the cuff, like
Absolutely.
beating down somebody that's in the audience, maybe heckling?
Working,
or,
working in the moment.
I'm gonna pay for your mama's so fat she.
I didn't do any of that
No,
shit.
never.
Rich doesn't do your mama.
But I'm just using that for example, okay?
But here's the deal.
And by
We have
mama,
maybe
you mean
one
you.
person, and the rest
Here's the
is a
deer,
bunch of
yes.
comedy that
Rich,
you just laugh your ass off.
Rich said, here's the deer. All right, yes.
Here's the deal. Listen to me.
Here's the deer.
Listen to me.
Heckling
You
was
both
what
suck.
she
No, here's the deal, Ryan. Listen, no, hold on, Ryan. If you called the show right now and said, "Hey, I saw Voss's show. I don't think he's funny. It's not my type of comedy." Cool. But when you're speaking for everybody, going, "The show sucked," that's where people get pissed off.
Okay,
It didn't
okay,
say.
so maybe-
"In my-"
Because you had to acknowledge that everyone
No,
was
something
laughing.
happened because
Yeah.
Ryan called 3 or 4 times, and we just didn't feel like going there, but she had to keep calling back.
I'm sure that Ryan, I
So
did
something-
something about Uncle touching
Yeah, did
somebody or
something
being
hit home?
overweight or
Did something hit home, Ryan,
Or
that he
trashed
said?
her-
The
I trashed her.
pedophilia
I
material.
trashed her better half, probably. That's
No,
what.
well, you trashed us all because we were on the front row. Which
All right, okay.
We're getting to something.
All right, okay, hold on. Now,
Ryan.
let's be honest here with each other. So you were one of the people that Rich spoke to from the stage.
well, yeah, he spoke to everybody.
Okay,
No,
I
What did
understand.
he say about you or one of your friends? That's what we're trying to get to.
Specifically, what was said to you or one of your friends?
Okay, he called.
See, now we're getting
Come on, just be honest.
He said that I looked like I was mating with owls.
Oh, she had big
All
eyes.
right, now we're getting to the bottom of this.
See?
I love this. This show's like fucking Columbo.
Thank you. Vincent D'Onofrio got to the bottom of this.
Wait, y'all have to understand though. A little heckling is fun.
Get the terminology
No.
correct.
The
It's not
heckling.
Yeah,
The
first of all-
reality
It's called
is
crowd work.
The crowd heckles.
Hold on. The reality is heckling is fun until it's directed at you.
No. We knew we were going to be heckled when we were on the
It's
show.
not heckle.
heckling.
It's
not
called
heckling.
crowd work.
It's crowd work.
All
The
right.
crowd heckles
Heckles.
the comic.
Right.
Who then must return the heckle with crowd work.
Okay, what I don't understand is when that guy pretended to cut his throat with a bicycle grinder, why did you get so upset?
Yeah,
okay?
I know.
You fucking boob.
So
All
what
I
else-
said, he had-
Jody.
Now,
We know it's
Ryan,
you.
besides the owl remark, what else was said to like the group you were in? Somebody else in the group.
Well, we were my whatever sister-in-law was told to quit using her ghetto fan because the air conditioner was broke, so she was using paper to fan herself.
Now I know exactly who they are.
that's hysterical.
She's going like this.
People was laughing
Yeah, they were
really
laughing.
hard.
Yeah,
They
they
were-
were
I remember them.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
and anybody else in your crowd that Rich talked to?
And they were bigums.
Yeah.
We were bigums.
Yeah, kind of. You know, you would dip your arm in cheese and nibble on it between pizzas. Okay.
Not
All right.
funny, Richard Voss.
No.
You
What?
must be kidding me.
What's that?
I weigh 108 pounds. I'm a biggin.
Oh, well, then the other one was I don't know. Well, whatever. What else did I
Okay,
say?
well, whatever. Okay,
But
then
here's
you
the-
called her boyfriend a terrorist when he's damn Greek.
Well, so they all
Greek.
look dark skinned.
Like
Close
you
enough.
can't have a Greek guy that looks like he's Arab.
I don't have time to ask what country you're from.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I know. Listen, here's the thing, miss.
Okay.
Okay, here's the thing.
You raked
When
her.
Sunday,
You raked her people with
Yeah.
machine gun fire.
yeah, the whole table.
No,
Yeah.
A
we
little
knew that coming
heckling
into
is
it. Come on.
fun.
Heckling.
If you get on the front row and there's only, 50 people there, hello, I know that's going to happen, and that's fine. A little bit of it's okay, but listen, let's use the other show, for instance.
Well, no, let me explain.
Jimmy. He might have heckled one person, but his show was funny.
You're right. He does.
Not heckling.
Okay. Can you?
God,
Are you going to
dummy.
compare? Can you compare Led
learning
Zeppelin?
curve is
Are you going to
tiny.
compare Led Zeppelin to 50 Cent? We're two different. You're going to compare Picasso to Rembrandt. Listen to me.
That's what Rich does. He does crowd work. It's
Okay,
like very
besides- wait.
hard to do.
Or Led
Hardly
Zeppelin.
anyone
Or
can
Led
do
Zeppelin
it.
to Great White.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, here's the thing. I have tons.
He's not smart enough to understand.
I understood that
Alright,
one.
I know.
Here's the thing.
People out there laughing.
Here's the thing, miss. I could do material for 2 hours. I get bored. Sunday, plus when I'm working the crowd, it's not heckling.
Rich,
when
you
I'm
don't
working the
have to
crowd. No, I want to explain to her, so I'll give her a little knowledge. You want to give people knowledge
We get the
sometimes.
reviews when you guys hit the road.
Oh, no,
you got
listen,
great
we never
reviews.
fail. We never fail. It's not that. I'm trying to explain
You
to
never
her.
feel?
I fail.
No, you didn't fail. You were the funny one.
Oh,
See,
I'm-
see, they do this to Aunt and I all the time.
that makes Bonnie look bad. Her saying
I know,
you're
actually,
good.
Yeah, right.
Now that's a backhanded compliment. That's not even a compliment.
All right.
That's an insult.
All right, Ryan, you get it out of your system.
Jesus.
So, hey, Ryan, anyhow, in August,
Next time you come to Atlanta, maybe you'll try a little.
next time
comedy
I come
act.
to Atlanta, please don't come to the
Comedy.
show. But here's the deal. In August, my DVD will be in stores if you'd like to buy that. There's a lot of material. There's no heckling, all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, your
Heckling.
husband must
actually
hate
enjoy it.
you.
All right. Enjoy the owls.
But the thing is that that's a style of comedy that's really difficult to do. And Rich Voss does it better than anyone. He really
I love
does.
his
Off the
crowd
cuff.
work. I love his crowd
I've
work.
seen him like
Yep.
1,000 times, and I'll still watch him if I say, just do crowd work and I'll watch you. And
You know what?
he does it the whole show. No one can do that.
You know what I learned from the whole thing, and it's very sweet.
Yeah.
Bonnie is in love with Rich. I learned that like she's always ragging and stuff, but holy shit, when that bitch opened up on Rich,
I loved it.
you
The
put
real
on
Bonnie
the
came
fucking
out.
claws,
Well,
man.
because here's the
Fuck
thing.
you, he's funny, you fucking.
Okay, well, because if Rich had a bad show, which I've seen happen twice, where he really
In
has
2
like
years.
eaten
Yeah.
it, I would have like, but he didn't. He was getting laughs. He was being really funny.
Sunday night, remember, there was 2 full tables of Jewish seniors there.
I mean, it was a difficult show, yeah.
40 Jews that were there thinking water is part of the minimum. All right. Thank you for sticking up, you guys.
All right.
Yeah, hey, this is Rich Voss. You can go to my website, richvoss.com. That's richvos1s.com, my website. And MySpace, you know, what is that MySpace stuff there? / MySpace, Rich Voss. You know, however you do it on MySpace, that's how you do it. Because I'm there too. MySpace, but my website, richvoss.com. gmail.com. Thank you.
Opie and Anthony.
Hey, it's Otto and George, and this is the worst of Robert Kelly on the Opie and Anthony Show. Get ready for Fatso.
No one cares as much for their stepkids as they do for their real kids.
Yeah, I know that.
It just doesn't fucking happen.
I know.
Oh, you know?
I got punched in the face for 5 years.
You know personally?
Oh, yeah.
I was never a stepkid, so I don't know.
What years were you a stepkid?
From
17 to 22.
Oh.
30 to 35.
I was a stepkid, but that's like to Sal, and I was already older. I mean, like, as a kid, though, like during those formative years, you're just fucked if you're a stepkid.
Yeah, my mother married Billy, just a 6'4", parted his hair to the side.
Really?
Oh, he'd throw me down a nice flight of
And
stairs.
he would, like, fucking beat you?
Just call you stupid, smack you in the back of the head, and then he used to go make me wash his spokes on his Monte Carlo with T-tops.
With your tongue?
Wait, you lived
Wash
with
my
your,
spokes.
You lived with your mother for a while?
Yeah, I lived
Your
with
birth mother?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you didn't live with either parent.
No. We lived he's the guy who kind of set me off. She didn't want to marry him because he was a lunatic, but then she married him. And
because she needed stability, was it one of those?
We lived with my Irish Catholic family, like 13 of us in a 2-bedroom. So it was just creepy.
This is the start of every horrific movie where it was the loving family, something happens to the freaking husband, and then she goes out and gets a man because she needs the stability and someone to raise the boys, and then that guy becomes the complete asshole.
Right.
And beats the shit out of the kids.
But they're always
Like
the guy
Dole.
was nice though. At the beginning, he was
Dole.
He was beautiful.
Nice.
Oh, I remember they got married.
How old were you again? I'm sorry.
I had to be in first grade, kindergarten,
6 to 10,
kindergarten.
6 to 11, around there. Okay.
First to 6.
5 to 10.
Young
all right.
boy, you shouldn't see things like that.
I went from sleeping on the floor to having my own bedroom.
And boy, Bobby got a heart big as all outside. Don't you dare hurt that boy.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out of my house!
I'm fixing to kill you, Bobby. Reckon I'm gonna take this blade, cut your head clean off. Why don't you throw him down the stairs a few times first? I like to watch it.
Fucking Bobby is getting beaten. It's awful.
Now go down and hug him a little bit and then throw him down the stairs.
All right, so you went from having no room to having your own room.
Oh,
Mommy's got a new man in
I
her
remember
life.
walking in my bedroom. I had a toy box. He filled it with toys because he had a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Filled it with toys. My own bed. I remember I had a chandelier, well, it wasn't a chandelier. It was like a light fixture. And
Yeah.
I've never seen a light fixture before because, like, my grandmother's house, it was just the
Bulbs.
light bulb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I had a little side room with my own TV and a beanbag.
That sounds nice.
It was. You don't understand how great it was. It was unbelievable. And then I remember being on my little beanbag. I don't know how long. It must have been months later.
After he set you up nice, new room, new toys,
toys.
everything's good.
Had a desk with all little, school stuff in it, ready to go. And then he set me up. I was sleeping on my beanbag, watching TV. I fell asleep, and I remember waking up, and I was kind of just woke up from a nap. This is my new life.
5 years old.
I had my own little room,
Oh,
and I
God.
think I was in Fiti pajamas. No,
Ooh.
I think I was in. I actually had this shirt that said Slugger.
Oh, you're a little
It had
slugger.
a baseball, and it said Slugger.
Did your pajamas have a little bloody hatch in the back?
And it wasn't an SLU at the beginning of that shirt.
And I remember walking out, and I heard a noise in the kitchen, and I thought it was a TV. I walk out, my sister's crying, and I've never seen anybody cry.
Oh, no.
Up till this point, you know what I mean? Sister's
geez.
crying.
Oh,
My
fuck.
mother, I walk in right when he punches her in the gut.
What?
Yeah, he just punched her right in the gut. I punched my mom. Then my sister went to grab the phone, and he hit her and like ripped the phone up, but it was kind of around her neck, so she fell on the ground. And then my mom, and I'm in shock. And then my mom grabbed us all into the room, shut my sister's door, and he was banging on this guy was 6'4", big dude. He's banging on the door, and then I remember
What'd your fucking mom do wrong?
Holy shit! Continue.
I remember I was holding the door, trying to hold it back,
Because you were the.
I was. I was the guy.
little man of the family, right? He's trying to hold the door.
I was Slugger.
Oh.
And I remember he kicked the door, and I went flying, smashed me against the wall.
So ever since then, you said, I'm going to be a fat fuck so that if this ever happens again...
I'll wait.
All right, so wait, so all right, kicks down the door. Then what?
This is what's weird is I remember that this is the first time I've ever felt fear, and I pussied out, and I regret it to this day.
Well, of course you pussied out. You're 5.
No, but
I remember a toy box full of toys. I mean, come on.
I slammed me against the door, and I hit the wall, and I pretended to be hurt more than I was.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like I pretended to be
that
like...
was a tactic.
I pretended to be like dazed.
Yeah.
And it was self-preservation.
You were
Animals
like playing
that all the
possum.
time.
You were playing possum instead of being a tiger.
No, playing dead. He was playing dead, hoping the big bear would smell him and then walk away. That's an instinct.
And then 5 years later, I chased him around the house with a knife and a hatchet.
But it wasn't to kill him.
Yeah.
The guy had bread and butter, and Bob was hungry.
So you pretended you were more hurt than you actually were?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Hold on. I hurt my knee, man. I hurt my hand, man.
Wait, this
only back then.
Hold my hand. Hold my hand.
So, dude, you chased him with a knife.
Wait. I want to back up though. So, what did he do to you guys after you got in the room and you're like playing like you're hurt and stuff?
I don't.
Go after your mom and stuff?
He came in. He said one of those things you say. I don't know, like shut the fuck up, that type of shit. Like fuck you, and like kind of like if you didn't do this, then this wouldn't have fucking happened.
What was his problem?
Yeah,
dude, just an anger issue or?
Dude, I think this is what I don't think he wanted kids. I wanted my mom was hot.
Boy.
My mom was a hot mom. I think he wanted my mom, but he didn't want
the kids.
Hang on one second.
Yeah.
I just said my mom's hot. Who went,
Who didn't?
Exactly.
And I think he didn't want to deal with us, but to get, my mom blew him off for a lot. Was like, screw you, screw you, screw you. And then he started treating us nice. I mean, this guy's such a scumbag. When my mom finally said, fuck you, I'm out of here. And he had money too. He bought us Atari, but it was when Atari first came out.
Yeah.
And we were in 6th grade. So it's like she came home one night and we were all sitting around, me, my sister, and him, playing Atari like best friends. It totally worked. It totally worked. We fucking were like, Mom, maybe you shouldn't divorce him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, maybe you should work things out. I mean, he's a fucking
So he
scum.
worked you guys.
Oh, dude, he was a...
Whatever happened to him?
I have no idea, dude. I know I saw him one time.
He's dead.
Years later.
Yeah.
I was working at Grossman's Bargain Outlet, and I seen I don't know if it was him. I'm 99% sure it was him. And I saw him, and this is when I was, I think I was like 22 or 20, and I saw him, and I had to go upstairs and like leave the floor because I was gonna
get beat up by him again.
Nah, he was like,
you go to be a tough guy, and he pushes you on the floor, and you make believe you're hurt again more than you are.
Pushes you over a carpet.
punches me in the and then he goes he beats the shit out of my mom.
Just finds out where your mom lives and beats her up
bitch.
again.
I told you to keep this kid in check.
So then it drastically changed after that, and they started beating you guys?
Dude, this guy would... I remember coming home late. I was happy that I got Miss Julian for 2nd grade.
Who wouldn't be?
You know, at the end of the year, you got told who
your teacher's going to be.
Who your teacher's going to
And
be.
it was either really good news or like, oh, fuck.
Right.
A summer of, oh, fuck.
Exactly. You know that you're going in. Miss Irving, you're fucked. I got Miss Julian, and she was... it was great. I was actually skipping home. I got Miss Julian.
Yeah. She played the taste game?
Huh?
No.
I wish he did.
Mr. Washington sure did.
Put chopped meat, lettuce, and tomato in there and say, eat the taco. Nice.
We're going to paint my pussy today.
Be wonderful.
Yeah, I got home late, and I got in, and I went, I don't know if I called him Dad. I was like, hey... I got Miss Julian. And he goes, you're fucking late. I was supposed to be out of here 20 minutes ago. And he threw me down a flight of stairs.
Oh. And how old? You were 6, 7?
I was in 2nd grade.
Second.
So you're
Second
16.
Now you're up to about.
I was right. I was actually 15. I was 15.
I get it, Jim. He's stupid.
Oh, he's as dumb as the day is long.
Wow.
So he tossed you down the fucking stairs, man.
Oh yeah, nice hot one down the stairs, and
your mom just looked the other way.
You know what, dude? I don't know. I don't remember. I remember telling her shit, but I remember this is fucked. I remember I ran away. Remember when you run away?
Good job. Where are you going?
Yeah, it's like, dude.
You run to the end of the yard and then realize it's a scary place.
I ran
over the fence.
Exactly, exactly, dude. You run away. You got such good. I'm
running
out.
away.
I'm gone, and then you get like 2 blocks away, and you've never been there.
You look
And
around. It's just strange.
You feel like a
The
mouse.
weather's- yeah, the
that
weather-
saw humans for the first time. Just all the
And the weather's different 2 blocks away.
like cars are bigger. And
Right.
There's more noise.
Nothing familiar.
Out there. I remember standing at the bus stop. I just stopped at a bus stop crying. Just crying. And this hot chick was like, hey, where you, blah, blah, blah. And, you all right? And I was like, I ran away. And she was like, where do you live? I'll take you home. I was like, okay. I just wanted to go home. And I remember, you run away because you want your parents to be like, where the fuck were you? And I got home. My mother opens the door. And I don't think I ran away long enough.
Yeah.
Make sure you have to be away for at least a couple hours for her to panic. Because if you come back 10 minutes later, she's like, hey, what's up?
Where'd you go? You just
Can I jump in? Tim H. got it figured out in Columbus. He writes, he ran away but ran out of breath at the end of the driveway and collapsed.
Bob was
a good-looking kid when he was young.
I was a good-looking kid.
Speaking of which, I was at the Cellar last weekend with the Philly crew, and all those headshots.
Yeah.
As you're going downstairs.
Yeah.
There's one of you. It's unrecognizable. It's the same person.
I was gorgeous.
I
wasn't even. I'm not even saying. I was
a full head of hair, no
Gorgeous.
goatee,
gorgeous.
Full
lips. Say full lips.
Safe to say, 40 pounds lighter.
40.
More.
40.
That was fucking 2
I was
third
one.
Bobs ago.
I was 185 in that
He's
photo.
Bob on Jupiter now. No offense, Bob. I'm teasing you, of course. But he was. I knew Bob back then.
Well, at least I was good looking once in my life, Norton.
Were you?
You lost a bunch of weight, and you're still you.
Exactly. So I learned to get pussy as a mess. You.
Do we have?
Well, it doesn't matter because you have a girl now. I'm saying you'd be in bad shape if you were still single.
No, I wouldn't.
Shut up.
Come on.
All right.
We got a
You're
song
right.
for
You're
Bob.
right.
We got a song for Bob.
He said, "Shut up,
Bob."
Little number.
Bob, just for you today. Listen closely.
This is gonna make me cry.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor.
Oh yeah. I talk when the game is on.
Yes, I think you've seen me before. Here's something weird, some kind of troublesome kind of place. Just don't ask me what it was.
Stop talking.
Just don't ask me what it was. I think it's 'cause I'm clumsy. I try not to talk too loud. Maybe it's because I'm crazy. I try not to act too proud. Only hit
Shut up! Jesus Christ, man, what the hell is wrong with you? Please, just shut up!
You just don't argue.
You lie! You're a fucking liar! Shut up! You need to shut the fuck up! No fucking way, no fucking way, no fucking way, no fucking way! Shut up! You shut up! You shut up! Shut up!
God damn it, are you fucking with me? You a fucking moron. Would you kindly shut your noise hole?
Shut up and sit down, you big bald fuck.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Because you are a disgusting nobody!
Shut your goddamn mouth!
Now choke yourself! Don't pull my fucking hand over there! I said choke yourself!
Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
Just don't ask me how
I hate you.
I live on the second floor. you. Yes, I think you've seen me before.
Is it ringing a bell?
Oh, but you guys are hitting so many buttons it looks like you're launching the space shuttle.
Right down the steps they
we
are.
get it, you assholes.
Bunch of asses we
Yeah,
are.
how many buttons did you just hit?
I
Both of
know.
you.
Hey, it's a sad day. All right, well, there you go. My name is. See, that makes it all better, Bob, right?
Well, I didn't finish the
okay.
sad part.
Yeah.
When I left and I came back, my mom was crying, like, where were you? Exactly what you want.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you run away. And then when I got upstairs and she hugged me and said, I love you. And I went, I love you too. I went, oh, Mom, I love you too. And I was high, and everything was better. You know what I mean? Everything was better.
Yeah.
And I was hot. Wait, here we go. Radio.
Oh, boy,
Here we go.
All right.
Hang on.
Can't end like that.
Let me get the proper button. Hold on. All right,
Is that the way it ended? A nice way?
No.
That's nice.
Oh, that's
So
nice. Why don't we go to
wait,
break?
That's
Wait,
nice.
no.
Oh, that's
no.
real nice, Bob.
No, I'm hiding under the coffee table, happy that I finally got some love and attention in second grade, going into second grade.
Yeah.
And I heard my mother on the phone talking to one of her girlfriends. And then she goes, and then he comes back, and I told him I love you. And then he goes, oh, Mom, I love you too.
Oh, no. So she laughed at that. You thought it was like...
Hysterically. And I remember...
Oh, and it was everything to you.
Oh, dude.
Oh, and just a fucking joke.
It was, dude.
Oh,
Wait, Bob. Was it a joke or was she laughing like out of relief, like how cute it was?
Dude, at the time, maybe
matter.
now.
You broke my trust, dude. You broke my trust, dude. Voodoo Dick, Long Beach.
You're a fucking idiot.
Ah, that was
I'm
funny.
a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot.
You look like assholes right now, man.
Oh, is that horrible?
Poor little Bob.
There you go.
Poor little Bob. Wow, that really stuck out in your head, too.
Oh,
huh?
I remember it to this day.
Yeah.
Oh, Mom, I love you. And then he said, oh, Mom, I love you.
What a dope.
And then you went into foster homes after that?
No, then I snapped. Then I started using drugs in 6th grade. And
Yeah,
then
you should've.
that guy went after me one day, and I pulled a knife out.
Nice.
And then and a hatchet, and I
Nice.
went after him.
And
I was going to kill him, too. I'm not even kidding. He stuck his hand. My mother grabbed me. He was like, "Go ahead, do it." Didn't even think. I just pulled the knife right down.
You were going to just kill him right
I was going
there.
to gut him. 6th grade. I was going to gut him. I was going to gut him.
You'd have been out already. You'd have been out
When
already.
did Mom say goodbye to you?
What'd you say?
Didn't your mom say goodbye to you, too? You had to start living other places?
What is that? What is that? What are you doing with the spoon?
Yeah.
No, I went to jail. I went to juvie jail.
At what age?
At what cute little Bobby age?
13.
Little juicy lips.
Yeah,
13, juvie hall.
Wow. Yeah, there's no gay sex in juvie.
Oh, please.
You're only in there for 3 months. If you're sucking dick, you're gay. You're getting out in a week.
I'm not saying you wanted to.
Yeah, but
I'll
dude-
suck your dick for cigarettes.
Dude, at 13, you got 100 boners a day, though.
Yep. I'll tell you, when you walked in, they referred to your mouth as the fuckery.
You think black people knew what fuckery meant?
That's why you got full lips. They're still swollen.
How do you know I have full lips?
Because you said, don't forget to talk about my full lips. It was a callback. Peter, Massachusetts, what's up?
Hi, this story reminded me of when I was like in 3rd grade. I got out of line. My mom used to whack me with a wiffle ball bat. So one day she'd whack me, and I'm like, that's it. I'm out of here. I'm running away. I run down the street, and I start hitchhiking like I'm going to, run away. Frickin' neighbors call my mother. Tell them I'm down the street hitchhiking. I see her car coming down the road. She fucking says, get in. I get home, she just fucking beats me up some more with a wiffle ball bat.
That's great. Then she made you do the challenge.
Hey, can we,
His mom had to do the challenge in their asses.
Let's take a quick break. I think Peter's onto something. We want your stories of running away as like a 3rd grader, because Because it's just completely ridiculous. But in your mindset back then, you were convinced I'm running away.
Yeah,
But you're like 8. Like, what are you going to do?
But a block is like 10 miles.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to get some of those stories because it could be funny. Like, then what finally hits you? Like, oh shit, I can't do this. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm
How am I
hungry.
going to get a job? I'm hungry, right? I need clothes. I need whatever. I don't know.
The mistake you made was having that chick take you home instead of her place.
Yeah,
Exactly.
really.
Oh, I wish.
What a goody
Scored.
Oh,
well,
I definitely relate to the guy that doesn't want the kids because my mother was going out with some guy, and he was like a lot younger than she was, and he was just so demeaning to especially me. Like my brother didn't give a shit because he was already out. Like he didn't care. He'd just leave and smoke pot. My sister was the girl and too young to really, but me, I was just like constantly being fucking criticized by the guy. It was like everything I did. And then I was putting together a model of the Visible V8. It was a V8 engine, and it was like you could see through it, you know? And the little lights lit up when the spark plugs happened and everything. And I happened to put the crankshaft in backwards. So I'm like, the pistons wouldn't line up. And then I realized I had to start taking shit apart. And he comes in, he goes, what happened? I go, oh, I think I put the crankshaft in backwards. And he goes, everything you do, you fuck up. He goes, everything you do, you just fuck it up. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah, just fuck the model. It's a model. It's fuck. But everything was like that. Everything I did was all fucked up, not good enough. Go fuck yourself, you cocksucker, you fucker. You motherfucker, literally.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck mine.
That could have been a much worse story, though. That could have been, and he pushed my face into the model and ruined my bottom. He just gave you a little scolding.
Oh no, it was all just like mental. It was all this mental abuse like that.
Yeah.
Like I was into drawing at one point, and I had a little wooden case with pencils and paper and stuff, and I would draw things. Usually I would try to draw naked chicks. You know, you got to kind of have talent for that. So I'm just drawing, and he'd come by and look and go, that sucks.
Jesus.
That sucks.
I love
And I'd
this
be
guy.
like, oh,
I love him.
he was the worst. Dennis was his name.
I used to
fuck yourself.
I used to figure my mom would make me go outside and do yard work, and I'd pretend like a weed whacker, like I wouldn't do it right, and he'd come out and go, "Look, you got to do it this way," and then he'd do it a little bit,
do it
give
then.
it back, and then he'd fuck it up again, and he'd go, just get the fuck out of here, you idiot," and he'd just wind up doing it.
It was stupid.
It was like, good, I didn't want to do it, you fucking idiot. Who's the idiot now?
Guy was a douche.
Oh, I should have stabbed him.
Hey, we got some phone calls coming in. This is the mind of like a 7-year-old. Here we go. John in Texas. Go ahead. Tell your story.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I got fed up, had enough, and I grabbed the old big brown paper sack you get from the grocery store, and I popped it full of clothes I could get out of my drawers. Started out the house, and without any hesitation, I got probably as far as the mailbox, and the bag just got too fucking heavy. I came back to the
that's
house,
good.
right? And my mom and dad, my aunt and uncle are sitting inside the house laughing, and they'd locked the fucking door and wouldn't let me back in.
Jesus.
That's what I want to hear, because everyone has the great idea of I'm going to run away, and then what caused you to turn around and go, oh, fuck, I'm stuck until I'm 14, 15.
Fucking Clarice Starling was better at running away than you two.
She carried a lamb.
I know. You grabbed 2 hams.
Let's
and
go to
a butt cake.
Let's go to Cross Critter. Cross Critter.
Hey, boys. I was living over in Japan. We were in the Air Force and everything. And me and my sister, I was in the 1st grade. We took off, even grabbed my, goofy-ass little stuffed animal, went down to the park there, waited till, gosh, it must have been about 8, 9 o'clock at night. Ended up, we just, chickened out, went back to the house. My parents were in bed asleep, didn't even know we were gone.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Okay.
And then he hung up. All right.
Kinda
All right.
get what he meant, but he didn't really tell it with much
gusto.
Gusto.
Let's go to Tom in Philly. Tom.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's
when I
up?
was about 5 years old, I ran away from home, but I wasn't allowed to cross the street, so I just ran around the block.
Hoping a bridge was built.
We got Doug in Los Angeles. Doug.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Okay, when it was either 7 or 8, my mom caught me playing doctor with this girl down the street. So she grounds me, and I was so upset at this that I decided to run away. I threw a bunch of toys into a pillowcase, and I opened my window, and I was going to run away just going out through the window, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. So I'm sitting there on the windowsill for about 45 minutes until she finally, poked her head into my bedroom to see what I was doing. Because I just had to sit there until the last second when she was going to open the door, and then I was going to jump out the window.
I wish that happened in the 20th floor.
I know what
think these parents were right.
I know what he's saying though. I did that. You don't want to kill you. I tried to fake suicide. I hung out a window for around an hour, and they never came up. I was like, and I'm crying. And then I'm waiting for them to try to knock on the door and get in. I put the bureau up against the door, but so they could get in. So they wanted to break in. What are you doing? And then I was going to pretend to jump. Yeah. And they finally did come up, but the bureau opened too quick, so they just were there. And they're like, "What are you doing, dummy? Are you really?" Dummy. I think my father went, "It's a second floor window. What are you going to break an elbow? You're not going to kill yourself."
Well, no, this is the first floor. I wanted them to see me as I was leaving, but.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't commit to the running away.
Oh, all right.
You wanted them to stop you and rescue you.
Yeah. Let's go to David in Dallas. A couple more of these. David?
Yeah, I was about 8 years old. I got as far as the neighbor's garage.
All right, hold on. What?
I ran away. I was about 8 years old. I got as far as the neighbor's garage, fell asleep in there. There's 5 of us in my family. Nobody knew I was fucking gone. Right, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I brought my dog with me. It wasn't a fucking Chihuahua. It was a goddamn Great Dane. And they didn't know either one of us were gone.
Probably happy.
They probably were calling the dog.
Yeah.
Come here, boy.
Yeah, they probably were. Well, they probably thought the dog ate me and left. I don't know. But, that's my life as the youngest of 5.
There you go. Thanks, David. 2 more, and then we'll move on. Mike in Kentucky, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
My old man was going to whip my ass with a belt for about the 60th time, and I decided that I wasn't going to have it anymore. So I grabbed my shotgun, went on out in the woods. I was probably about 9 years old. I was going to go out there and be Grizzly Adams and survive on the land.
Yeah.
I got out there and sat around. It was in the fall time for about 5-6 hours. It started to get dark, and I got scared. I remember my old man yelling at me when I was sitting in the woods, "You got to come back to eat, you little thumb bitch." So I was getting hungry, and he was right. I went on back to the house, and they fed me, and then he put me in the bedroom there, and he got the belt out, whipped my ass with the belt anyway. It's probably harder than he was going to.
Wow.
That's good.
So you are going to run away.
Belting on the ass.
And then it got dark, and you had to turn around.
I got dark. It got dark. I got hungry, and he was right. And I probably got it worse than I would have if I just would have hung around. But that was my lesson.
See, I knew it. Most of these end with you got to go back home. But this guy, I wonder if this is true. Richie in Connecticut, tell your story.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I was 12 years old, 1986. I ran away to Washington, the state of Washington. I was from Long Island. My parents were Coke dealers, and I just took $8,000, and they didn't even know I was gone for 2 weeks. They thought I was at my grandmother's house.
And you really went cross country at 12?
I got nailed in McDonald's. The reason I went to Washington because the Goonies were from Washington. With them or some shit like that.
Wait! You got to hold on, sir. You got a big laugh, so we missed the next line. So the Goonies were from Washington.
So I thought I could live out there and live with the Goonies or something. That's what I was thinking. But I took they caught me in McDonald's because there was a cop next to me, and I took out I had $600 in cash. And he's like, "Where'd you get that money, little fella?" And they wound up nailing me that way.
Oh, that sucks.
Smart enough to get across country with $8,000. Dumb enough to think the Goonies are real.
You're fucking 12 years old. At least I wasn't sucking cock under it.
Hey, you missed out.
That's true.
Should have turned your parents in.
Yeah, well, Bob Cup sucks.
Yeah, I hope he dies.
That was really funny, though. Oliver, Texas, what's up?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey.
I remember one time when I was 8 years old, I got pissed at my mom. I don't know what she wanted me to do. I think it was clean my room. And I looked up at her and I said, "Well, you know what? You don't love me anymore, and I'm going to run away." And she looked down at me with that stern face. My mom had a set of balls on her. And she looked down at me and she goes, "Well, fucking do it." And so she goes off and does her own little thing, sits down. I don't know what she was doing. So I walk outside. Right when I get into the middle of the street, I look back at the house. I got cold. And I just said to myself, oh, well, she's going to come out because she's going to feel sorry. She's going to be crying. She's not going to know where I am. So what I ended up doing is I hid in the neighbor's bushes. And so I'm crouched there in the bushes like a dumbass. And the neighbor comes out and looks into the bushes and sees me. And I look up at him with those big eyes, and I said, shh, I'm not here. My neighbor pretended I wasn't there. And then he comes out with the big old, that huge water gun you'd attach to your water hoses.
Yeah.
Starts spraying me down, and I get all wet and muddy. And so when I come back home, because I was getting sick, so I come back home, I walk inside, my mom's sitting there having a martini on the couch. She looks at me, and she just starts laughing. And I had to go home a wet mess and a broken shell of a kid.
Oh, Jesus.
That is good.
So, yeah, I'm checking out, guys.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to Bill in Iowa. Bill.
Yeah, I was like 7, and I'm like, yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm running the fuck away, you guys, or whatever. I had to clean my room, something stupid like that. So my dad's like, all right, fine. So he throws all my shit in a bag, gets me in a car and drives me down to the bus station. Here, I got you a one-way ticket. Where do you want to go? And I started bawling like a little girl with a skinned knee, and of course went home that night and spent the week in the house in the room.
See, they never work out. It seems like a good idea, but you bail at the last minute. Let's go to Bruce in North Carolina. Bruce.
Yeah, I ran away in nothing but my underwear one time. I told my mom I was going to run away, and she says, well, I bought those fucking clothes, so take them off. Jesus. And run away. You run away naked, and all she let me wear was a pair of fucking tighty whities. I made it about 6 miles before
you had lots of rides.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine a pedophile going, oh, my God.
All right, who's fucking with me?
He would just get out of one car door into the next one.
It's got to be my pedophile friends. They're fucking with me.
What is April 1st? What's going on?
That's a midget.
There's no way that's real.
Huh?
I swear to God, a cop picked me up and then took me to my grandparents' house, and then they got me some clothes.
Oh, you're so lucky, my friend.
Yeah, we're trying to move on, but the stories are really coming in. Like, we got James in Iowa. James, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey, when I was 16 years old, my parents ran away from me.
They ran away from you?
I come home from school, my mom, my dad, my little brother moved to a whole new town.
Get out of here.
Hey, God's truth, man.
Were they renting, or was it...
No, I got in a fight. The old man knocked the hell out of him, and I was 16, and they sold the fucking house and moved all within 3 days.
And where were you that you didn't notice this was going down?
I was in high school. I was 16. I was going to school.
Right.
They picked up my brother from school early. I didn't know it because he was in grade school.
Did you know where they... Go ahead.
I got home and all my shit was on the front porch. But what the fuck says the house was empty? So I thought, what the hell? I hung out for a few years. I didn't know where they lived. I was 21 years old and married.
Wow. That's a great story, man.
Yeah, laugh if you will, motherfuckers. It kind of destroyed my life.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just fucking with you.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
Would you call up for help?
Yeah, no kidding.
That retard kid and a humpback fucking retard.
That's pretty funny, man. All right, thank you, sir.
Just kidding.
Is this the Brother Joe? Brother Joe.
Yo, guys, do you remember in Central Islip when I ran away and you went out? You went out. Actually, you encouraged me to do it at first, and then you went out and you busted me and you brought me back home. And the old man beat the living shit out of me.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
I figured I can make some points.
Really?
On bringing him back. Yeah, like, I'll bring him back. I'll get him.
He's a politician.
First I'm telling him to go. And he goes, and then I was like, yeah, I know where he is, so I'll bring him back. And I brought him back, and of course, yeah, the old man pulled out the strap and nailed both of us. Yeah.
Why you, though? You guys
I don't know.
Were you in cahoots together?
It was what to do.
Because he's a fucking traitor.
Yeah, I was a traitor.
Fucking traitor. Turn your brother in.
I'll bring your boy back. The head, the tail, the whole damn thing.
The whole damn thing.
Okay, so I can run away again. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Joe. We got, well, this one's pretty good, too. Damn. Tom in Westchester. What's up, Tom?
Hey, boys. I ran away when I was about 11. I took my Raleigh 3-speed. I drove from the Bronx to Orchard Beach.
With a banana seat?
Yeah. I handled my sissy bar.
Hold on. You got to back up a little bit, Tom.
Yeah.
So you rode from where to where?
I was 11 years old. I ran away from home because I was pissed at my parents. I took my Raleigh 3-speed bike.
I drove to Orchard Beach, about maybe a quarter mile from the beach, when I got a flat tire or the chain fell off or something. This guy pulls up while I'm walking, says he'll take me home, opens up his trunk and throws my bike in, and I'm just about to get into the driver's side of the car when I look in the back seat because I had a weird feeling about this dude. Both of the back door locks were wired shut with coat hangers.
No.
I said, no, thanks. I'm not going to get in the car. Just give me my bike back. The guy started screaming and pleading at me to get in. When I refused, he drove away with the bike. I had to go to a stranger's house and call my parents. My father picked me up in the car and fucking beat the shit out of me.
You never saw your bike again, huh?
Exactly. So I
Sniff the seat until there's no covering left on it.
Yeah.
All they found was the seat with nostril marks all over it.
Oh, were you a little sweaty, upset with Dad boy ass had been sitting only a few hours before? 'Cause that guy's probably like a bloodhound. He probably smelled your bike seat so much he knew what you were fighting about. Oh, he was upset. He wanted to stay out later. He wears Landry Tomp, but not today.
Let's go to Jeff in Jersey.
Seat
Jeff.
is worn. In a way, I'm sure he wears tough skins.
You know how big your bag was? By the way, each little ball mark was very subtly worn to the side of your seat.
You're fucking the CSI of children's seats. He knew exactly.
All those wheelies you did, you frightened boy ass.
Wow, let's go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you're on the Opie and Anthony show.
How's it going? I actually have a runaway story that worked. I was about 8 years old. I wanted to go on a trip with my friends, and I ran away, and I snuck back in through the basement and snuck back up to the basement door and listened to them. And, you know, they laughed about it when I first left, and time went on and time went on. And you know, meanwhile, there's all the luxuries of a house in the basement. There's TV to watch, a couch. I just relaxed and listened to them freak out more and more to the point where they called the police and they left the house. When they left the house, I had free run of the house. I just hung out, watched TV, ate dinner, and waited till they finally came back freaking out and then let them know, you know, I'm going on the trip, and ended up going on the trip.
Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin. Whatever.
Macaulay Culkin?
I got a little nervous with the cuckles. Macaulay Culkin. You know, he's the first one to snap on you when you mispronounce something.
Well, dude, that wasn't just a close one. Macaulay Culkin doesn't exist. You made a person up.
I hate how serial killer smart you are.
Dude, you don't have to be smart to know Macaulay Culkin. That's not exactly a Harvard BA to know that little douche.
You bang trannies.
Who doesn't? What am I, a communist?
That's my comeback.
Just pulls that one out whenever he can.
That's why you didn't call him trainees, stupid.
Oh, touche.
Let's go to Washington. Brad, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Hey, little backstory. My stepdad was just getting out of the military, so we decided we were going to tour Europe on motorcycles. I was about 7 years old, and I wanted some ice cream, and I wanted it bad. And complained, and next thing I know, I'm standing in a street corner in France by myself for about 2 hours. Now, if that didn't scare the shit out of me, then nothing did.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know where the hell you are. That's creepy as a kid.
In France.
In France.
Right, we got it. Thank God it worked out.
So you're Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin.
Colton.
Macaulay Culkin.
We're going to try one more, and then we'll possibly end this.
I was doing a character.
There was a word you couldn't say, but we'll get back to that. Remind me of what he couldn't say.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember it.
Oh.
What word couldn't you say?
Oh, I can't say
Eminent.
Philanthropist. Well, that one too.
Philanthropist?
Eminent?
Yeah.
Eminent?
You said it now right, but he can't say eminent.
I can't say, I can say, fuck me.
Eminent?
What word can't you say?
Philanthropist? What is it? How do you say it? Just say it.
Does it matter?
Just say it once.
No.
And I
Why,
can
so you do an impression like a parrot? No. Figure it out.
Say Entenmann's a few more times.
Entenmann's. I could say that.
That I can say. Eminent, he could say.
Philanthropist.
Philanthropist.
A philanthropist. Now you got me saying it wrong, fuck.
It happens.
Peloponnese. Philanthropist.
That's somebody who's nice to flowers.
All right, let's.
Rachel.
Jason in New York, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
When I was about 7 years old, we lived in the country. We never lived in a town, so I got really pissed off at my dad one day, and I went into the woods, and we had a bear. We had a bear and a couple coyotes that lived around the house, and a bobcat. So by dark time, I got pretty scared, and a deer ran through the yard, and I freaked out and ran back to the house.
That's all it took.
Yeah.
I think it's funny now that even as an adult, you describe it as dark time. It's a childlike description. It's got dark time.
Dark time came.
Dark time came.
I had to go.
I
gotta piss.
Yeah, we'll take a break. Kevin the trucker, what's up?
Hey, man. I was about 12 years old. I hated my dad. My mom wouldn't leave me. He used to knock us kids around quite a bit. So I decided I was going to run away. I was going to go live with my stepdad, my mom's previous husband, in Arizona, living in Washington State. So I hitchhiked down I-5, ended up getting a ride all the way to Hollywood. And I was walking around the streets of Hollywood, walking down the hill, and the guy goes, whoa. I was looking up at the buildings. The guy goes, whoa, you can't go that way. You're not from around here, obviously. I'll give you a place to stay.
Huh.
Well, he was living with his sister in a flat and North Sycamore Street or whatever, somewhere around there, and he'd go to work, and his sister, Debbie, who turned out to be his girlfriend, de-virginized me.
Wow.
And, found out that that it was going on, and he took me down to the basement, or was trying to, and I hit the first floor button on the elevator. He chased me down the street with a meat cleaver. I ended up in Arizona in a juvenile institution, and my dad flew me back home. So I ended up...
Yeah.
Shake it up!
Oh, God.
Shake it up! Shake it up! Shake it up! I'm sorry, man. I smoke a lot.
Yeah.
It sounds like you already have the trait.
What do you smoke, carburetors?
Shake it up!
Keep smoking.
Guy puts tobacco on a car engine and then just puts his mouth in the tailpipe.
All right, sir. Good story.
Yeah, all right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Well, this is worth
Said
going
a guy
to.
lived in a bacon smoking house.
Shake it up.
He lived in a glass gargletarium. What'd you do? We made asbestos cookies.
Or the Kingdom of Nakedness.
Yeah, he scored.
So I went out to the desert and started the Kingdom of
That
Nakedness.
is some friggin'
Lionheart, what's up?
What's up, pal? How's it going on?
Hey.
Make it quick. We all got to piss.
Yeah, there's a lot of peeing that's about to happen.
I'm going to take a shit.
I was about 9 in New Brunswick, New Jersey. I figured I was going to take off. I was mad at my dad for something, and I figured the best place, me and my friends had this fort, we built in this woods by our house. I figured I was going to head out there because, that's a safe place to be. But around 9 o'clock, I realized, man, I should have brought a light. It's really dark out here. And then about 10 o'clock, I realized that the fort where me and my kids played during the day was where they did a lot of drug deals at night. And a bunch of fellas who didn't speak any English started showing up. And
what?
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I thought you hung up on me.
No, we're listening.
We want to.
We're good listeners on the show from time to time.
No, they just they started doing drug deals around me and looking at me and talking to each other about me. And eventually I just left, and I went to, the only other thing I knew to do was go to Krauser's and ask them if I could stay there.
Krauser's?
Called the cops.
What a Jersey reference.
Called the cops.
What's Krauser's?
It's like a 7-Eleven in Jersey.
I was like, can I, work here and you give me some food or something? And
What is this, the fucking 30s? He's one of the little rascals. Can I work here? Sure you can, kid. But you can't bring that dog.
And they told me I could, so they put me doing something in the back.
Spanky.
In the meantime, they called the cops when they showed up.
Oh.
They're like, this douchebag kid is back there working.
Yeah, you always had the impression that you should have the stick with the fucking bandana on it and something in there. I don't know what it was, but something was supposed to be in there when you ran away.
A can of beans.
Yeah. Fucking diaper.
Homeless
some
people
rubbers.
always ate beans.
Beans.
Yeah, they did.
Come on.
On the can.
They had just that bandana and the stick, but then all of a sudden there was a frying pan somewhere.
They'd have a frying pan, beans, and a big, huge fucking spoon to shovel it into their mouth
And the
with.
beans always looked great.
Did they?
Oh, they looked great with a big hunk of pork in it. Hey, what's up? What are you doing? All right, then. Hey, what's up? It's Bob Kelly. Go to robertkellylive.com and find out when I'm coming to your town. Again, that's robertkellylive.com, or go to my MySpace, MySpace/RobertKellyLive. You want to find out when I'm coming back to your town, or fuck me. All my dates and info are up on either one of those, so make sure you check them out and come down to one of my shows. Later, bitches. All right, do it one more time. No, I want to do that. I want to do that one more time. I want this one. Ready? Hey, what's up? It's Bob Kelly. If you want to find out...
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
DL Hughley.
All right, where's the guy that placed in the animation?
Hey, where's our gifts?
Yeah, I heard he brought gifts. That's what you should be doing with your prize money. That's
right. Presents for the gods.
That's right.
What did he get out of that?
Yeah.
5?
What place did you come in, sir?
Second.
Slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying Slaughterhouse should have won the whole thing. Well, we have two judges in studio. Jimmy, you picked Slaughterhouse
Norton wanted to win it, but we did it very fairly.
Yeah.
We raised our hands. You think this is number one. Norton raised his hands for that. You think this is number
Which one did you vote to win it all, Patrice?
Number one? Everybody voted number one for it's almost like you could give a first place vote to anyone you wanted. So we raised our hand to which one. So it's like, okay, the other one got all 5 people raised their hand. Was the
Ecstasy of Gold?
That one, people were like, is that in the
what
fucking
do you mean all
judging?
5? Jimmy said Slaughterhouse.
No,
I love
Ecstasy. It's like you rate.
Oh, you voted Ecstasy number one too.
We go Slaughterhouse. How many people think Slaughterhouse was the best one? Jimmy would go. He raised his hand. It was another person, but people said Ecstasy of Gold. It was like.
Got more votes.
Everybody.
I just got more votes.
Yeah,
Patrice. That's all you're trying to say.
Oh my God. I think he voted number one too.
No, I didn't. I remember I didn't. It was like 2 of us, I think, voted for
Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse. Yeah, it's
I
fine.
hope the presidential election goes like this. It's all fucked up.
It won't.
To be fair, also
McCain
I
wins.
told you, Deep Impact, baby. Just keep watching it.
Really?
Just keep watching it. He saves the earth. Didn't you feel comfortable when that motherfucking media was coming? He was
well,
good.
if Obama gets elected, I want to be one of those guys that gets hit by that big wave.
Why?
In Deep Impact. Because I'm going to be the guy that gets trotted on to save the fucking United States from all the evilness that Whitey has done to it for years. I'm going to be the fucking guy. It's going to be on my fucking back
you don't
now.
want to save one lousy guy that
all
has
my tax
his lungs
money
shutting down
talking
yesterday.
about cash.
How are you going to save America?
Talking about cash. All my money's going to go to fucking social programs and bullshit that ain't going to do crap, but turn it into another New York City like when Rockefeller was running this
has nothing
shithole.
to do with...
With color?
Yeah.
Of course it does. Because his top priority is going to be taking care of poor black people.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does the president have that much power to just take care of whoever the fuck he wants to take care of?
Because guilty white people are going to be more apt to take care of it.
He's not going to do shit for black people. He's not even... He won't dare.
Wait till his wife
What do you think he's going to appoint black people in office as white people are sitting there with their fucking watching closely Obama eyes?
Of course he is.
Oh, there you go. A black policeman. Like, shut the fuck up.
He's going to appoint black people in his cabinets and everything.
Really?
And then,
why can't he?
And then he's going to say, all right, we need this fucking social program. It's going to take care of it's going to take care of low-income housing, which you could say is low-income housing. Well, it's for everybody. Because the second you say you mean buildings that poor black people live in, that's racist.
But don't forget, Bush had
Wait a minute, wait the fuck a minute.
Okay.
What's the problem, though?
Because I don't want to fucking pay for it.
Well,
I lived in my fucking car. I lived in my car.
So you want to pay for everything that
take care of your own
everything you
fucking
feel
ass.
like you're paying for now.
Yep.
You feel is something you want to pay for.
No, of course not. But it's going to be more. You look at my fucking
why you have
quarterly
problem
tax.
with the
I don't
nigger
want it higher.
programs? It's just the nigger programs, the poor Negro programs you're talking about. What about other programs?
Thank you.
And he's not going to just do that. He's not going to just help black people. He's not going to do that.
No, you're right. He's not just going to do that.
He's going to help
everybody. He's going to
everybody.
take my tax breaks that were given to me and take those
By
away.
who?
So it's even
Reagan,
more,
50 years ago?
Reagan and Bush.
Daddy Bush, not this Bush.
No, this Bush gave tax breaks to fucking
to rich folks.
Not rich folks. People that live in New York City that make $100,000 a year. You tell me. You ask them if they're fucking rich.
They're rich
or if
folks.
they're
$100,000 a year is rich
$100 grand in New York City is not rich.
Fucking live like instead of living like you got 100,000.
And no one
live like 100 there instead of living like 1,000.
No one got this fucking $100,000 a year job by fucking going on welfare or fucking social programs.
Nobody's even
they
on
work
welfare
their
anymore.
balls
No
off.
one's on welfare no more. Welfare doesn't even exist.
WIC cards, whatever the fuck you want to call them.
It's fucking food, you goddamn gruesome motherfucker. You just help some guy no one gives a fuck about not kill himself. Can a nigga get a sandwich?
Good. Work for the motherfucking
Fucking
sandwich.
asshole.
Work for the
Jesus
sandwich.
Christ.
Work
What the
for
fuck
it.
is wrong with you?
Work.
Dude, look
Get
at,
a fucking job for the sandwich.
if some people look like the gas situation, okay, Anthony, for real, doesn't affect you. From $80 a gallon to $160. I mean, from $80 to fill up your truck
Yeah.
to $120 to fill up your truck.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything to you. Doesn't mean anything to Norton, maybe. Doesn't mean anything to me, maybe. Maybe it's like, I can afford that. But there's motherfuckers out there, dude, that are extra $50 a day for extra $50 to fill up your tank. It's not that they're begging or anything else, man.
You think
It's
I'm
like
against low gas prices? Where the fuck did this come from?
Not low gas prices, but the fact that the gas prices aren't going to lower because it's a private sector. I mean, the oil doesn't owe us anything. That's the thing about the oil thing. It's like if you're on crack and the motherfucker goes, you know what? Instead of $10, it's going to be $20. Deal with it, motherfucker. Now, that's what the oil companies are doing. Why do we need breaks? Now it's the private sector. They're fucking everybody. But as people, as humans, it's like somebody, just because they need help doesn't mean they're begging for help. It means you need some fucking help from your country. This country will ask you to go to war and ask you to do a lot of things for it. If you say anything wrong about it, you're not a fucking American. All this shit pressure this country places on you, and it can't help a motherfucker get a sandwich.
I got a quarterly tax bill on my counter right now that is due on the 15th. You fucking look at that thing and tell me I'm not doing enough? Fuck yourself.
I don't know what you make.
I'm doing plenty, motherfucker.
I don't know what you make.
I'm doing plenty.
I don't know if I should be caring about the fact that you want to buy another Shelby.
I should be allowed to. I've made some of myself. Now, fuck me. Fuck me in my ass. I made some of myself. I achieved what's called the American dream. Fuck me in my ass now.
Not everybody who doesn't achieve the level that you achieve is a beggar or on welfare.
I'm not saying they are. But I'm doing my share. I don't want to do more.
Fucking please add.
I don't want to do more.
Can you please add poor white folks to it too? Because you give the insinuation that this is some old black shit. There's white people are in the same boat, and that's what I don't like. Is that this shit is really not a black and white thing. It's
black people make it black and white thing.
Well, because
they do. It's terrible.
Bring him in.
I don't know why.
Anthony, you are outnumbered today. DL Hughley.
Please. I know DL feels the same way I do. He don't want his tax money going up. Jesus Christ.
He'll agree with me, first of all, because he's black. Second of all...
Man, y'all about your own audience.
Yeah.
Either this or it's a methadone clinic. What is this, man?
Yeah, on Fridays we kind of do the live audience
what's
thing,
happening, man?
Friday's the day to come by and check out the show live.
Oh, man.
What's up, DL?
What did I miss?
We're arguing about
just in a heated dispute about Obama and fucking taxes and social programs and my tax money going up for shit programs that don't work.
But you can't control what the government's going to do with your fucking tax money. So just it'll go where it goes.
I don't want it going up.
Well, how does DL fit? I mean, DL makes a lot of money.
Here it is. Reallocate where my fucking money that I'm paying already goes, and I'm fine with it. But that isn't what's going to happen.
But he's not guaranteeing that shit.
Wait.
My tax shit's going to go up.
What makes you say that? Because
there's got to be all kinds of social programs now that Obama's going to want to put in place.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
This is an honest question. Where our economy's failing, right?
Yeah,
tax revenues, are down, and nobody's making any money, right? So obviously, what we're doing hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So what is wrong with trying a new approach?
Because first of all, too much
give
money.
a nigga a chance.
Too
What the
much
fuck
money.
you gonna do?
There's too much money being spent on a fucking war.
Right.
That's the
That
problem.
he's gonna
That's
get
a
out
huge
of.
No, he's not
problem.
gonna get out of it. He's not.
Well,
gonna
he's gonna try to.
Here's the
Good
thing.
luck.
I really don't believe. I believe preachers, pimps, and politicians are really all the same motherfucker. They really are. Like anybody who makes their living off your hopes, your dreams, and your fears, really all the same guy. And this is a job application. This is the biggest job application. I don't know one motherfucker that tells the truth on a job application. When is the last time? You don't even tell the truth on your driver's license. What woman out there really weigh 112? Don't nobody do that. But I think that America has a tendency to pick symbols. They go, this is, like, to me, I worry that he's a symbol. Like, people go, look how far we've come. We elected
He is a symbol, though.
We ain't gonna change shit else. It's like Kmart, we changed the shine, but not the shit in it. That's what we,
that's why I just want a black president. That's why all that other horse shit that trying to find the fucking, like in Pennsylvania. See, this thing, white people always got to find a reason to not be racist. Like, you got to find a reason to just go, I ain't voting for this nigga. It's got to be some reason why
Pennsylvania
he can't bowl. But for them, it was like the nigga couldn't bowl. I don't trust a nigga that can't bowl.
In Pennsylvania and West Virginia, it's funny because in West Virginia, let me tell you, first off, a black dude with a cardboard sign asking for change in West Virginia. They're like, is he panhandling? I don't even know what he's doing. But in West Virginia and Ohio and West Virginia, Ohio, the Dakotas, even in Puerto Rico, you got to consider she was winning primaries by large numbers, even when they knew she couldn't win. 19% of Americans say I wouldn't vote for him no matter what. That's the 19% of Americans that come out and say it.
So how many people? How many? Here's the question. How many out of the 300 million white people you figure how many can?
It's not 300 million. White people.
There's 300 million white people in this country.
No.
Yeah.
300 million people.
No, 300 million goddamn white people.
Get the fuck out of here.
Go look at the fucking thing. I'm not going to just...
That's the whole population of the country.
No, it's not. You're saying a number, and I'm saying a number, and I'm wrong. Fuck that.
Maybe 200
now,
something. I don't think
let's
it's 200.
just say how many
That's more than that, Jim.
How many of those people do Obama need? How many white people do Obama need to fucking win the presidency? Fuck the racist ones that ain't going to vote for him or anyway, but the guilty, the white people that have white guilt, and the actual decent white people who go, all right, fuck that.
You're gonna get. I don't know. You're gonna get.
This is a great conversation. I missed it.
He's gonna get the Democratic vote.
No, not necessarily. What you think? It's no racist Democrats?
What?
Oh, there are racist Democrats.
That will say fuck that.
Well,
when
he's
they go in
having
the
a hard
curtain,
time connecting with the blue collar rural Democrats who grow.
Yeah.
For some reason, whenever people grow shit, they don't like black people. Like, and farmers and black people, farmers used to love us at one point. I don't know how we drifted apart.
This is great.
Because we're giving away all my tomatoes to WIC programs. We fucking asshole. Goddamn niggas getting my corn for free. It's awful.
But I think people are getting, like, to me, like politicians, I don't even know why you want to be, like, you guys lost the governor just because he hired a hooker. And I didn't even know that was and he wrote a check for a hooker, which I think is, like, that's pretty much a cash and carry business right there.
No write checks, no credit cards, right.
And then you replaced him with a black dude who's black, blind, admitted he had several affairs and did cocaine, so he's basically Ray Charles. Like, because when you blind, you can get away with anything. You mean that wasn't my wife?
That is true. You know, I think he gets away with a little more.
So I think politicians in general, it's, to me, America has a problem. Like, Congress's approval rating is down, but you ask everybody, do they love their congressman? And they do. And their senator.
DL, let me. It sounds like you're saying, and it sounds like you're saying Obama, and I agree with this on a level. You might not be saying this, but I'm not really into.
What does it sound like I'm saying?
It sounds like you're saying he ain't shit anyway because he's a politician,
right?
But I agree with it on that level. But the next level that I just want there I just want there to be a black president.
Well,
because you gotta get it out the way.
Watch what you want.
It's gotta get out the way. Okay, listen.
But I agree with
black
that.
Quarterback.
Patrice, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is the transcendent. What I don't like is any politician telling me how great things are going to be if he is in charge.
But you know it's not.
Point. But I will vote for him.
Jackie Robinson wasn't even the best black baseball player when he came. It's just like what happens is once he's the president, then black people, because black people really we're just one constituency. At least white people can be two things. You can be three things. White, you can be Democrat or Republican. Black people on this thing. We got to be black.
You can be black, a Democrat, or an Uncle Tom.
No.
It's pretty much if you're a Republican.
But basically, we got to be black on this issue so that then we can be cut in half. because like there's enough black mayors for a black person to not have to vote for a mayor because he's black.
Right.
You gotta vote for the black president because he's black.
'Cause you're black.
Just to get this as something that, just like black quarterbacks, there's enough black quarterbacks where a white person can go, this motherfucker sucks.
Without
being a
sounding like
racist. So you can't go Obama sucks, but you can go to mayor of Detroit sucks.
Well, no, here's what you could do. I think that, just for me, I have a pragmatic kind of view. I don't believe that politicians by nature are good people. I think that they...
No, these
and
are
so
exactly, I
and
agree
he
with that.
to me is one of them. And he to me is one of them. I hate when everybody I hate that everybody's acting like he's not Jesus. He is a politician.
Yes.
And so I keep politicians, at bay. I vote for the person that's going to fuck over
come
the
on
least.
now.
I do
You
not
alive.
believe-
You are alive with possibly fuck all the logistics of politics, man. You may be alive, and if he's a fucked up guy. At least he's a black fucked up guy.
That's
We
okay, I get
need
the-
to see a black president.
I want to see a black president.
We
my
got
point
to wanna
is,
see
my
that.
point is, what I don't want is for anybody to confuse the fact. Of course, I'll vote for him because I believe he's the best of what we have. But I don't place any politician in high esteem. He's the best of what we have, and I think that is an America. I think the problem in America is that we don't ever hold these people accountable. We kind of go, "I'll vote for you because of this. I'll vote for you because you can make all the promises you want, but you ain't ever got to keep them because of this." The bottom line: this country is in the shape that it's in because people make dumb decisions.
Right.
And they
And
constantly
he
make
may
dumb
make
decisions
some.
for all dumb I'm not saying him. I'm talking about as a nation.
And
we all
right.
make because it's basically a dude who's half black run against a dude who's half dead.
Let me ask
So
you this.
it ain't
Let me ask you this.
It ain't really a hard
if
choice.
you thought, right, and this is as a black man, this is one of those questions, and I'm not one of these motherfuckers go, oh, you're this or that because you. I'm just asking if you thought McCain was really a better candidate.
But I couldn't think that.
I'm saying his politics. If you weighed each of their politics, Obama or McCain, if you
Right.
weighed it out and you go, fuck, McCain stands for more things. I'm being hypothetical.
Right.
McCain stands for more things that I stand for. Would you vote
Yes.
McCain?
If I vote,
I wouldn't, motherfucker.
If I believe in somebody,
Fuck that.
I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm never gonna do. I'm never gonna be somebody else for the. I think that for the sake of expediency, like I think we do too many things because we get caught up in the stream and go. I would vote for
I
a
agree.
guy who I believed in, regardless of what. I don't believe in McCain. I don't believe in the Republican Party.
Right.
So that
I'm
there's
just
no
being
problem for me.
hypothetical in
but
terms
it ain't no
of-
hypothetical for me. I'm gonna vote what I want, regardless
Patrice-
of what. I don't hold
But
the
how about
party
you?
line.
He's being racist.
I do
You're,
whatever.
you're being completely
yes,
racist.
man.
Okay.
But-
I
and
know
nothing
it
wrong
sounds
with that.
great. I just want their look. I don't think the motherfucker's going to change nothing. I don't think it's going
Right.
to be the black dawn of anything.
Let me tell you,
I don't-
Whitey's point of view on this whole thing, though, is, and it's just what I said, black president, all bets are going to be off. And this is Whitey's
But
point
that-
of view.
that
They're
should
good,
happen, though.
every white guy is going to say now, look, there's a black fucking president.
Shut the fuck
so
up.
Shut
Yeah.
the fuck up.
Yeah.
No shit. I'm not
gotta be
shitting
out of
you.
your fucking mind.
This
That is gonna happen.
this motherfucker got to the presidency of the United
Right.
States. So can you. All bets are off.
Right.
Go fuck yourself.
Right.
That's what
What,
Whitey's going to say.
pick your bootstraps up. Look, I'm
Yes,
not-
pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
You're gonna
go
say
to school, whatever the fuck it takes.
white
Whatever he
people-
did to get into that office, you
White
can fucking
people
do now.
invent
You transcended
anything.
racism.
You invent anything.
What?
To make it comfortable for white folks. This is my thing. I don't want to hear black. This is what I'm saying about black people. We get into this thing where we try to be as diplomatic as you when we're talking. In terms of, okay, look, this, that, and the third, in terms of, the viewpoint. And I'm saying, dude, I just want there to be a black president just as a symbol, as a symbol of pride. It's not that we've overcome, but it is that a little
That
bit.
is, but
you feel like fuck, and this is a black president.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm gonna tell you this. I agree that what you're saying is right, but I agree also that the minute that he gets in office, they are gonna say, "Hey, man, you don't need affirmative action no more. We no reparations. I'd rather cut one check than 33 million." And I think that you can't have it both ways. You gotta
Right.
you gotta say, you know what, this is what I want, this is what I signed up for. Me personally, I believe that he is better than McCain because I think he is a more worldly person. Like he doesn't have as myopic a view as McCain does.
How about
But
Armstrong Williams or say a Clarence Thomas was
They the
running
same
against
guy to me.
running against McCain?
Then I vote for McCain. If it was Armstrong Williams and they the same guy. They're the same guy. To me, look, this is what I've always tried to do. I speak my mind. I ain't got no coalition. I'm gonna tell you what I think.
Right.
I believe Obama is clearly better than John McCain. I believe that. So,
and you do too, right?
Right.
A lot of people do. No, I don't like. No, me. I don't like Obama's stance on a lot. He's too liberal for me. I'm not a liberal guy. I like fucking guns.
And here's what I like. Guns. Here's what I'm offering to you. This is what I'm saying in terms of this.
I like dope,
this whole
gun.
thing.
Everything, right, bitches?
I'm offering you.
Then you like, what's the difference? you can shoot a bitch white.
Anthony just doesn't want to look at that face behind the podium at the White House.
Exactly.
Like the
Come
MFA
on.
won.
Exactly.
I think
that is not.
here's
Here's what I'm offering you, Anthony. On this, I'm offering you the black presidency now, so that when you make any statement based not on color, as you claim, quote unquote, signs,
sure,
then I could possibly go with you
without thinking that I'm speaking purely.
But right
racist.
now, right? Somebody said, "What if a white person said I'm only going to vote for him because he's white? Would that be if there had only been black presidents?" Then if a white person said, boy, I want to see a white president, would I understand?
Yeah.
The fact is, our commander-in-chief has been nothing but old white guys. If Hillary had went through, I would rather see, just to see a woman president, then you can go, I don't like his politics, and I can go, fair enough. Just like if you go, I don't like Donovan McNabb, if there was only one black quarterback ever, I'll go, you fucking racist. But there's a lot. They broke ground. Now you cannot like a black guy without that. You're not allowed to dislike Barack Obama right now. He's the first black president.
Yeah, because the second you say,
what you're saying is that no matter, honestly, how shitty you thought he was, no matter how. So if it was between Armstrong Williams and John McCain, you still pick Armstrong because he was black?
As painful as that is.
I couldn't do it.
I'd go. It would just be too enormous for me.
You just want an icebreaker. You want an icebreaker.
I'd vote Colin Powell. This is another thing, too. This is what I'm saying. How come Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice aren't black leaders? How come only motherfuckers y'all don't like are our leaders? You understand?
Wait. Because black community, they live with Uncle Tom.
We don't
Uncle Tom's.
appoint our fucking leaders. You do.
You
White
follow them
people
when they
do.
march. Yes, you do. Farrakhan and Sharpton. No, when is the last time Condoleezza Rice and Colin Powell gathered people?
But they're black
No, I know
and
that,
their
but I'm just saying,
lead.
that's
Why
Because
aren't
Colin
they black
Powell,
leaders?
because
You don't see them
Colin
on the news
Powell
with people
didn't
behind them. That's
come
what I'm saying.
out
That's what it is.
and march like a Reverend Al would.
I don't know one black person
listens
that
to
thinks Reverend Al is a leader.
Right.
I don't.
Really?
I don't. I personally don't know one person.
Reverend Al does.
Looks at, but he thinks I think leaders don't appoint themselves. That just kind of happens. I think that I can respect Condoleezza. I don't agree with her views. I respect what she's done. I respect what Colin Powell has done. Like you can't have.
Now,
it both ways.
would you vote for Colin Powell?
I would vote for Colin Powell because I think that he's a bright, worldly man who actually understands.
Would you vote for Condoleezza Rice?
I couldn't see voting for Condoleezza Rice. I couldn't see it. I couldn't
This
see
is
it.
why
I couldn't see it. I could not see it.
And this is why it has to be
But see, you
a
saying-
fucking black president, so that you can
Patrice, I
racism will
understand.
still be there. But at least I can listen to you.
I understand what you're saying.
I just need it. I needed to have
Patrice
it.
wants to vote for someone based on the color of their skin and not the content of their character. I love the way you think.
You motherfucker.
Who the fuck
Did you
said
just
that?
steal
Wait,
from a
wait
black
minute.
man?
Who just said that? Oh, fuck. Wait a minute.
Don't be doing white tricks with me using.
I'm using Jedi. What the fuck am I, Obi-Wan?
But you know the funny
That's not what you can do for your country.
It's no question to me that Barack Obama is clearly more of my mindset than McCain. If he were
now,
not,
what's his politics?
If he were not, I would not have. If he were not, I wouldn't have a problem not voting for him.
What's his politics that would go? Okay, I'm voting for him because of his politics.
Here's why I'm voting for him. because I think that he at least has a more worldly view. He's not as myopic, and he's not as connected to one mindset. Like McCain in 2000, I loved McCain. I thought he was a smart, independent, kind of independent thinker, and who did his own kind of thing. And he was a maverick. I bought that thing.
But is he really myopic though? I mean, he's pretty like a conservative. He's like a pretty liberal Republican. He's against torture. Like a lot of the things that the conservatives.
No shit, he's against torture.
But the way
as opposed to what?
Yeah.
A lot of them go with whatever the CIA
but he did.
Well, Weem is against plungers too.
McCain started pandering to the religious right as soon as he got in trouble. Like, he started pandering to the religious right as soon as he got in trouble. If he believes what he believes, that's fine. I personally believe Barack Obama.
Who did pander, by the way, when he dropped out of his own church.
I do not. Let me get this straight. I think, and I'm a.
You think he was more qualified than Hillary?
I think everybody lies on their job application. I don't think he was any more or less qualified than her. But I would have been happy with either one. I don't have to hate her to love him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to go, ooh, she's so. I didn't have to have, I didn't have to go, ooh, she's terrible, he's great. I think I hold all politicians in fairly low esteem.
I guarantee
he just is better
women,
to me than her.
Women would have voted. And here's the cutoff. This is the weird thing.
McCain.
The strange thing is, okay, women would have had to choose. Like, okay, if you're a black woman, you would have to choose Obama, like either your color or your gender or whatever that case may be. If Hillary had made it to the primary, if she had made it through as a candidate, I'd have voted for her because she's a woman.
That would never do that. I would never do that.
I just would have to, man.
I would. You know what? This is so fucking.
It happened to be, and the fact that they were Democrats made it easier. If they were Republican, it would have been.
I'm telling you, I don't believe people died in March and went through all the bullshit they go through, so I could hold some bullshit line in my head. People have to earn my respect, just like I got to go out there and earn respect from people. If I don't respect the motherfucker, I'm not voting for him. I don't give a shit what they got next to their name, who they are, what their gender is. And I think that it's that mindset. It's that mindset that got people. People voted for George Bush clearly because they went, I want a guy who talks like me. I want a guy who I want a guy who's just as dumb as I am.
Jackie Robinson was known not to be the best. Not even the 10 top black players was Jackie Robinson known to be. He was just that nigga, which is Obama. He's that nigga. He got a white
exactly what you said, Anthony.
meaning he does all the things. Jesus. All the things that a black guy has to do to make white people feel comfortable.
That's what
he's that guy.
My problem is I don't like people. When white people like something, I tend to go, wow, why do they like them? It's like,
a little suspicious.
Honestly, I kind of go, wow.
I'm with you, but I'm saying Jackie Robinson had to get in. He just had to get in.
We're talking apples and oranges. One is a baseball team, which is purely for entertainment. Another guy's going to be ruling the fucking world.
I wouldn't say. And how much of the world is he going to be ruling? How powerful is the president?
I think
the president of the fucking United States.
He's a fucking symbol.
not as powerful as a lot of people like to think or think, but pretty fucking powerful.
Somebody can tell him to go fuck himself. Like, he has to get things voted on. He can't just make rules.
Let me tell you something. George Bush was powerful enough to have a fucking war going on over in Iraq.
He had the backing of the country.
No shit. How did he get
9/11.
that? How did he get that?
But he duped Congress into giving him all the power. It's
pretty powerful, isn't it?
That's not power.
Whatever he did was his fucking power.
It was emotions from the country.
Which means how
at
is
the
that
time.
not power?
That's not fucking power.
That is power.
That's manipulation.
Yeah. Pussy is power.
Is manipulation power?
Yes.
No, you're wrong.
It is.
He has veto power.
Fair enough.
He has veto power. The president can veto almost anything.
He can say no, but he can't say yes.
He can veto.
He can't just make rules.
He fucking
But he
got
did, but it was based on
Colin
us.
Powell
it was based on
and
that
everyone
feeling.
else.
Based on our ignorance and fear.
Right.
Thank
and
you.
I'm going to say the same thing again.
Thank you.
Never will I ever give my vote to somebody just because somebody tells me. I'll never be pressured to think like anybody else.
What's your gut feeling on Barack?
I believe, honestly.
Your gut.
I don't
Fuck
know
all the
him.
politics.
I don't
gut.
know him.
You don't know
I don't know him. I don't know McCain either, so I'll take the lesser.
That basically you're saying what I'm saying, Dio.
No. What you're saying is you would vote for the black person in any circumstances. What I'm saying
Armstrong
is,
Williams and all that shit is a tough one, though. Those are tough names. I know. Just to test myself.
How fucked up? This is my thing. How fucked up are you? This is the indictment of George Bush's presidency. How fucked up president are you when the option is we're gonna vote for the black guy? That's when they go, we want the black guy. Your library is gonna be.
He really fucked up.
Oh my God. But I have never believed. I've never believed, and there are matters when I believe race is the issue. If you ask me what I think on any number of things, but I will never vote for somebody just because they were a woman or they lived in my neighborhood or they were this or they were that. You don't come to me just having respect just because you walk up to me. I have.
You
to
think
know
you'd be
you.
Emotional if he gets voted president?
Sure I will. To see a black man go through the struggles that he's gone through and the stuff that he's gone through, but I've never seen here's my thing. I've never seen a person so lauded and so it scares me that people are putting you would think Jesus is here and he's a politician.
But could he possibly be the dude, let's say underneath all of that was Farrakhan Jr.
Okay.
Could he really, let's say if Farrakhan was the president, could he really do what white people are afraid he might do? Could he really?
Well, as a newly patrioted French person, I wouldn't know.
I want to see a split screen of Obama getting inducted and just see like Patrice and Anthony both crying for completely different reasons.
But I tell you this,
it'll be like the OJ verdict.
Just like the OJ verdict. Right. At the time, I believed OJ was innocent when I watched it. Now, hey, it's true. I believe it's innocent. Wow. Now, seeing it now, I go, wow, that motherfucker did it.
After that book, If I Killed the Bitch, when he wrote a book called If I Killed the Bitch, and this is what I would have done.
I wouldn't have a problem saying out loud, I believe he did it. But I didn't when I watched the trial. It's very emotional for me. I just kind of went, oh man, they fucking went.
That's so odd. That proves there's a whole different way of looking. Because I looked at that trial and just said he's guilty. Totally guilty.
You're politically savvy, man. You're a savvy guy. You're a savvy guy. Now, but I'm saying, you've never been racially. Things weren't racially motivated in terms of in your life, like the OJ verdict. Look,
sure, it was.
Things are racially motivated, man. You gotta have this thing. I'm just gonna take that lowest road, if you want to call it, where I'm like, fuck that, man. I want to see the black president because we've lived through some this nigga that's the president now, this goofy motherfucker that's got us in the war. Could he be worse than him?
No.
Come the fuck on, man.
Yeah,
I want to see it. I want to see the black president.
But that's
it.
I want to see. I'm going we get into the same conclusion. On you taking the 405 and I'm taking the 6. I believe that he's the best candidate we have now, and I believe that he is better suited for the gig than McCain. Probably because he'll live through the inauguration, but I'm not sure McCain would live through the swearing in. But I would never, me personally, vote for like OJ. I had to believe he was innocent. I had to really believe it, and for whatever reason. And when I learned, when I looked at other things, I went, maybe it isn't what I thought it was. I have no problem admitting whether I'm wrong or right. Race plays a part in a lot of things I do. But as far as me voting for somebody, or as far as me looking at a situation objectively, I just try to be as human as possible.
Do you think that the people that fought in the civil rights movement, Jim Crow days and all that, do you think, that they would be happy if he became the president just because he was black?
I think of course. Sure.
So why? I don't.
Well, you asking me. That's apples and oranges. I'm not giving anybody anything just because they're anything. Is my point. Nobody ever gave me one thing because I was anything. So I would never give that. He walks the same earth I do, puts on his pants the same way I do. I got to go out and earn respect. He got to earn respect.
We do agree.
He has done
fuck
it. Fuck
him on some level like he's the Messiah.
Yeah, fuck all that.
I'm only talking about a symbol, and not a symbol. It's a symbol of it might even, like, I always picture, like, niggas stop shooting each other because the black president. Like,
All right, why not? Wouldn't
like,
that be nice?
But I'm saying, if he's the black president, it's like, let's just make him proud. Let's be right. Maybe it'll righten us up just because he's the black president.
You can't have it both ways. Here's what I believe. I believe that if he is president and we don't as a people kind of go, that is our cue to elevate ourselves. That is our cue. If this dude came from Indonesia, Hawaii, Kansas, I don't even know where he's from. So I couldn't, like this dude, the last time I saw a dude from that many places, he was running from the police. But, but if he has found a way to connect with America that way, then it is in us all. And you know what? When they take everything away, because that's what's going to happen. Everybody's going to say, you know what? If this cat can do it, all you guys can do it. Now it's a level playing field. We're giving you, this guy's elevated from nothing to the highest position in the world. I think that it is a challenge that we have to kind of accept. We have to kind of go, you know what? The game has changed, but you can't have it both ways.
But he got to be the president.
You can't say, I want him to be president and I still want all this other shit. Because you're going to give something up to get. You got to give to get. And I really believe that in this situation, there is not a more, and I don't respond to him because he's a speaker, because I think all politicians speak. I think that he's clearly the more qualified candidate. If I didn't think it, two things. I wouldn't have a problem saying it, and I wouldn't have a problem not voting for him. I would never vote for somebody just because somebody said that. I don't go to meetings where people go, hey, man, this is the way we feel about this. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I ain't part of the collective. Just like when people feel a certain way about like all the bullshit that people get into about how you should speak and what you should think is funny. True that. Ain't no collective for me.
But you got to understand now that there is an outside effect in terms of, okay, black people aren't really, the toughest thing I think to being black as you're younger is to be individual, is to say, this is what I think, fuck the other shit. And really, I'm saying what I think, because I know there's a lot of black people who are like, fuck that, I'm not even voting for him now. You know, I'm not going to vote for him because he's black. Fuck him. I don't like him or whatever. His stance on abortion is this, that. I'm saying, dude, it's bigger. It's so big because, you know, watching Roots and just feeling how I felt watching Roots, feeling how I felt watching Rosewood, just the basic instinct of anger you have towards white people on a general basis. It's hard for me to just be in here sometimes and just be your friend
and listen to my shit.
And just because you're white, there is a natural instinct not to like white folks.
You know what's so odd?
I just want to just
go. But you know what? I look at Patrice and go, I don't even think of you as a black guy. And this is the God's honest truth. I don't look at you.
Think he was a black guy?
And yet, if you're walking down the street, I'd fucking be on the other side of the street in a second.
But see, that's why I understand. I understand that shit. It's like, you know,
but
me and
knowing
Lord
you
would never be friends outside of the fact that we're friends. I wouldn't bump into him in the street or whatever. There is I just would love to feel something that I know I've never really felt before. Externally,
but that's different though, Patrice. That's a sense of that's different. I want to see a black president. I get it, but I would never vote for somebody just because they were anything. And you said something that was absolutely true. The hardest thing for a black person to do is to be an individual. Is to say, this is how I feel. This is and
Michael Vick, dude. I fucking hated that motherfucker for that. But people, you know, you get a preponderance of the media where black people go, nigga, black people don't give a fuck about no dogs. Right. And I'm like, I love dogs.
Me too. But I didn't. That's nuance for me. Like with the whole Don Amos thing. I thought it was a dumb joke, and I thought it was, you know, I don't think what I do is I go, how the fuck do I feel? I don't go on the Black America website. I don't go.
That's a hard thing to do. I do that too. It's very fucking difficult. When I was defending Don Imus, right? I'm telling you, and it's not even motherfuckers are MySpacing. Yeah. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Did you just call me Uncle fucking Tom? I'm here defending any black. That's why I called DL. Yeah. Which I love this too. This is a great story. Which made me start calling people from a block number. I reached out. I found this motherfucker to get me to call. He called me from a block number and didn't give me his fucking phone number.
I'm sorry.
No, but I'm saying that made me. You know what I did? No.
Giving you my number.
You know, and I said to myself, I go, you know, I'm doing that shit too. Niggas ain't gonna have my motherfucking number.
You know what I teach? This is the truth.
What a great statement about career positions.
I'm gonna tell you this. This is what I teach my son particularly. Man, when a man stands by himself, like it ain't never like my father said. You came in this world, you're probably gonna die alone. You can go out of the world alone. Man, being an individual and having your own mindset and understanding how you feel is the ultimate responsibility, and it's the ultimate freedom. To me, I want my son, if he's nothing else, to be human and to literally look at the situation.
Bravo.
And no, but not the grandstand. And to give no man respect he hasn't earned simply because he's anything. Simply because he's an athlete. Simply because he did. You give any human being a certain amount of respect. Just for me personally, I don't look at what people tell me. I look at what they do.
But look, there's something deeper about black people's illness in terms of this. Like, this is what you don't.
Is this BET radio?
Yeah.
You know, people get down and goes, what are these motherfuckers doing?
You know, there's some truckers driving off of fucking real quick,
screaming at the radio. Why aren't you guys saying anything today?
Let the two niggas fight it out.
All this oogly boogly talk. Why don't they just play bongos?
Help us. They've hijacked our show.
We're too
scared to talk.
First they're the president, now they're taking over the Oprah Anthony show.
Hey, Patrice, by the way, there's 304.
And give me some chicken.
There's 304 million people in the United States, and there's 243 million whites and just under 40 million blacks.
You know, white people come up with
Wait
facts.
a minute. So is how many people in this country?
We'll go on the website and you said this then.
There's 304 million people in this country.
Yeah, you said there's 300 million
200 and what?
43.
43 million
whites
and 40 million blacks?
Yes.
There's only 20 more million other motherfuckers here? Chinese,
Well, you
Puerto
gotta count
Ricans,
some
Mexicans?
Spanish people that are black that they don't know.
Are you serious?
That's what they're saying.
That's wrong.
That's what they're saying.
You can't say that's wrong.
I'm saying that's fucking wrong. There's no more fucking goddamn Puerto Ricans and Mexicans in this country than us.
Puerto Ricans are just niggas who can swim. That's all they are. They're the same thing.
They count as all the same shit.
No, these
They're
are
the same thing.
This is probably
Mexicans are just niggas with good hair. It's the same thing.
What is that from 01?
July 2008.
2008. The government website.
This is what's going to be estimated next month when they put the numbers out. But I mean, these are citizens, obviously. This isn't the illegals.
Got some
and all
backing.
that. Why don't we take a?
Oh, you know what? You're not counting illegals. You're right.
Why don't we take a break? We got DL Hughley in studio. Dude, I can't get the passion up to talk politics. I just can't.
It's not even a politics thing.
No, this is all just human thing. I like the
deeper than
point
politics.
that DL said, and being an individual is probably the most
Well, he said it
important
first,
thing.
but you said it first.
No, because Patrice is saying he's.
Oh no! Wait! Before you finish, my brain is fried.
Okay.
So I wanted to say something real quick
You
about.
never say anything real quick.
All right. Fucking. Let me say something. I'm gonna try to say something real quick.
Go.
They understand. Trust me.
Is when that's the one thing about when we do something, when we do something,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you people, we have to defend every black dude. That's the thing. We don't. We don't. I know what you're saying. We don't, but I'm saying externally we don't. But internally, for some reason, when a nigga fucks up, all of the black people got to go, oh, we got to make an excuse. I don't, and you don't. But as a whole group, you know what I'm saying? But white people, when white people fuck up, that white person fucked up, not the whole as a whole. You get to enjoy being an individual.
Right. You're right, because as white people,
even without the pressure externally of going, there's never white pride. It's never open white pride. It's,
because people...
You can't. Holy shit, you can't fucking... I would love to march down the street. Hey, Whitey.
Well,
you
could do it if it wasn't a
If I was
burner behind you.
Well, that's true.
But I just... You know what it is?
If I wasn't half Sicilian, too.
And by the way, we do have white pride. Every time we see each other in the supermarket, we'll look at pasteurized milk, just kind of winking at each other. With a light bulb.
Open heart surgery. Oh, we did that.
Did you really?
You know what to me is this.
Oh, they would
everybody
One was
always,
helping.
everybody always asks you, like, I always get, like, even when I came in for the first time, I can never tell you how black people feel. We're a whole race of people that got, how can you talk for one race of people that got Flavor Flav and Colin Powell?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How does one dude encapsulate all of that? All you can ever do is speak, and I hate people. Anybody who doesn't speak their own mind, who goes with the collective, is a fucking sheep. That's all you are. All you doing is what somebody told you. You might as well be a fucking robot. I get it. I understand. That's easier to do. I understand.
That's why I hate the party line shit. Like, why? If I'm a Republican, why do I have to be against women getting abortions? But that's
unless they're mine.
Yeah.
They gotta get
like, I'm a fucking huge Second Amendment guy. But I'm also for a woman's right to choose. I'm insane then as a fucking Republican.
But my thing is that I just became a Democrat 2 years ago. I was an independent for all of years because I never even liked the kind. I like to pick. I like guns. I think.
Well,
that women should
let me
have the
tell you
right.
something. Guns. Now that's against your party.
No, it ain't.
For the most part.
No, it's but look here. I dig guns. I dig abortion. I think weed should be legal. I think that we are too fiscally irresponsible. I think that I think that
you want less government in your life?
I want a lot less government in my life. I think that religion is encroaching too much in government. So what I've done is tell you how I feel. I don't go, what does the D say or what does the R say? I tell you how I feel.
But most of the people in these parties that you're forced pretty much to vote for
because they fucking
run
sheep.
Right along the party line. So who the fuck are you going to vote for?
But even like when everybody's having
the
the primary
black president. I got all that confusion out, motherfucker. The black president.
Even when
party
everybody was
line,
having
my
the
left
primaries,
ball, nigga.
When they was having the primaries, I don't think that America responds to ethereal talk. I think that America people always, we're not gonna respond to the politics of fear. Your whole fucking life is fear. Your mother says do this or that'll happen. This job says either do this or I'll fire you. Religion says do this or you going to hell. Fear runs us all. The bottom line to me is I think that America gets what it wants, and it always makes poor decisions because it's generally ill-informed and makes decisions based on all kind of bullshit that doesn't. It's 50 million Americans don't have health care. You ask the average person, do they think you should have health care? They go, yeah, you should have it. You say socialized medicine, and they go, fuck you. I'm not paying for it.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think you should die in this country. I don't care if you're lazy or whatever. I was just in Edmonton, Alberta. They have the best economy in the north.
Whoa, motherfucker! Why wasn't there an interruption there, Jack?
Because I'm waiting to talk about how Senator Kennedy and his
you
brain
hate this
tumor.
fucking healthcare
And
thing.
if we had socialized medicine like Senator Kennedy wanted, he would still have that fucking orange in his head.
Why is that?
Because you don't fucking step up to a hospital, get the best doctor, and say, "Hey, take the tumor out of my head." You wait on a fucking list. You sit and wait for a fucking doctor. You're not getting the best doctor.
So you should
and
get-
that's
you should
socialized
get-
fucking
you should
medicine.
get-
But he's a rich motherfucker, and he was able to get whatever he wants.
But the
and
point
that's
is-
America. You're not. Why the fuck did this country turn into
Let me ask you
something
something.
where everyone's entitled to something
Let me ask you
instead
something.
of working
Let me
up
ask you
to
something.
it?
Because we
Working
have
up to
do two
getting the
things.
brain
We gotta
tumor
do two
removed from your
things.
head?
One is
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I know
that's spoiled.
We gotta,
Exactly. He is a spoiled bastard.
We have to do two things. If we're not going to be the America we espouse, then let's be Russia. Let's be as shitty as we think as we say that. But we're gonna put God in our Constitution, and we're gonna act like we're a Judeo-Christian society, and we're a Judeo-Christian society, and we are a nation of laws and rules, and we're a nation of human rights and dignity. A human being should never die because they're poor. I don't give a fuck why they are.
Anyone can go into the fucking hospital. You go to the emergency room. Some people are going to get shitty care. Some
Anthony,
people are going to get good care. Hold
did
on.
you just hear that point?
I did.
Did you used to be poor?
Yes.
Do you think you should have been dead if you couldn't afford to live?
If you know something, if I was fucked up when I was poor, then I'd be dead. That's the fucking
No,
country
that's
we
not.
live
I
in.
asked you, do you think you should be dead because you couldn't afford to be alive?
No, but in certain circumstances, that's just the way
We
this
are a
fucking
country
is.
that fights to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we fight to have prayer in school. We fight to have prayer in school.
Right.
We fight to bring God in
That's
our
based
lives.
on this
But
puritanical bullshit
but I'm
that
saying-
started hundreds of years ago.
But I'm saying, if you are going to put God in your life and talk about how you love Jesus and how we're a Christian society, the very tenet of Jesus, regardless of what people think, is that you love the poor and the sick. Yeah. That's what you do. Now, if you're going to take Jesus out, we're going to be a country that is just kind of a pluralistic country. We don't give a fuck about anything. That's fine. But if you're going to talk about how much you love Jesus, then and how much how you can't be president unless you do. You can't literally be president of the United States of America unless you go to church and kill convicts.
Well, you know,
you can't. Obama pretty soon is gonna have to shoot something.
Well, your personal fucking
He literally
religion,
gonna
your
have to shoot
personal shit, as far as religion goes, isn't supposed to. And you said isn't supposed to encroach in on the
it does.
government, but it does. But it's not supposed to. It's written there. Separation
Well,
of
we're not
church and
supposed
state.
to pay taxes, but we do.
Exactly. That I don't like that either.
Okay,
but the thing is,
you just a fucking. You're poor, rich trash. Like you're rich,
hysterical, Patrice.
You're just a piece
You're
of
not a-
garbage, but you're a millionaire.
Let me just say this.
Fucking bastards.
When did this country become the country where everyone's entitled to the same fucking thing? There are poor
No, that's
people.
different.
There are rich people.
That's
Hold on,
different.
hold on. There are poor people and there are rich people in this country. It's what this country's based on. If you're lucky and you make something yourself, you have some skill, whatever the fuck it is. Listen to you laugh.
No, I'm
This
laughing.
is what America is
No,
made
I'm
for.
laughing
Some
at-
people fall on their ass and fucking get nowhere,
I'm
and
laughing
others.
because there's
You
a
think
lot
America's
of
built on that?
ass-falling people that are
That's
listening
what
to
this
this
whole
show
fucking
right now.
country was based on.
No, the country was built.
It wasn't based to come here because we're going to
No.
give you what the fuck you want.
This country was based.
Wasn't a guarantee.
on exploiting. It really was. It was based on
Black
first
labor.
It was black labor.
Free black
then it was
labor.
Italians. Then it was Africans. Now it's the Mexicans. It's that new term. They the new niggas. But the bottom line is, this country was based on exploiting somebody and getting rich from it. That's what happened. Now it is becoming a place where people have felt bad about their past and are trying to right a lot of the wrongs of the past. So a lot of things that wouldn't have happened have.
White guilt.
But if we are going to be a country where every time I turn around, some politician is saying we are the moral authority in the world, and right after that a commercial will come on for Girls Gone Wild. If we're going to be a moral authority, if we're going to constantly talk about Jesus and constantly talk about element, like the country now talking about change, we need to change the 2 minute. We are the we've been waiting for. It's changing the tone of the country. Then you have to accept all. Just like I told him, you have to accept all that comes along with when Obama's. You have to accept the fact that this country is going to have to do some of the things it actually espouses.
So people
It really
are
is.
so then everyone is entitled. By just being an American, you're entitled to certain things, whether you work for them or not, whether you're
I don't think you should
lucky
die.
enough to have.
I don't think you should. I don't think any human being. I think that we place such a value on. We love money so much in this country. We put God on our money, so we can have everything in the same space. But to me, I just am from a human standpoint. I just don't believe that your care should be better than some people because you can afford it. So,
Everybody should eat. Everybody should eat because if you don't eat, you'll be dead.
Yeah.
So
Or
if
you'll
everybody
steal from
can't
somebody.
eat, you're just dead. Some motherfuckers they don't have enough food to fucking eat.
Why?
What? Because they're lazy pieces of shit.
No, I don't know. I'm asking you why.
Because fucking look, man, motherfuckers. Look, man, some people can't look. When I grew up, we was on welfare. Yeah. But I'm gonna be quite honest, my mother was stealing it.
So was I.
Listen to me, my mother was stealing it.
So was mine.
But okay, she wasn't stealing it, and I was walking around with the brand new Nike. She was stealing it, working and on welfare.
Yup.
Just to get a little bit more, just some food, some extra fucking food. Cause to eat right, a fucking fish, one fish, $75 a pound. A whole pig,
What the fuck is
a
in the
dime.
fish?
You know what I'm saying? Like you can eat a whole fucking pig for nothing and die, or you can try to eat right and lettuce is this expensive, or fish is that expensive, or fucking something that's not gonna give you a fucking heart attack costs more money than the average thing. It's fucked up. You can come out of your goddamn Shelby money and fucking give me a piece of corn.
Where does it fucking have to stop then? Do we all have to equal out?
No, man.
That's communism, man.
Thank you. Thanks for saying it then,
But you know
Patrice.
what's funny to me?
Thanks for saying
when
it.
I grew up, I remember being my mother having to, because when you go on, we used to get lunch tickets. And I remember watching my mother made him fill out the thing so she can get a little extra. And I watched my father cry And I said, I never understood, but he hated the fact that he had to subjugate himself to get a little extra. That taught me something. I'm always going to. I believe that I'm going to be as human as possible. Of course, if you work hard, there's some lazy motherfuckers out there that don't deserve, to live in a great
Nothing
house.
right.
I'm not saying that. You shouldn't die. Like the mortgage crisis. Here's the thing we do. Who thought it was a good idea to give a motherfucker making $335 an hour $1 million home loan?
Exactly.
Like, who thought that?
But who's the dumb motherfucker that looks at his budget and decides he's going to get that house?
Then we do this. That's fine. I get that. We'll bail out the bank that made the predatory loans, but not the people that took them. We'll bail out railroads that are shitty business model, but not the people that ride them. We'll bail out the airline industry. Like after 9/11, we gave them billions of dollars, and they're a shitty business model, and now 7 of those people are going, we'll give corporations chances that we never give human beings. That's my problem. If you take welfare away from poor people and you say you ain't fucking working, but you'll give those same tax breaks to Exxon and Mobil who don't even need it, and you don't blink an eye at it.
I agree with that to a point, but the reason the airlines got bailed out and the railroads and stuff is because we need fucking planes and trains.
We might need planes.
This poor motherfucker that went broke.
We don't need. It's 7. You know why airlines go broke?
That's why they're going broke. Yeah,
because they're shitty business models. Because they're late. They pay too much money. And you know what happens to a shitty business model? It goes away. We don't need 19,000 airlines. We just need good ones and efficient ones. You know, the only airline that didn't have to lay off anybody or take any money from the government was Southwest. Now everybody laughs at them and talks about them. They're a great business model.
It's because they weren't fucking paying the mechanics to fix the plane.
Right.
Yeah, motherfuckers are flying buses.
American did the same thing. American, but the thing about it is, we look at corporations differently than we do look at people. Now I understand we need corporations, but you'll tell me how you shouldn't bail out the people that made a predatory loan. Banks were ripping those people off left and right, and what they figured would happen, they wouldn't be able to make the loan, they'd pay him, and we'll get the house back and can sell it again. They didn't know they was going to all of a sudden have a whole surplus of houses they couldn't sell.
I know, but that just, people sometimes are fucking stupid. Do you think you're getting $10 million from Nigeria in your email?
Was the bank stupid?
You don't give a fuck, Anthony.
Was the bank stupid?
The bank was stupid.
No, apparently the bank is pretty fucking smart knowing they're going to foreclose on a house.
Are there any
But now the banks are in trouble because
now
they're
stupid.
Are there any people in need?
So let's say it was 2 stupid people. We just chose the richer stupid person. That's what happened. We bailed out those banks.
Are there any people in need that you give a fuck about that you go, man, these people need help, and I would like to help them?
It's the people on commercials that I never fucking see. And you know who it is? It's these fucking father, mother, and 2 kids in a homeless shelter that just ain't ever in a fucking homeless shelter. They fell through the cracks of society. The husband lost his job. This could happen to any man. No, it's a lunatic in a snorkel jacket on a 100-degree day fucking going, can I get some money? That's the fucking shit. That's the needy that I don't give a fuck about.
Can you do the black snorkel homeless man again?
Can I have some money?
You know him, huh?
Oh fuck! I know him a lot.
I have there are people I don't have tolerance. I don't have tolerance for bullshit.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm tired of people, doing whatever the fuck they do. But
I chase mullet-headed white fucking junkies away too. I tell them, go fuck yourself. You ain't getting a quarter from me.
I'm also tired of people. I just think if the government did 4 things, I'd be fine. I think if they gave everybody a decent quality education. I think if they gave you some level.
Gabe, isn't that in place? Hold on, isn't that in place? If someone does well in school,
how can you do?
I don't understand.
Let me give you an example from my life. My kids went to school in the inner city in Los Angeles. In 1996, I moved to the Valley, which is the same school district, but it's the Valley, Los Angeles School District. My kids were 3 years, and they were doing well at their school. 3 years behind those people. 3 years. They were doing shit at that school that we had never even seen.
Why?
So I had to. Well, I don't know why. You tell.
That's just it. Why?
I can't tell you why. Like I don't have the why, and plus that ain't a good joke. Why? I don't know what the fuck that is. You fucking up my human interest. You're an asshole. but so I had to pay to this day. I had to pay tutors to catch my children up, and unfortunately, I was able to do it. My daughter goes to Smith. A private college. I'm very proud of her. My son is in college. My daughter. She gonna be my daughter. That's the fuck she gonna be for the rest of her life. But she ain't the brightest motherfucker. No matter how much I pay in tutors. But the idea that they go to the same school district, that they worked hard, that I thought I was doing everything I needed to do, and they were still 3 years behind. And you ask me why, and I tell you I don't know. I can't tell you why. Because now it's richer out there, so I think that there's more, and certainly there's more involvement. It used to be a PTA, you know, parents were there. I don't think it's 100% of one thing. I think it's 1% of 100 things. I think the parents need to be more involved in their children's lives.
Absolutely.
I think that we need to place a higher premium on education, but all of us do. Like I was reading, none of us. We have to give hundreds of thousands of work visas away because we're not educated enough to do the job that involves mathematics. We have to hire people
Well, you know,
from
this
Pakistan and India.
child thing has nothing to do with Anthony.
No, you know something?
Let's move along from children.
I pay motherfucking school taxes up the ass.
Why?
Where I am. Because I don't have any kids, but I got to pay for the fucking schools.
I didn't
in my
hear you talk
neighborhood.
about that.
In my neighborhood, I got to pay for the fucking schools.
Have them
because
take out
they don't
that
want
money.
they don't want the kids fucking winging rocks through my windows. So even people without kids got to pay through the fucking ass for the school tax.
Well, fuck, I don't give a fuck about that. Fuck the kids.
Fuck the kids.
The children should be homeless.
Yeah, fuck the children.
A very special episode of Opie and Anthony.
You joke around, but they do use their fucking like 5- and 6-year-old age status to fucking get away with shit.
Yeah.
God damn, Norton.
This motherfucker here.
And that's what I have to say about that. So thank you for listening to me.
I can't wait to see Richard Huff's article tomorrow. Opie straightens everyone out on
Yes.
race.
Opie's race discussion, groundbreaking.
Right. I'm going to be on the top of. Yeah, I do. I'm going to be on the top of the Drudge Report later today.
Opie solves race problems in
Can we
America.
all agree on one thing?
What?
Yes.
We have to take a leak. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Hey, now this is DL Hugo, and you listen to the worst of Opie and Anthony. It can't get no worse than this. It ain't.
Opie and Anthony.
Hey, it's Opie and Anthony.
Hi.
And this is the worst of Patrice O'Neal on the Opie and Anthony show. And now we have to take this time to kind of make fun of Patrice for a second, Anthony. How do you make fun of Patrice when he
in the
talks
privacy
to you?
of my own home or car with the doors locked, windows up? It's easy.
How do you make fun of Patrice when he doesn't allow you to talk?
Come on, I let you talk.
Stop. Enough with the high-pitched talking and the laugh. We get it. You're black.
Hey, E-Rock, this was a great idea. Why don't you just play the fucking thing? Obviously, we can't improv.
Jesus.
And I can't even say improv. Jesus, will you get me the fuck out of this
Improv.
bit? Thank you.
No matter what he do,
Oh, my
that's
God.
his legacy.
It never
That's his
ended.
getting shot in the head.
Oh, my God.
He's the black president.
I need a nap. Oh, my God.
I agree with
Patrice,
Patrice
I'm
on
with
that.
you.
All right.
I agree with Patrice on that.
I'm,
what we talked about during break.
Hey,
that never happens.
We're back with the live studio audience. I want to do something really quick.
I need another threesome.
Let's get people. I want to know how many people out there. We have a very white audience looking at us right now.
That's true.
And I want to know how many of these guys and gals are voting for McCain. Raise your hand.
Of course. Why would you even ask?
Oh, that's not.
Look, it's
what do you
not
mean?
even-
Of course. Shut up.
half.
Keep your hands up.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. 1, 2,
Look at how
3,
four
4, 5,
other
6,
hands
7.
went up. And another.
Hold on.
Do you see, you fucking liars?
Shut up. I'm
Why are
trying
we
to get an
doing a real
accurate
count
count.
here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like,
Now,
right?
how many of you traitors?
So we got 8 for McCain. How many for Obama? There's a lot.
3.
Oh, 2.
If that's the ratio, it's over now.
Wait, out of 11.
Hold on, man, bro.
What? That's over 25% though. I mean, when you look at it like that, 3 and 8 is that out of 11 people, that is over 25%.
Yeah, but there's more than 11. So what's going on with the other guys? You're just
That's
not
what I'm
voting?
saying.
Maybe they're wigs.
Some of them kept their hand down and then left. It's a dangerous thing.
What? What happened? Who's?
They're on.
Everybody's on.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
No, I have fun.
So what did that guy? He jumped up. What?
Oh, I'm definitely not voting for John McCain. No way. It's ludicrous. We've already lost 4,000 men in this war. We definitely need a change in America. And I think Obama's pretty optimistic. I certainly think he's qualified. Since DL mentioned before about
Where somebody had some thoughts while that discussion was going on. The hand went up. When the hand goes up, it's going to be a fucking war. everybody's got to just be themselves. You know what, dude? Black or white.
Fat Bob Kelly. What an
You made
ass.
a point about Obama not being there for votes and voting present as opposed to voting yes or no. A friend of mine made a point about that. A lot of times things go through and you don't want to go against the party, but you don't want to support it either. And that's one of the reasons Obama did have that voting record. At least the guy was there. Most of these motherfuckers aren't even there.
But that's my here's my thing. I think politicians do what they do to get. It's like I said earlier. Everybody's filling out. This is the biggest job application. I don't know one motherfucker that tells the truth on a job application. I don't know one. So I don't look at politicians. I judge them and I kind of go, they serve a purpose, they good. But I don't look at them as being agents of change or goodness or what. All they care about is what gets them elected. That's just it.
And gets them to the next gig.
I agree with that shit. I agree Obama's doing that the same way as everybody else.
I don't have a high sense of self-esteem, of esteem for them. If they're good at their job, but people can say whatever they want about George Bush, and this is the one good thing I'll say about him. I don't even know what I can say, but is that he didn't use slick talk and great rhetoric and lilting rhetoric to get shit done. He bullied people, and he was politically effective. Like he got shit done. It was all the wrong shit, but he wasn't in there talking nice to those people. He's like, motherfucker, you do it, or I'm gonna make it politically hot for you. He got a lot of Democrats they lost their jobs. So I think that he was politically effective, just all the wrong shit. So I don't think you have to be nice. I think that the people are putting politicians in places I don't think they belong. I think they're just, they're not civil rights workers. They're not humanitarians. These motherfuckers are trying to get a library. That's what it is. And that's why I keep him. I mean, he might be a great dude. He can speak great. I'm gonna vote for him, but don't expect me to suck his dick. I hope he's good at his gig.
Ask if anybody's voting that knows nothing about politics.
What he said.
I don't think anyone's going to fess up to knowing nothing
That's
about
what I'm
politics.
saying. There's a bunch. You think there's a couple of guys over here that's just voting because that's who they gonna vote for?
There's at least 2 or 3 dummies over
and
there.
I think that's more people than you fucking realize, man.
Let's go to Stalker Patty. Who are you voting for in the upcoming election?
I think Obama's the only candidate out of the 3 who were out there that's capable of doing the job.
Who's the 3?
Hillary and
she dropped out.
McCain.
Hillary's out.
Yeah.
McCain's
Hillary's out. She just said, fuck that. I'm going to go on my rant.
Oh, she'll just keep talking.
Patty, you're naming people that aren't running.
I think that Hillary...
I think Gary Hart's in trouble. I'm going to vote for Obama.
I'm going to say that shit.
And she's still talking.
Patty, I was interjecting humor.
Do you know that Hillary's out of it?
Yes, I know that.
So what did you say the 3 candidates?
Well, I've been with Obama all along because he's strong enough to handle
No, you
it.
weren't. You badmouthed him because you were for Hillary.
No, I wasn't.
I remember that. You were like, Obama, I wouldn't vote for him. He's too racially motivated. You said all that.
Did I?
No.
Oh, God. You had a doubting her.
I totally made that up.
You Jedi mind tricked her.
But that exactly is who's voting. She had no idea.
Thank you, Jim. That's
Perfect example.
I'm
Perfect example, Patrice.
Can you vote? You're allowed to vote, Patty?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why not?
That's what the fuck. That's who's voting.
Excuse me.
That's
You're allowed
who's
to
voting.
vote.
Well,
yeah.
I'm glad Hillary got out because
Strong enough.
the race was taking us. She started to look like Willie Nelson, didn't she? What like the model for the nickel for a little while.
Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
She looked like Willie Nelson, but less fuckable.
I'm like, baby, go down and take a nap.
I wanted to marry her so I could cheat on her.
But I didn't.
She's not happy with a man unless his dick smells like someone else. Oh, it smells like Mentos. I'll stay with him.
Oh my goodness.
Well.
Any other political commentary? We haven't really gone to the crowd.
Well, ask the big dude right there. The big.
Oh yeah, Bob Kelly.
Dude. This
Bob
dude right
Kelly.
Ask this one right I gotta see what this dude say.
What do you got, buddy?
Who are you voting for?
McCain.
Okay, what do you like about McCain?
Other than his wife.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Look at Patrice. Patrice has done nothing but for the past 2 hours and talk about how he's only voting for
But
a
I'm
black
saying,
man because he's black.
no,
right? And then he goes,
I'm not
voting
mad
for
at that.
McCain.
I'm
And then he
saying,
just goes, he's white because he's white.
This is what I mean. White people they're not allowed to just be honest. They have to figure out a way.
Well, give us permission,
I'm
please.
just saying, I vote for dude because he's black. But white people have to go, well, his stance on...
No, that's not true. Ask
Look
the
at
guy.
this
Why are you
motherfucker
voting for
trying
McCain?
to make up some shit.
I'm trying to give you an answer here. Don't like the liberals, so I try to go.
That's fair.
Wow. Republican.
By liberals,
Fair
he
enough.
means the black people.
Of course.
You know what
But I don't give a fuck because let me tell you something. Even if he came up with some magical shit, I still believe in what I believe. So it's nothing. I'm prejudging him, and he's not going to say anything that makes me go, fair enough. You made such a fair point against Obama and for McCain that I'm with you, and I'm open-minded like that. But
No, you're not.
I am. I'm open-minded in terms of a motherfucker best logical. You know, if it makes sense, I'm gonna go with it, dude. I believe that he's not voting for Obama because he's black, but he has to figure out some shit that he hasn't even figured out.
Okay, let me ask you something. Honestly, what if, like, I hate conservatives?
Okay.
I do. Armstrong, you gave me an example of Armstrong Williams,
Okay.
or I don't like them. I think that no offense, I like you, but you know,
It's okay.
some of my best friends are conservative.
Yeah, I hear you.
but how come I would never extend somebody or deny somebody a right I feel like I have? That's what that whole Don Imus thing was about.
Yes,
to me.
there you
I don't,
go.
If I'm allowed to do it, somebody else should be allowed.
And
to
the
do it.
liberals were the ones who attacked him. The only
Right.
the conservatives defended him. Like
Especially
I don't like
speech. I think black comedians should have been the first people defending anything that had to do with language.
Right, so I don't like conservatives. I don't care if they were black, they were a woman, they were the first midget. I don't give a fuck what they were the first of. I don't like them. Why am I allowed to say I would never vote for them because they're conservative, and he's not allowed to say he never vote for them because they're
DL,
liberal?
I'm gonna tell you why. It is what it fucking is.
But wait, you're not saying
it's not magic.
Well, I
It's
know.
double
I
standard.
agree with you.
And I'm not saying that I give a fuck that he can't. It's just white guilt. See, black people have a little to do with what the fuck y'all do to yourselves. It's some
Likewise.
civil war happening with white people where you make each other feel uncomfortable. We don't even have a say in it. White guilt is the thing that makes him not be able to go, I just don't want to vote for a black guy. We didn't do that
no,
shit.
That's not, did you see? I feel so stupid. I was in the same Four Seasons we were at when we were doing
in Washington.
John Zogby was there from the Zogby Reuters poll, and I had lunch with him. It was the day after the Pennsylvania primary. 21%, and he was talking about the exit poll. 21% of the voters there said the race was a problem, that they would rather stay home than vote for Obama. 17% of Catholic voters, there was Catholic voters, said that they would rather they stay home. So that's 38% of that vote. Those are people who said out loud, I ain't vote for this nigga. They
didn't say that out loud.
Oh,
They said it. No, they said it behind something.
Whatever they said it.
But I'm
they
saying
were open about it. They said it.
I can say I'm a vote for Obama or whatever, but when I go, only if they have cameras pointing right at you when you push these buttons and you go, oh yes, Obama, and you go, whoops, not that nigga. They can say what they want to say, but outwardly white people aren't gonna go, I'm not voting for him because he's black. You'll never
I
find
think
it.
that's for parts of the country. Look, the West, they voted for him in big numbers.
White
In the
people,
East.
according to white people, there's no racism.
Well, in the West and the East.
Don't exist.
But not in the middle of the country. You go up
It's
to-
there, but I've never met a racist. I've never met one.
Let's ask Roland. Roland, who are you voting for?
M. Night Shyamalan.
Shamalama Ding. Yeah.
Bill Richardson, because he's Mexican.
Bruce Springsteen's voting for him.
What's that?
Bruce Springsteen supporting Obama.
Oh, that's cool.
That's why.
No, that's really why he's
Great.
voting.
Well,
Roland's a huge Springsteen fan,
Hey,
so
Oprah
whatever
made a
Bruce
lot of people
says-
vote for him.
Yeah.
Shit,
But there's honesty, Patrice. That's the reason why Roland's voting for Obama.
Still didn't say race, though. We're talking about the honesty of race, though.
There's other things that play into this, too.
Roland's not white, though.
But Patrice is right again.
not white.
I'll give it to you. I hate the whole the guilt thing, and that white people can't just say.
The white guilt
Wait,
vote's going to be big.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
it might
right.
be. A lot of white people just feel guilty and paternalistic. Like,
And they
kinda like
hope
feel
to
like they're
God
better.
this will end racism. Please let
Yeah,
this
yeah,
end
they really do.
in this inner horror that I have. Please.
One way or another, Either with peace and love or through a race war. One or the other.
I'm at a moral impasse. I can't take it anymore.
But you know what's so funny? Everybody acts like this is the first time in history this has happened. Like this is the most significant moment in modern history. Like, and it's pretty significant for this country. But in South Africa, I think it was pretty significant.
That was a majority.
That
The difference of a majority.
was a prisoner and became
Was it the
president.
same democratic process, though?
No, they voted. They voted.
Well, you know what the big thing was?
So anything white was burned.
A whole lot of Africans.
Yeah.
And a whole lot of dead white people.
Those were the options. So I think that you gotta put this. I am very part of me is I'm very proud to see something. I always wait for the shit in the game to see what's going on. I'm very proud to see a black man ascending something I never thought, Barry. I never even thought possible. Even when I did my HBO special, I couldn't think that this was. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. But I'm also a realist. I don't believe, and this is just I think most politicians aren't shit, and I think. But I hold them in low self.
Business as usual.
I absolutely agree.
All business.
I don't think this motherfucker. I think he's a goddamn politician.
Right.
That's what I think he is.
So
anybody who wants to be the president is a fucking sickening, crazy motherfucker anyway. But fuck it.
But don't tell me how they
you want the black man.
Right. Don't tell me how they're gonna change the world will be warmer and nicer. Your job is to do what the American people want you to do. That's your gig.
Before Doug Williams, all I wanted was Doug Williams. Now I want fucking who's going to make my team win.
You know what I think
before
Obama will do?
I want Doug Williams, man.
So would you take Doug Williams over Tom Brady?
Fucks no.
Okay.
Not now. Then I would have. I would have been fuck that. I want to see this happen.
You know what I think Obama's going to do?
Not now.
Foreign policy, I think he's going to do much better because I think other people in other countries are going to. Remember when Jesse went over to free that in Libya?
Yes.
He got the little hostages free just so the Libyans could go fuck yourself.
Right.
We're giving him to Jesse.
Right. Yes.
I think he's going to do better in foreign policy.
Absolutely.
Because I think the foreign dignitaries are going to know that people are going to be like, motherfucker.
They're going to give him some extra oil to take home in his
just
pocket.
because he's black. Right.
Take that with you. Take a couple of barrels just for
the rest
you.
of the country.
And you know what? The economy is really all about, the global economy is really all about emotion. Like, people hate us right now.
Yeah.
And they want to, that ill will is in the zeitgeist. People want us fucked over and broke.
That's the same reason that the Iranian hostages were released. It was a slap at Carter for taking the Shah.
Right.
And when protecting the Shah of Iran after the Islamic Revolution.
Second Reagan got in, the hostages were
they were set free. It was all a slap in the face of Jimmy Carter.
But I think that I just have a problem with people acting like this is Jesus. I'm like, man, you've never met one great human being who was a politician.
Can you name something bigger in your lifetime than the possibilities of this?
I'm not negating. No, the possibility that a black dude gets a great job is what we're talking about. That a black man gets a great job.
It's bigger than that,
greatest thing in my life.
There's going to be some the same reason when you first saw Roots, right? You remember how you felt.
Yeah,
when
but that was a historical.
But when this motherfucker gets up on this goddamn podium, and he says white babies are now legal to eat. When he gets up there and you see him getting ready to say, "I am your president," you can't help but something take over, man.
I'm proud of him for doing it. But this is a black dude who's got a job, who hopefully will do a great job.
It's gonna be bigger than that. I hope he make it. Just so I remember this conversation, man. It's gonna be bigger than that deal.
I think that I'll be proud.
It is.
You guys all gonna be puffing cigars.
No, I think there's gonna be a whole lot of
Patrice O'Neill. I'm the head of Exxon. Hello, how are you?
It's gonna be a whole lot of quiet and a whole lot of crying when that motherfucker.
Yeah, but what does that do?
It's
motherfuckers gonna stop shooting each other.
Maybe just fucking Maybe.
I
just want to. It's just something that you just go, fuck, man. He is the boss, even though it's not going to change shit. I'm not going to be able to walk down and say, hey, white woman, take your clothes off because it's the black president.
Patrice needs so much. You needed something to hope
it's not
for.
an external hope.
You need hope.
Nah,
He's right, though.
I ain't gonna let you.
Right.
That's a white trick. I'm not gonna let you do it.
Patrice, I don't believe. I believe. I'll be proud of him because he's a black man who's been able to accomplish. I was proud of Condoleezza Rice. But let me say.
Fuck him. Fuck him. I don't give a fuck about him.
Every black man that does something great, I can be proud of. Everyone that does.
He don't care if it was Nipsey fucking Russell.
Fuck him.
Geraldine was the first lady.
I don't go.
I'm with you 100% on what you're saying, except for this one block between what you're saying. What I'm saying is that I want the symbol part means something to me, man. Because it's going to mean something to the country. It's going to make white people feel a certain way no matter. Just because I'm black, I'm going to feel this certain kind of thing. And just because white people are white and they have this funky fear of, oh, shit, here it comes, white slaves, it's going to fucking make me feel good.
You're going to like that.
See
okay.
The fucking.
All right, listen.
The fictional change.
All right.
That doesn't make me feel like I just.
It does.
He
I'm
just
sorry,
wants
man.
like spite and you want a
It's
little
not
more
fucking spite,
vindictive.
no.
When Kobe
it's
scores
not
50
spite.
points, I don't go, wow, a black man did it, so by virtue, I did it. I go, well, that's a cool
Well,
thing.
you
let me
would have
do it.
did it in 1901 if Kobe was the only nigga
I
playing.
would have done this. I'm very, like, I can make it. They compartmentalize for me. I'm very proud that a black man has the possibility of ascending to a place where I had no concept that it could possibly. He was the most shocked when he won Iowa. He was the most shocked motherfucker on stage.
I was. Everybody was.
I was about to go home and make my vice presidential bumper sticker. But I'm proud of that. But I also believe. But the other part of my mind goes, but this is just a dude who frankly made everybody else believe
it's very much
that's all
like the OJ verdict. That's what it is.
Right. You're gonna have
what it is. It's not that we gave a fuck. I'll speak for me. It's not that I gave a fuck whether OJ did it or not. He beat the game that was made up by the people that made up the game, and he fucking got off when that's what was happening all these years. That's how slow it was for me.
But I
the
felt
president,
like he did it.
He's about to be the fucking president. He's about to be the president with the fucking game that you created. And when I say you,
was I, huh? I don't know.
you know,
Probably in high school. A show.
I meant to say you people. He's playing the game that he's supposed to play.
Yeah, but I
just want to see it happen.
I like that he. I like that he beat the game.
And they hate this motherfucker.
I like that he did. But
they
if they
giving
hate
Hillary.
enough,
They was giving Hillary shit. But this crazy nigga preacher, go with it. She's too dumb.
But who hates Obama? He gets great coverage. People love Barack. They hate Hillary.
Yeah.
They love Barack
The
Obama.
media was feeding.
Oh no, you
a lot
can't
of
say
stuff.
that. You can't say that.
No,
not
Gemma,
at all.
are you serious?
Sound bites like that?
Just to help her out?
Sound bites
Hey,
like
Hillary,
that?
the nigga
Come
can't
on.
bowl now.
They just liked both of them banging heads together.
Let me tell you something. No
Sound
matter
bites
what
like
you
that, they
think,
couldn't
Patrice,
resist.
no matter what you think, this is the truth. If enough white people don't vote for him, he ain't gonna be president. So if there is that animus, if that animus, so they got to buy into what you're saying. I don't care if it's white guilt. I don't care if it's people believe
we got
him
to start killing white
they
folk.
Have to.
He won Iowa. He won Vermont.
Right.
These are not hotbeds
They
of
have
black
to
activity.
give him. They have to say we believe, and for whatever reason you have to do it. I think for me, I'm going to be proud of a black man, like I said, doing something but I just don't have, and I can't do it.
Anything that white people do when it comes to Obama, whether it's vote for him or vote against him, I'm questioning it.
Yeah.
Until he's president and it's all over, and I can go, there was one, and now I can listen to a white person that goes, I'm going to vote for him because I think he's the best. And then I'll just go, God, fuck you, you white guilt motherfucker. I have no regard for what white people say in terms of the president right
Bush
now, the
fucked
black
up
president.
so bad that's the reason so many white people will vote for Obama. It's because Bush fucked up so bad.
That's right.
That
That's
they turned their back on the party, on anyone that looks like Bush, anyone that acts like Bush.
Yeah, 25%, but you're 25% 25%.
I'm talking to 25% right now. He is big enough to be 25%. And I'm talking to a quarter of motherfuckers. All that shit you talking, you think that he's thinking all
there
that
are
shit?
some staunch party liners that ain't gonna fucking vote anything close to a liberal. I wouldn't vote anything close to a liberal. I fucking like my guns.
Am I a liberal?
Love my guns. No, I don't. You're more independent than anybody.
So I can have a gun and a hooker and weed.
Right.
Then I'll vote for that motherfucker. If I can have, I just love.
If you have a gun, you don't need a hooker.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, swim walk. Swim walk, come on. I want to go back to Stalker Patty because she's going to vote for Obama. I want to know, Stalker Patty, what does Obama believe in? You're actually voting. What do you like about Obama?
Yeah, what's his platform that you...
That he wears platform.
That he wears. That's what we're gonna see. Like, dressed for the inauguration like fucking Huggy Bear.
Platform, he wears platform.
What is it about? Because you've said many times that you have a lot of racial animosity against black people.
Yeah.
What is it about?
I've
It's okay.
never
You've said that many
said
times.
that
What is it
before.
about Obama that you like politically?
Yeah.
Politically?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he seems like he's more flexible. I think he's going to be able to do the job.
That was very, very specific.
Wow.
You know.
Flexible. That's good.
Yes,
I mean, I don't
He
get
practices
into
yoga.
politics
Yeah,
and
but
stuff like
If you
that.
ask the average American why they're voting for somebody, you would get answers just
Yes,
like
Patrice
that's
is
what I
right.
was
Yeah,
fucking
that's
saying.
exactly what Patrice said.
But also black people, same thing.
Yeah.
Anyone
Yeah.
who's voting, this is the type of
Yes.
answer.
Well, you know she doesn't know.
no one really knows what these people
Thank God for the
stand
fucking...
for.
That's why I say what I say. They fucking they bullshitting to get a job.
That's why I can't be bothered. I don't give a shit.
Here's what gave her
I
away.
don't give
She
a
said,
shit.
and stuff like that. Never the sign of a fucking smart.
Thank God for the Electoral College. That's why, because the motherfuckers like her, they didn't trust motherfuckers like her.
Well, Patty, I don't want to.
There's
you're not gonna
nobody
vote for
else that's
Obama?
strong enough.
No.
What's
You're
that?
not-
No.
You're
He
gonna vote
seems
for
to me
McCain.
like he could handle the
Wow.
pressure.
And McCain is not strong.
I don't
That
want,
5
and I
years
don't
in the
want
POW
to.
camp,
But
it was
I'd
shit.
rather,
Just
lean
wait.
right than left.
There's a great discussion going on both
Patty is
places,
saying that she
unfortunately.
thinks
but-
that you think McCain is not as strong as Obama.
No,
No,
what
I
did you
don't
say,
think he's-
Patty? Because we were talking over you. Seriously, back up. You think he can handle the pressure?
Yeah, I think he can.
And Jimmy goes, and McCain can after what he's been
Yeah, he
through in
was
the war?
upside down by his shoulders for 5 years by men with tiny genitals.
He's also he's like 72 years old and has all these health issues and everything. He might stop in the middle of the 4 years and have the vice president take over. I don't know if he's going to
wouldn't
be
a
healthy
horrible
enough.
thing that.
But
You know.
anytime if your birthday got
There's a lot of-
19 anything, that you shouldn't be president.
19-0.
So you're
19-0
not,
shit, I'm
you're
almost
not
there.
going to vote for. You would never vote for Obama.
No, and you know something? And I'd be honest, like Patrice doesn't think I'd be. I don't like his politics. I don't like that he's too fucking liberal for me.
And I don't like McCain. But
yeah, I don't like McCain either. He's a little too
But I would
far
never vote for
right
somebody I
leaning.
didn't like.
So who's left?
That's what I'm saying. You
Fucking
take
left.
it.
I'd
You take
love
it.
to see
But I see the
left.
point he's getting ready to make.
You're taking the
You're
party
gonna
line.
vote just because you have to vote for that
for the
dude.
part. I would never if I don't like politicians, but I like enough of what Obama says that I could vote for him. I would never vote for somebody I didn't like.
He's making sure that
I wouldn't do it.
Obama is the more of two evils for Anthony. He's
Right.
making sure by his
No,
vote
but he said
going
he doesn't
against
like
Obama.
I'm picking the lesser of the two
He
evils.
just makes sure that he's gonna help Obama not be president, as opposed to helping McCain be the president.
Yeah,
he's
but
just
I would-
trying to make sure
But
Obama's
he's
first.
saying the same thing you're saying, though.
Right.
Basically, you
Exactly.
saying you voting the black
I'm
party
just voting
line.
for the white guy. I'm just voting for the white guy.
Hold on.
I'm saying if I didn't believe enough in him,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
More importantly, I got to ask, how nervous are you getting, Anthony? Because DL is getting closer and closer to you.
Oh, and I'm moving over this way,
DL Hughley.
Oh, you vote for Obama, motherfucker.
That's right. Just like your neighborhood in January, February.
It's a visual, but DL Hughley started his appearance way the fuck over here.
Creeping over.
And you know, and we
Anthony's
Oh,
almost
that's
behind
funny.
the equipment
and we
at this
believe
point.
almost the same thing. Like
Yeah.
you believe. I mean, literally, you believe. I believe a man should have a right to carry guns. I believe that the woman should have the right to have an abortion. I don't believe that the government is. I believe government's too big. I don't believe that they should be the end all. I think that they should be less out of. They should be out of business and less in our business. I think that
We're
So
more
we-
libertarian. We're more libertarian than either
Right,
Democrat
but
or
I
Republican.
would never vote for a dude like Patrice was saying. I couldn't if I didn't like Obama enough. I couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a politician. I think they're all full of shit. I don't put him up on a shelf
Yeah.
and go, "Ooh, I'm gonna worship," and a glow comes by. I don't do all that shit. I go, he's a tool. He's a functional dude who's supposed to do a job. If I vote for him because I think he's capable of doing the job.
Yeah.
You are saying you're voting the party line.
No, I'm voting for McCain because more of his ideas that he has are more.
Okay, that's
he has
fair.
more than Obama has. I have more in common with what he believes in than Obama
We
believes
have
in.
more in common with Obama than
No,
him.
no,
Because I have
McCain.
literally nothing in common with
I mean,
Obama.
ideology as far as his politics goes, which is probably a bunch of bullshit anyway. They just say the shit to get into office.
Well, I
but
have a black wife and 3 black kids. So, well, he has 2. But I have 3.
yeah, so
I was
that's
not-
about
never
what
been
in
to
common you have.
Kansas.
I've never been tortured, so I guess I don't have much.
Not even today, huh?
Sure, you have. You were married for 9 years.
Okay, that's true.
Hey, some good instant feedback coming in. Blue Healer from Kentucky writes, I thought today was Friday the 13th, not Black Friday.
I told you. I told you.
And then Rich B from Iowa, he goes, Opie, you saved a man's life yesterday. You had time to run down to Iowa and save 40 Boy Scouts' lives by performing first aid. Then still had time to come back and solve race relations and set the Obama presidency. Does Anthony and Jimmy do anything? Well, I'm booked for Hannity and Combs after my my viewpoints from today. So.
Oh, really?
Yes, I got that going for me.
All right.
Well,
have fun on that. Talk to Combs.
Good old Combs.
Does he talk? Does he get to say 2 fucking words
No,
on that
not
show?
really.
Yeah, but he may pick, and I like Combs, but he that's the weirdest. Is he a burn victim or something?
What the fuck's going on?
What happened to him? I'm like, it looks like a
Hannity.
Muppet or something. Like somebody got their hand. Like, he like, if you're like, and I like him.
He looks
but
like
it's
a burned Billie Jean King.
What happened to you?
Oh, the poor guy.
Shit. And he's a nice guy, but you go, are you animated?
He's not
like
really
that
the puppet.
like that Gary Bauer, that conservative dude. That motherfucker
Yeah.
looked like he just broke off Lord of the Rings, don't he? I'm like, God. And he can't even tall enough to ride under 6 Flags, so he can't be my leader.
That is Hannity's show all the way.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
He just needs a whipping boy.
Hey, this is Patrice O'Neal, and to find out any dates, any information, anything you need to know about me, go to patriceoneal.com or visit me at MySpace/tourist in Brazil. I don't know why I did that. I'm not that corny. Somebody had stole my original MySpace, and that's what he put, like, because that's how he's, he knew me from Brazil. But that's my shit. You can't even change it now, because by the time I got it, it was already 8,000 friends. This nigga had more friends than I got now. Like, I haven't even doubled the friends that this fucking imposter did. So if you go to myspace.com/tourist in Brazil, you can get some information on Patrice O'Neal. And if you go to patriceoneal.com, it'll tell you all the lovely little places I'll be.
Opie and Anthony.
Hey, it's Nick DiPaolo, and this is the worst of Louis C.K., another redheaded fucking fag from Boston. What am I reading? The redheaded fucking fag list from Boston?
Hey, I got one quick story about Rome, by the way, because this guy mentioned the Carabinieri, the state police there.
Yeah.
I was in Rome once. I went to Russia and Rome by myself.
Ooh.
Just pathetically. Spoke to no people for 2 weeks. Made no connections with anybody.
But that
Just
sounds so exciting.
It was interesting. I saw some cool shit. But when
After a few days, were you going like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, I'm in hotels. I could be in a hotel in fucking Newton, Massachusetts.
In Phoenix or something.
Yeah. So I'm in a car that I rented in Rome, and I'm looking at beautiful countryside. These are postcards out my window. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And I'm driving down a highway in near Rome through the countryside, and I'm like, I'm going crazy. I haven't talked to anybody. And there's a roadblock of Carabinieri, state police, and they look like Nazis. They have high hats and boots up to their knees, and they have arrête or whatever stop signs. They have a roadblock. They're stopping traffic. And I just have this weird idea in my head. Nothing's happened to me. And I don't care what happens to me now. And I gunned it. And I went around them a little into opposite traffic.
What the
I
fuck
swear to
is
God, I
wrong
did this.
with you?
I floored it, went around a guy, and then I look at my rearview mirror, and they're running on, like it's the Pink Panther or something, like shaking their fists. And I'm like, fuck it. Get in your cars, chase me, put me in jail. I'd actually happily be in an Italian jail, meet some Italian people.
He's insane.
Because I hadn't had like the guts to say hello to anybody.
That
and I had
is
just been-
great. So what happened?
Nothing fucking happened. They shook their little fists. They got
It's like they
small
do
in
in
my
movies.
Yeah,
Oh,
they got small in
you
the
got
mirror,
us.
and I went on, and nobody
That's
did anything.
fantastic. It's like a little bit of excitement. If you
Yeah.
got caught, you'd
Exactly.
have to interact with people.
I'd be at some sergeant's desk who'd be typing my name, and
Yeah.
they'd call somebody at
all
home.
smoking cigarettes that weird European way.
Yeah.
With their thumb and
Well, like when
forefinger.
you see like O.J.
backwards.
Simpson, there was nobody even charged. He didn't even get charged for taking the police on a high-speed chase. Like
No.
there's no those
No.
things. And when you watch Cops, when they get a guy, well, he did a little, he got a fine for the chase. Nobody cares.
Jesus.
What would have happened? I would have spent one night in jail and paid a fine and met and had a really interesting experience.
Yeah, interesting jail. You don't know what Italian jails are like.
Exactly.
Big
They're
unclipped
not
cock
they're not
going
gonna
into your ass.
Fucking hang me for dodging a fucking.
Hey,
they find out I'm not a criminal. I'm just some asshole.
American comedian dies in hail of bullets.
because he didn't pay attention to a stop sign.
Hey, back to the gaming thing. Couple instant feedbacks. Used lad bag. Confession time. I was a little fag who played Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid. And people used to say at least the devil worship and violence. The truth, updated. The truth, we were just douches. And then Pat from Foxborough. I play Madden 07 all the time, but I don't play for the Patriots.
Yeah, see?
It's the most. There's two hacky comedian bits out there right now. From I'm on the road a lot now, watching middle acts.
Great.
One of them is teachers molesting their students. This didn't happen when I was a kid.
That whole
I do
gag.
that. And the other, you do that. And then the other one is video game. I played Frogger, and I don't walk out
Hey.
into traffic.
And get hit by a car.
I do that
one.
Let's take a break.
This is Louis C.K., and if you're interested in where I'm playing live, go to louisck.com. If you're not interested in where I'm playing live, just shit in a hat and put it on.
Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. We don't know what the we're doing.
All right, we got finger 11
Just
in
let him.
studio.
We can hear you.
Is that mic? Did you try the mic? Are we set up or?
It's supposed to be working. Can you hear me at all?
A little bit.
Can you hear me only a little bit?
Yeah, you're picking up on the other mics, I think.
Yeah.
How about now?
That doesn't sound good at all. Is there a way he can get him a different mic? That doesn't sound right.
Any of it work?
Does anything work? Play a guitar or something. Just hit the. That's sort of
hearing that a little bit.
That's coming.
That one.
Shut your mics off for 1 second and see if you hear these mics at all.
All right. Just a radio
All right,
show.
ready? Go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I knew this would happen.
We didn't expect this to work.
Oh my God! Oh my dear sweet Jesus!
And this is not embarrassing at all to have like a really big band in looking at
No,
us
it's not.
like we're just douches.
But it was working.
What the hell?
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Andrew Dice Clay.
Jay Moore, what's up?
Gentlemen, how are you?
There he is.
I'm a little distracted right now because I called last break, and it was about a 7-minute break, and then my wife and I made some bacon, and she's actually standing on her head right now.
Oh, trying to get the pregnant thing going.
Oh God, it's impossible to get your wife pregnant is impossible. Every other girl you bang on the road, they get pregnant in 2 seconds, and you got to bury them in the woods someplace.
Oh, God.
A la Norton.
Hey, wow. Well, why wasn't that line on Conan O'Brien last night?
Yeah, might as well have been.
Yo,
You're back. Now it's mine.
I think that line would have killed on Conan last night. What do you think, Jay?
Well, you know what? Hindsight is always 20/20, isn't it, gentlemen?
Dice.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, there goes that story. Yeah, there goes that story, and there goes you.
That's what I figured.
What was that about, creep?
Uh-oh. What's wrong, Dice?
Yeah, he knows what I'm calling about.
What?
What was that about? Don't be stupid. Let me finish your story, Dice, and I'm going to talk. Don't tell me what you're going to finish. I'm going to finish you.
I want to know what he said.
Then why'd you put him on the line, stupid? I had to wait on hold.
All right, hold
Like
on, hold
I
on.
put him on.
All right, hold on. Let me.
Like I pushed the buttons, Jay Moore.
All right, Jay, go ahead. Finish your story.
Oh, that's going to make him twice as mad, too.
Finish the story.
Great.
Hold on, Dice.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
You know what's wrong, and he knows what's wrong.
What?
No?
What, Jay?
What happened?
Jay,
Yeah, what was that about last night?
on Conan O'Brien?
With the Jets?
Jay, he's a good friend of the Opie and Anthony show, and
I know what he is.
And to show his love, he used one of our terms, Yambag.
I think it was an homage.
It was an homage to the Opie and Anthony show. Of course, everyone knows that we came up with the term Yambag.
No, I let you guys slide.
Now
you know why?
mine.
You know why I let you guys slide?
Why?
Because you promote my shows. I got no reason to let him slide.
Uh-oh. But
where are you playing? I'll tell everyone I see today.
But he didn't steal the line, man.
Yeah, he stole the line, and he knows he stole it, and he knew he was going to use it.
He didn't steal it from
Oh,
you.
man.
though.
You know you're out of the show
That's
business
a creepy
loop.
move, Jay. I don't go for that stuff.
You know when you're out of the show business loop, and you got to call
number
radio
one,
shows to say you stole
used
my
the
line.
whole, that whole stupid bit about the sperm banks that I
Yeah,
got on
I always
album
hate
number
that.
2 already.
Oh,
and then you're
boy.
using my newer lines because you had nothing to say. What was that about?
What newer lines?
And you come to the store like a real jerk off and go, oh, you going on? I want to watch you. I didn't know you wanted to record and use the stuff.
First of all, I go on before you out of respect.
Yeah,
at the
you go
Comedy
on
Store.
before me because
Yeah,
I
I'm
let
not
you
gonna
go
argue
on.
with him if I'm not going to be able to talk.
Jay Moore shows up at the Comedy Store. I
I'm
want
not
to go
gonna have
on, and the owner's
conversation if
going,
I'm not
who
gonna be
is
able
he?
to talk.
You know? I go, he's the guy that plays Gilligan in most movies.
What the hell is
Jay
that?
Moore. I don't go for that, Jay.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you know what I'm talking about?
Well, why don't you tell me what
Don't
you
play the
want?
tough guy routine
I'm
with
not
me.
going to talk unless I have a chance.
All right, I'll let you talk because
you
that
won't,
pisses
you
me
can't
off. I
control
don't like people
yourself
going on and
because you need
using my
freaking
stuff.
medication. You can't control yourself to not talk. First of all, I go on in front of you at the Comedy Store.
I know why you go on in
See,
front of
look,
me.
you can't help yourself. You are so hungry for fame because you're so far out of the loop that this is the only chance you get to tap dance for America.
Oh, please, Joe. You know, it's not. You come to the store, you're an ass kisser.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
tell me
I'm
my
always
chance
kissing
for
ass
fame
when
like
I'm there.
people know who you are. Please. You're the Gilligan of movies. What are we talking about here? That's who you are.
I'd rather be a Gilligan in movies.
You know
than
what?
be
You know what?
I'd say,
It's good that you'd rather be a Gilligan because I would never settle for being a
When you're
Gilligan.
done with Dice.
I could work circles around you. I knew you were a creep when you booked the Bad Boy show and then canceled out Rascals and just were going for the Westbury gig so you could then continue with the Caroline's gig. I knew you were a creep then. I knew you were a creep coming to the
love
Comedy
to
Store
explain to you guys
trying to
what you're
pick
talking
up on any chick coming out of the bathroom. I knew you were a creep then.
I'd love
So
to
don't give
explain
me
to you guys
who's
what
a
he's
creep.
talking about.
Okay?
All right.
Don't be a big shot with me.
Dice,
I'd love to explain to you guys what he's
Dice,
the Comedy
Dice,
Store.
Dice. I want to hear what
Believe
Jay.
me.
I want to hear what Jay has to say about that.
No, he went
let-
on. He
And
did
you're
my
not-
material. He
There's
knows
no
he's
way I'm
wrong,
gonna get it.
and he's
Okay.
trying to.
You don't let
dance
Jay.
around
You're
that,
not
but he
letting
can't
Jay.
dance
You're not letting
around
Jay talk. You're not letting Jay talk.
This guy didn't even show up to it. His
Dice,
friend,
you're not letting
this
Jay
guy.
talk.
No, wait a minute. Then I'll let
Oh,
him talk.
Christ.
This guy, let me tell you something. He's got a friend out in L.A. He's a terrific comic, Ralph May. Okay? So he throws Jay a birthday party and invites me to it. And I showed up not for Jay because Ralph was nice enough to invite me. Okay? Jay doesn't even show up for his birthday party from his best friend. They tell me he's got a big studio meeting, but yet his manager was there, his agents were there. All of a sudden, studio meetings are being done without the star's representatives there. He's a friggin' creep, this guy.
You just call me a star?
Yeah, you're Gilligan. Gilligan was a star in his own right.
Now let Jay talk.
No, he did the wrong thing, and he
Oh,
won't cop to it, and he thinks he's going to be a big shot, but when he comes toe-to-toe with me, he's going to crumble, and he knows it.
Well,
Wait till
I
he
can
sees me.
talk
We'll
right
see
now
what
if
a
you'd
big
let me.
shot he is then.
The
Go ahead,
birthday
wise guy,
party-
talk.
The birthday party that was thrown for me.
Yeah, you know about the birthday
Oh,
party.
Christ.
You forgot about your friend Ralph May.
Put
Did you
Dice on
forget
hold.
about how you snubbed him and didn't show up to your own
All right,
party?
Dice, hold on.
Because I can't. Jay
I
can't.
can't take him
Jay
because he's
can't
so
talk.
ridiculous and he's so retarded.
Jay.
Ralphie May told me I'm having a barbecue. He said, why don't you come on down? I'm having a barbecue. On his own, he started to tell everybody it was a birthday party for me. He called Dice and invited him. I have had conversations with Ralph. It's Ralphie, not Ralph, by the way. Ralphie May. Since then, it wasn't a birthday party. He just said that to get people to go. He was the dummy, not me.
Right?
Second of all, the Westbury Music Fair, I was honored to work with Dice at Westbury Music Fair to open for Dice out of a show of respect.
What
So
was
to Kenny-
last night? Was last night a show of respect? Why'd you cancel Rascals last minute? Was that
I
a
was
show of
just
respect?
about to say
You're
it,
a crap.
you
You're an
Jew.
opportunist. You're a jerk-off guy.
You're a heeb, and
That's what you are.
Yo, they're both Jewish, right?
No, they're
What are
not
you calling
both
me now?
Jews. Stop.
What do you call me?
You guys, I was just
What did
about
you
to
just
tell
call
you
me?
what happened with Westbury, but I couldn't.
wanna
get
know
it
what
out.
I know.
All right, hold
What
on.
happened with West? What happened? Hold
What
on.
did you just call me?
Hold on. I got to put Dice back on hold. What happened at Westbury? Jesus
Westbury
Christ.
Music Fair I agreed to do with Dice.
Right.
For Dice. Not for the money, because it was less than what I would normally get if I did it.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I also want you to do Rascals. I said, definitely on Westbury, no on Rascals. Because why would I open for you at Rascals when I could sell out 20 shows in a row there by myself? You
Okay.
guys understand that?
All right, sure.
I'm on the road. I check my messages. I get a message from Club Soda Kenny saying, Jay, we need an answer now. It's all or nothing. So I say, thanks for making it easy for me. It's nothing.
Uh-huh.
That's what happened.
Okay. All right.
So you tell me where I'm the big shot here.
Back to Opie. All right. Back to Dice. I heard Jay's explanation of why he didn't do Rascals and Westbury, because he was given the all or nothing
Yeah, well, I want to hear
ultimatum.
about last night. Forget about that. That's
No,
all.
why?
All
Because you were
nothing.
proven wrong?
What's that?
I just proved you wrong, so now
You
you want
didn't
to change the
prove me
subject?
wrong. You're a scumbag. What are you talking
I'm a
about?
scumbag. Look
You're
in
one
the
of those
mirror.
little
Look in the
pricks, one of those
mirror.
little
Die, get in the
opportunist
coffin.
weasels.
Die.
You know, Jay,
Get in
you're
the
going to run
coffin, so
into
you
me,
still out
and
of
you're not
Georgia
going to be a
now. Die,
big
get in the
shot.
coffin.
I can promise that to you.
Die, get in the coffin.
Oh, my God, yo.
You know what you just did? Sealed your own. I'll put it to you
What,
that way.
defending myself?
That's
Because
why,
you're an
that's
idiot
why
to
you're
say
saying
things like
die,
that
get
about
in a
me?
coffin.
Dice,
Because you got nothing to say.
Dice, he pretty much had an answer for what you were saying. I just want
He
to know.
had no answer. He went on a
I just
show. He
gave
did
an
material that's not his. You know what I mean? He's a little kiss ass.
He did your
He
voice,
comes to the
though.
comedy store trying to pick up anything coming out of a girl's bathroom.
Yeah,
I'm
better
saying
than-
more. Remember
better than
me?
coming out of the
I
men's
was
room.
Gilligan to Tom Cruise in that movie. Remember?
Jesus Christ.
Problem is that I'm Gilligan now.
You come meet me, Jay, and you talk to me face to face like that. Let's see you be a big shot then. The store again. Because I'm telling you, that's where I'll be. You come meet me now, and you say what you're saying on the radio.
You know what? I
to my
will because
face. I want
have
to see that
because
happen.
well, I can't even get my point across because you're going to
You have no point.
He just
point
made
is-
a
I
couple
just
of good
proved you
points.
wrong.
He made
You
a
didn't
couple of
prove
good
me
points.
wrong with anything. You're a zero. That's it.
Then why are you calling to call me a
Because
zero
I'm
if I'm
pissed
such
off
a
when
zero?
a zero goes on
When you go
and does
call
my
Pat Boone?
material. That's why. When you go on a show and do my material, that's wrong,
Your
and you know
material?
it, and you're trying to defend something that you can't defend.
I said this
But
is
if you want to tell me die and get in the coffin, you come. You know where I'm at. I'll be waiting for you. Believe
Now
me.
he's gonna hang up.
And you're going to have to walk into me. Believe me. And that's
that
a
would be the
problem
first
you don't
place I'd
want
go,
in your life.
Because with this energy between us floating around, I would have to confront you to talk to you face to face.
You will have to confront me, believe me, and I want to see if
No,
you
I
can
just
look
agreed
me.
with you.
I want to see if
I
you can
just
stand with
agreed
me
with you.
with nobody around.
I just agreed with you.
You stand with me with nobody around, and you tell me die and get in a coffin. And then we're going to see what happens. And then we're going to see who's in the coffin. We're going to see what a big shot you are. You don't scare me. You ain't nothing to me. Believe me.
Dice, it seems-
Maybe you could pick on the girl from the from Regis' show. You know, pick on that
Hey,
girl.
can you get
I
on
wanna see
Regis
you,
ever?
I want to see you stand with me like a man, which you're not. You know, and tell me what you just said on the radio. I want to see you do that to me.
I think I hit a sore spot with Dice.
Hey, you didn't hit a sore spot.
Hey, Dice.
You did the wrong thing.
Dice.
You don't cop to it once again. That's
No,
why
I
don't
did. I just
respect you.
explained it, and you're not
You
addressing
know what
it.
I mean? Stick to being Gilligan's in film. Don't get on a comedy
you guys
stage.
jumping
and
in
don't
here?
come to the comedy
I'm
store.
trying. Hey, Dice, you didn't hear that he said, "Hey, I'm Dice Yambag."
What'd he say?
You didn't hear him say, "Yeah, I'm Dice Yambag," like he was doing an impression of you when he said then said Yambag.
Oh. Well, maybe I got the wrong idea. You know what I mean? Sometimes, I mean, a mistake. I mean, I didn't even see the thing. You know, it's my misunderstanding.
Westbury Music.
Hey, Jay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean nothing by that.
I'm sorry.
I accept.
We got off to a bad start.
Club Soda Kenny called me and said it's all or
You know
nothing.
what I mean? Jay, you got to accept my apology now.
I did,
mean,
I did, but you don't listen.
Nah, I'm sorry. It's all my mistake. You know what I mean? Maybe I got a little out of control. I lose my head. I got a bad temper. You know what I mean? You know, Joey Breed is coming around. This one, Tommy Smith is telling me everything going on, and you know, and then you got to say this. Because I'm over here now. I wasn't over there when you did the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear my explanation about Westbury Music Fair?
You know what? It's my my mistake. It's my mistake. I should have had you do that show. You know what I'm saying?
Why would I open for you at a comedy club that I could headline myself?
Because it was all part of what we were trying to put
But
together.
that hampers
you're
me,
not a
because then
team
when I want
player.
to go
You're not
back
that
into the
kind of guy.
comedy club, no
Understand?
one's going to come because they just saw me with you.
No, exactly.
It's business.
I know they wouldn't come and see you.
When you
I
have
know.
Kenny call me and
It's
say
my
it's all or
mistake.
nothing, you make a
I
decision
get off
for
the
me.
handle. You know what I mean?
All right, listen.
You know, we got to let certain things go in this world. I didn't know you did the impression. Let me hear how you did it.
Yambag, now it's mine.
Hey, scumbag, that's not even the way I say it. You didn't do that as me. You did that as you. So people took that as your material, and you know damn well that was my material.
Yambag, I said.
That's right. What are you, the Milton Berle of the 2003s?
We have the
Is that
tape.
who you are now?
Hold on, we have the tape.
We have the tape, Dice, if
Let
you
me
want
hear
to
the
hear.
tape. I wanna hear this.
Here it is.
If both Jay and Dice can be quiet for a second, we'll play this for you.
Oh,
all
yeah,
right?
I'm the problem.
Okay, here we go.
Excuse me, I'm the problem. You're everybody now.
All right, hold on.
hold on.
Here's the
Listen
tape
to
from
me.
Conan
I heard he was
O'Brien.
wearing the sparkle jacket.
No, he wasn't.
Here it is.
Here's the tape
You
from
got
Conan.
great.
I wear the sparkle.
All right, shut up. Shut up.
All right, go ahead.
Here we go.
Let's say I have 11 in the entire yam bag. What did you just say? What did you just say? I said, Conan. I said, let's say I have 11.
That's not the part I'm asking about.
I forgot. In the entire yam bag. Now it's mine. Goo. I sound like Dice. Yam bag.
Dice is watching going like, this is too blue.
There you go.
See that, Dice? A yam bag.
No, he didn't even say it right. You know, if you're going to steal, you got to do it right. You didn't do it right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
The way
too
you
much
said Yambag was very weak.
Too much applause.
Just because
You got an accent on the M,
people
an
are listening
accent
to the
on
air conditioner on and off.
Yambag.
You're both talking at the same time.
What's new?
Yambag.
When people
Say
are,
that.
you shouldn't do it all the
That's like
time.
saying to a chick, would you like a little dessert, maybe a little cream brolode?
See, now, Dice,
You see what I mean?
you do your Christopher Walken impression, and everyone knows Jay Moore was pretty much the first person to do the Chris Walken impression.
No, he wasn't.
No?
Peter Dobson did it first. He got that whole thing going.
Who's that?
I don't even know what it is.
He's an actor that could do Chris Walken.
Oh, you know what? When I was 20 years
He
old,
does
in
a good
comedy
Chris
club, I was hanging
Walken.
out with a lot of actors.
What's that?
I don't even know who the guy is.
Yeah, so what? So you're supposed to know everybody?
That you just made my own point for me. You're suggesting I stole Walken too? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Luca Palanca does a better walker than you.
Who?
Luca, he knows who it is.
Who?
Even Ralphie May does a good walking. But you don't know him either, right?
No, I don't know who
Right.
Ralphie May is.
All right. Well, look, I got to say, I think Jay does the best walking I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
well, he didn't do the best jam bag.
I'll give you that.
All right, I think we can all
All right,
agree.
Dice, you do the best yam bag, and
That's
Jay,
right. I
you-
do the best jam bag, my
and Jay
friend.
does the best walking.
Dice, do
How's
a
that?
little. Dice, do a little walking. Hey, I'll answer.
All right. I ask you about are there any girls, and then you say yeah, and then I say the other line.
All right, go ahead.
All right, you ready? I got to stand up.
All right.
All right, you watching?
Yeah.
All right. Are there any babes?
Yeah.
Then let me in. You see what I mean?
That's awful.
That's without rehearsing.
But that's awful.
All right, listen, we have to end the show, believe it or not.
Hey, Dice,
Yeah.
are you going to be at my show at the Beacon?
Yay, you finally got a show off after 25 years. Good for you.
Hey,
Doesn't
Jay,
make any sense.
it's a benefit, Jay. And he,
I wanted
Dice.
to see how many jokes you're going to see of yours.
It's all right, Jay. I'm going to be waiting for you. Don't worry.
All right,
We're going to straighten this out, just me and you, with no radio,
All right,
with nobody watching.
all
We're
right,
gonna
You know
see-
what, Dice? The Ralphie May thing.
You see, because I'm not going
You
to forget
throw
the
somebody's
Clifford line,
birthday party,
Jay. You
and the person
understand?
you're supposed to
I'm not going
tell-
to forget that. I want to see you say that to me. So I'm going to forget about the Ralphie May thing. I'm going to forget about that.
All right, we'll fade them out.
It's the worst.
Of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Anthony, we got to get into the Dice Moore fight. This probably. I didn't eat dinner last night. I didn't get to work out last night. I didn't get to watch TV. Nothing because I was
Damage
dealing,
control with
I was
Dice.
dealing with the Dice Moore fight all the way up until 2:30 in the morning when Dice called me after the detectives talked to him.
Now, I got to tell you something. This thing is escalating. It started quickly. Jay Moore was on Conan O'Brien a couple of nights ago. He used the term yam bag. Now, if you listen to this show, Dice came to this show a while back and used the term yam bag. We've adopted it. We love it. It's funny. Everyone that's on this show uses the term yam bag when you're describing the scrote, because in some contexts we can't use the scrote. So we use yam bag. Describes what you're talking about. So Jay used it on Conan. Conan questioned it, like, what? And Jay starts going, yam bag! Oh, like Dice.
And going, now it's mine.
Now it's mine, he says, in the Dice voice. Dice calls up yesterday when Jay's on the phone, just pissed off as all hell, yelling at Jay for ripping him off, ripping off yam bag. And then he just starts going into other things that they argued about, club appearances and whatnot, birthday parties. It got ridiculous. When you think that the situation this country's in right now, that Dice is pissed off at the use of yam bag, I'm astounded.
Well, yeah, this whole fight started because of one word.
What? Yam bag.
This is
the great yam bag war.
Yeah, this is the yam bag fight that you're about to hear. So,
yeah.
Quickly after the show, I talked to Dice for well over an hour on the way home.
Yeah.
As soon as I got home, the phone was ringing, and now I'm talking to Jay. Jay tells me he called the cops on Dice. This is all dead serious, man.
The police were called.
Jay is claiming, and I got to be careful with my words, that
he's alleging
that Dice said that he would blow him up into little pieces, which wouldn't be the coolest thing to say under the current circumstances, obviously.
Blow him up into little pieces.
So now Dice is, Jay's claiming.
I'm a terrorist.
Yeah, Jay's claiming that Dice is a terrorist.
Oh!
Dice, in turn, is really pissed off because Jay told him to die and get in a coffin.
Osama Dice Laden.
Also, he's really pissed off that Jay was using the word Jew and Heeb.
He was saying, because Jay was on yesterday with Dice on the phone, and Jay kept, Dice was interrupting Jay time and time again. So Jay finally turns around and just goes, hey, why don't you admit you're a Jew? I don't know where that came from, but, Jay felt he had to throw that into the mix. Maybe to try to shut Dice up. I don't know.
There was a little chuckle, though, because I'm talking to Dice well into the night. No exaggeration.
Yeah.
And he would have talked another 2 hours, but he got a beep, and the beep was a detective calling Dice to get his side of the story.
Right.
I'm dead serious, man. This is no radio bit. But while I'm talking to Dice, I'm flipping around the TV, and there is the True Hollywood Story with Andrew Silverstein.
Yeah, I saw that last night, too. I saw pieces of that.
I'm laughing. I'm like, man, you're on the TV. I'm talking to you on the phone. And then
what TV show?
And then I go, Dice, why did you allow them to film you right after you woke up one morning? You know what? The one interview where he's there with his wife?
He's all puffy and sleepy,
I'm like,
and his hair's all like...
it's so obvious he either just woke up or he's on heroin. So I go, Dice, why would you allow a film crew to come into your house when you first wake up? Because this is going to be on TV for the next 10 years. And at the time when that first aired... we didn't have the relationship with Dice where we got the pleasure of meeting him and stuff.
Yeah.
So my first thought was, oh my God, what happened to Dice?
What happened to Dice? I'm on the smack.
Yeah. Now he's he's in bad shape. But then we get to meet him, and you can it's obvious that he's fine.
Right.
But he goes, no, but I think everybody assumes that I just woke up. I'm like, I don't think so. I think people are thinking, what the hell's wrong with Dice in that shot?
He looked like he just woke up.
His eyes are all puffy, and
he's all puffy. Well, put yourself out there.
Yeah, it doesn't really, he's not really talking much. He's a little disoriented. So it was quite a night, Anthony.
I was bedazzling my jacket all night. I was up late with the studs.
Then I'm out cold, and the phone rings at 2:30 in the morning, and it's Dice. He's like, why are you sleeping? I'm like, Dice, I'm not in L.A., man. It's 2:30 in the morning.
What are you doing? No, I look at the clock.
Right.
It's like 11:30.
Which means I was asleep for at least, 3 hours at this point.
What's the matter with you?
So that's where we're at.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of threats going on.
My favorite
out of yesterday. Not even the yam bag stuff. Not the stuff of why Jay didn't do the Westbury Music Fair show with Dice.
Well, Dice explained that. He was trying to build something cool.
Right.
But he needed Jay to do the Rascal shows with him, which is a smaller club and a great club down there in Jersey. And then they were going to bring it to, like, Westbury. And then after that, they were hoping, to bring it to some of these arenas.
I don't know. Well, Jay's explanation seemed okay to me. Like, he goes in and does Rascals himself.
Now you're taking sides.
I'm not taking sides. I just listen to Jay's arguments on everything. And my favorite one, like I was saying, is the birthday party. I went to your birthday party. You're a creep. You didn't even show up. And then Jay explained that.
Oh, by the way, that guy who threw the birthday party, he's calling in today as well.
Is he calling today, too? I got the whole birthday party controversy over with. You didn't even show up at your own birthday party.
I have a feeling this is just the beginning, my friend, of a very long day. TJ, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, what's up?
Hey, generally I'm a fan of both Dice and Jay.
Who isn't?
I am. But, if Jay really called the police on Dice last night, he's a little bitch.
Well, Jay was a little scared. Scared for his safety.
Come on. People talk ass. And Dice talks ass with the best of them. Calling the police was outrageous.
Quite frankly, I think the whole argument is silly.
I think this entire argument is ridiculous in the light of what is going on in this country in this day and age. That yam bag it started this whole thing rolling. And there were other things that were said that, each of them was jabbing the other one a little more, getting him a little more pissed off, and it escalated.
Right.
Okay, so do you think that calling the police was warranted?
Well, probably not.
I don't think Dice. Yeah, I don't think Dice was really going to blow Jay to bits. I really don't think so.
And he supposedly said that to Jay's wife after the show.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah. So she's very upset. It's a mess. There's detectives involved, and someone from one of the camps begged us not to talk about the detectives, but I'm like, look, man, you got us in the middle of it.
Yeah.
You wasted my night calling me over and over again, so what am I going to do, just not say a word on the air?
I'm learning how to fly a plane. Where's Jay's house? Oh! Bop!
Anthony, what's up?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen, I called a long time ago when... Hello?
Yeah.
I called a long time ago when you guys called the cops on that guy driving the truck, and I had to yell at Opie. But if Jay Moore did that, he's a faggot.
Well, we'll get Jay's side of this.
We'll get his side, because he sounded pretty serious when he was talking to me last night.
He's way funnier than Dice, I mean, even though he is the Louis Soho of show business, my man does everything. It's just not right.
I thought he was the Gilligan of
He's the Gilligan
of show business. All right, Anthony, thank you. That's pretty funny, though.
The guy, no one knows him. He's Gilligan.
Tony, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Hey, it's this Tony. How are you, bro?
Dude, we love Dice, man. But let's call it like it is. He's lost his effing mind. You hear him yesterday? Oh, maybe it's me. Later on, he snaps at the drop of a dime. He's nuts.
Yeah, he is nuts. I love him, though.
Yeah, and we hear, dude, on our end, it's hysterical. He's going to be in a padded room soon. I'm Ford Fairlane. Oh.
I should give you guys another part of this, too. On the way home, I asked Dice at least 10 times, and I asked Jay at least 4 times. I said, if you guys are playing us in any shape or form, you need to tell me now. Because now we're putting ourselves out there, and we're going to sound really stupid if this is all a gag. And Dice swears it's not. Jay swears it's not.
Yeah, because if we're being played, they will not be able to use this venue to plug any shows. And believe me, this show puts a lot of asses in seats.
Well, we don't mind being played, but after, when it gets really serious and you need to tell us. And that's what I told Dice, and he swore on his kids.
Oh, he did?
And I know how close he is with his family, man. So I truly believe this is as real as it gets. Okay?
Yam bag, but.
And that's where we're at today. Whew. Detectives were called. I know there was some chuckling in there, but
I
then
think
it got serious again, and Jay felt threatened, so he called the cops. Detectives went to his place. And then the detectives called Dice to get his side of the story. And Dice still wants to kick the crap out of Jay if he ever sees him. And Jay figures, well, I got to defend myself, so when I see him, I guess I got to take him out. And that's where we're at today. Paul, what's up?
I hope they're not setting you up.
No, because they're definitely not setting us up on this one.
Yeah, I would hate to think so. Remember Paul Bond from Airsick coming in? Chocolate starfish, Jay! Chocolate starfish! You stole it, Jay! And then Opie punched him in the face.
Yeah, I don't feel like punching Dice in the face.
Why you want to go and punch me?
Right.
Okay, now there's a problem.
Hey, Jay really called the cops?
Yeah.
That's what we're hearing.
Yeah.
Faggot. What a faggot.
Well, he said that he was going to blow him up to bits, allegedly.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
You could ask Jay when he comes in a little later on the show. Okay?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
All right, douches.
All right, bye.
All right, douches.
And really fast, Kevin, what's up?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey.
Dice is all pissed off at Jay Moore for stealing Yambag. I heard Hanson wants to kick Dice's ass for stealing Mbop.
No, it's Bop! Bop!
Hey, yeah!
All right, Kevin, thank you.
All right.
So there you have it. We'll see what happens today, okay?
Mbop! Mbop, bop, bop, bip! Bop! Oh! 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 Bop! Bop! Hello again, hello. Just called to say, bop. Yeah, bop. Yambag. Yambag. Bring it on home, you rip-off little faggot. Bop. Hey, the kids don't sing. What's the matter? The little blonde one's ripping me off. I play the drums too. I am bag. Oh! Sing it, faggot. Bop. 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 They're ripping me off.
All right, we have to take a break, Ant.
Let's take a break.
How you doing? This is Andrew Dice Clay. I got a lot of personal. I mean, personal. Try that one, Anthony. You're listening to Anthony and Opie.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Jay Moore.
Hey, Dice.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's going on?
Hey. Is everyone mellower today?
We're having fun, Dice.
Can we work this out today?
Hello?
What's there to work out?
Well, you're on the phone. Jay's in the studio.
Yeah, what's he doing there?
He's hanging out. We're having fun.
Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
What was the problem? I don't think there was a problem yesterday. I think, the big thing was made out of nothing.
What do you mean a big thing? I got everybody but the SWAT team surrounding my house.
Now stop it.
What are you talking about? This guy went to detectives, to private investigators, all kinds of stuff is going on here.
Private investigators.
You know, I'm like, I'm in the dungeon now.
You're in the dungeon?
Yeah, I'm hanging.
You're in the fruit cellar?
Yeah. I told them they ain't taking me alive.
I see.
What's up with that?
Were any authorities called, Jay? Were any authorities called?
Yeah, the authorities were called. By the way, I do owe them a shout-out to the 10th Precinct in New York. We had a couple laughs last night. Those guys are the best. And they know, me and Jay are having a problem, but, the detective I talked to thought it was a little more important to go to the disaster site and try to help out there than worry about a fight we're having on the radio.
Uh-huh. Well,
Jay was very nervous that I was going to beat him up, and so I got to apologize to him.
Well, I'm not sure the listeners would believe that I was afraid you're going to beat me up.
Well, that's what it was, or else you want to run to the police. But that's okay. I'm not going to beat you up.
Can I put him on hold to tell you what happened?
From family
it's
members.
usually the only way to get through, yeah.
All right, hold on, Dice.
You know what I mean?
Dice.
I got everybody in his family calling me,
All right, wait, Dice. Please help us out here.
All right.
You just said what you had to say. Let Jay talk. It is really uncomfortable in the studio right now because
No, I'm very comfortable.
you should see Jay's eyes.
If you were comfortable, you wouldn't run to the police after an argument on the radio.
That's not when I went.
I mean, I've had a lot of fights with comics.
All right, wait, Dice, please help me out.
I'm just trying to make a point.
All right, help me out. Let Jay say what he has to say now.
All right.
And then you respond.
I'm cool.
Okay,
But
Jay,
you got to be quiet.
Be quiet.
I'm cool.
All right, Jay Moore.
My wife called Andrew to say what's between you and Jay is between you and Jay. Don't say my husband's hitting on waitresses and stuff because it kind of makes, we are trying to make a baby.
No, your wife didn't say that. Don't make me play the tape.
Oh, my God.
Nicole?
That's not what you said.
All right, Nicole's in the studio.
Nicole was very nice. She said, we're trying to make a baby. I know you and Jay are having problems. And I said, well, that's very good for you that you want to have a baby. But I got 2 kids that love their father, and they don't want to see me in a casket dead with a nail in it. Isn't that what you said?
No, I said no.
Wasn't that your threat?
No, I said...
He was doing an Otto and George impression.
To the detectives, I got to handle things on this side.
Dice, you ever see Otto and George?
You couldn't handle things like a man. He's going to beat me up there. Tell me, Jim.
I can assure everyone listening that the reason the police were involved had nothing to do with the threat.
All right,
Excuse me.
You know what?
You know what? I'll just go. This is stupid.
Hey,
I'm gonna go home because this is ridiculous.
No,
It's
hold
very
on.
serious.
Dice, now we got to put you on hold.
All right, hold on.
Now we got to put you on hold. See? Now look what we can do to you.
Okay, go ahead, Jay. He's on hold.
Exactly what happened was that he was very kind to me when I called and asked him to please, if you could, just not say that my husband is, hitting on other women. We're trying to make a baby. And he was very kind. He said, I understand and I apologize and I in no way meant to hurt you in any way, shape, or form. And I really hope you did get pregnant because your husband's going to be in a million pieces.
Oh.
And then he went on to describe how he was going to hurt my husband. And he was very kind
Not
and very
hurt,
sweet.
kill
my husband.
And he said, we all know what happened to Kinnison when he crossed me.
So...
Was that a line that was... Did Dice say that?
That's in the police
that
report.
He said that to me, and he was very kind through the whole thing, and that's the reason why we called the police.
Dice, did you say you know what happened to Kinnison when he crossed me?
Lying and embellishing this story.
Well, okay.
They're making me sound like a hitman from the mob.
Did you say, look what happened? Did you say, look what happened to
I've had
Kinnison?
lots of fights with comics over the years, like Kennison and Belzer, professional comics, comics that do this for a living,
The only
and
concern is
they
that he said it
don't
to
have
me.
their wives calling me up. I mean, just the fact he's got his wife there, like his apron, holding his apron strings. Why is his wife even there today?
You know why?
Why does she have to protect you? Why can't you talk to yourself? Don't worry. I'm not going to beat you up. I'm not going to lay a hand on you.
Not
and as
worried
far
about
as the
that.
girl
I'm not worried
situation-
about you beating me
Hey,
up.
Jay,
That never crossed my mind.
Jay, as far as the girl situation, I'm not the one that tells you not to leave it in your pants. That's between you two. What do I know what goes on? You know what I mean? You want to lie about me?
No.
You want to tell me you want me in a coffin and I mention you're talking to girls coming out of the bathroom? And that's why you're going to the cops? That's between you two. Honey, if you can't keep it in his pants, that's your problem. But I don't need harassing calls.
That's not what we were talking
I
about.
don't need harassing calls from a wife
That
and
wasn't
a friend.
harassing.
Who's going to call me today? Your mommy, Jay?
You were very kind to me. You were very kind to me. It
Yeah,
wasn't
exactly.
harassing at
So
all.
why are you saying I'm going to blow him into a million people? When
That's
this
what
cop
you
was
told
telling me
me.
that, I'm going,
Did
what?
you
I'm gonna
said,
do
I
what
hope
to him?
you got
I told
pregnant
the cop
because
what I said I'm going to
your
do to
husband's
him.
going to be in it. You said, I hope you got pregnant because your husband's going to be in a million pieces. That
No,
made
I did
me
not
upset.
say that. You are just lying through your teeth, and you were very upset when you called me.
Osama
And I thought I was very
Bin Laden.
nice to you.
I'm a terrorist.
And you just happen to have a husband that can't stand on his own 2 feet.
No,
I guess we'll see.
I called
and then other people are going. Then I'm talking to Opie, and he goes, "Well, the line he actually said about the coffin line is from Otto and George."
Right.
Yeah.
Is that true, Jay?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Oh, it is true.
Get in the coffin,
So
die.
I'm
Get in the coffin,
supposed to
Sam.
know.
Now, wait,
a minute.
time out. Are you going to kill Anthony now because you just said it?
No, wait a minute. I'm supposed to know now that what comic you're taking for, like you used me on Conan. Yesterday you're using Otto and George. What are you, like a cover band? Are you like the cover comic? You cover all the comics material?
Guys, we're all
Is
friends
that
with
what you do?
Otto and George, and we all throw around George's lines here on the show.
No, but what I'm supposed to know is what act he's ripping off at the time. Were you doing Otto or the dummy? I mean, am I supposed to know that too?
I'd like to know what any of this has to do with you making my wife cry.
Why is your dumb wife even calling me up?
Oh, Jesus.
Boy, you're building your
Why
fan
is
base.
she calling me up?
Because it's
all
the
I'm
20
getting is
because it's
harassing
the
calls on my
21st century,
phone
and that's
from
actually
you
what women
that didn't
do.
stop
This isn't the
calling me
Middle
all
East.
day,
Women
from
stand
your
up for
wife,
themselves.
From your friend.
This isn't
I mean,
the
what
Middle
is all
East.
that
Women
about?
stand up for themselves. I did not like what you said, and I asked if we could talk, and you were very cool. You talked to me. This isn't the Middle
Well, you
East.
know what?
Women
If
take
somebody
care of their own
said to
business.
you that they want you in a coffin dead,
I didn't say I wanted you
and
in a
you
coffin
have
say that.
children,
You
I did not
said,
say
"Die, get
that.
in the coffin," which is
We could replay
somebody
the
said
tapes.
that to you.
We could replay
and
the
mentioned
tapes.
something. I don't know what your anti-Semitic remark was because Opie won't play it back.
Hold on.
Do you happen to remember that?
Dice, we played the whole argument when we first got here today.
Yeah. So what was that remark about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
This has nothing to do.
I think
It has a lot to do with it, Jay.
I think
you
you
know
called
what?
him a
If you
Jew in
have
a
a
heap.
comedy fight, that's okay. If you're keeping it to jokes and being funny, because people want to laugh.
Then why did you
Okay?
tell my wife
when
you were going to
start
put me in a
telling
million
guy you
pieces?
wanted him
And
in a
that's
coffin
yeah.
dead. You know
I
what?
didn't say I wanted
that's
you
where
in a
I draw the
coffin
line.
dead. I never said the phrase "I want you in a coffin dead." You're lying.
Did you kill
Well, you know what?
Dice?
Maybe I'm not phrasing it exactly how you would like me to phrase it right now.
I said die, get in the coffin.
You know what I mean?
And that's not a threat.
Oh, die, get in the coffin. That's not a threat.
You've been told that
No.
5,000 times on this
in
show.
in whose opinion?
Everyone's?
No, not everybody. Yours. Just like you embellish to the police, all kinds of nonsense. You're a baby.
I did
and
not
you're not
embellish
a
a
comic.
word. This has nothing to do with Jay. I personally did not.
You got every
embellish a
cop
word.
in New York working on a disaster, and you're running there because you're afraid that your husband's running. Because I made a comment about girls. You don't think that's as
not
bad
at all.
as what he
Actually,
said to me?
that wasn't it at all. As a matter of fact, you handled that. You were very kind about it, and we moved on. That's not the reason
but
for
the
the
point
call.
is, you don't think that was
The reason for
wrong?
the call is because you threatened my husband. You're messing with my house. I don't
you know
like
what?
that.
I'll admit, I was very angry at your husband
And you
because
told me
he
you were
wasn't
going to
being a
kill him.
comedian. He was just being nasty because he had nowhere to
Fair
go.
enough.
Did you
And
tell
then-
my wife you were going to make sure I paid and I was going to die? If
Well,
not at the
wait a minute, no, I
Beacon,
never
and
said
that's what
that.
happened to Kinnison when he crossed you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so now I killed Kennison?
That's what you
said.
what you said.
You said
Yeah,
that.
I made
we all
his
know what
car
happened.
go off the road.
Direct
It was all
quote.
about me. You're an idiot.
Direct quote.
I
We
didn't
all
say
know
it.
what happened to Kinnison
No, it's not a
when
direct
he crossed
quote
me. That
because
is what
everything
you
you're
said to
saying
me
is a lie.
verbatim. I
Okay,
do
it's a
not
lie.
embellish. I do not embellish because this is too
I
serious.
know you don't embellish.
and
That's
too
why you're in a
important.
radio station with him holding your
He's holding my
thing over
hand
there.
because I am freaked out. He is actually very calm.
Well, what are
I
you
am the one
freaked
who's
out
upset.
about?
I'm upset.
You're
I don't
upset
like-
that maybe he's playing with other girls, but
no,
you know what? He's
I'm
a very
upset
handsome
that
guy.
you threatened to kill my husband.
I'm not killing your
I
husband.
assure
I'm not
you,
going to go
my
near your
husband would
husband.
love to stoop every
All
hot
right,
girl
so
that walks
let's
into
put
a
that to
comedy
rest.
club. That's not what my problem
Nicole.
is.
All right, hold
Nicole,
on.
let's put that to rest. I'm not gonna go near your husband. I'm not gonna beat him up because
That's too
I wouldn't
bad.
hit anybody. Number one, that's not a
I'm
challenge.
not worried about you
which he
beating
is
up my
definitely
husband. I
not
would
in any
prefer
way.
if one
I
of
don't
your
know. I like to see
followers
that
don't
fight.
try to kill him.
No, you wouldn't.
I think Jay could take you, Dice.
It would just be a beating. You know what? Take some bets on that.
I think Jay could take Dice.
Jay couldn't last 60 seconds with me, with the two of you helping him.
Hey, now don't drag me into this.
I drag everybody into
Come
it.
on.
That's how I am. But as far as the girls, hey, look.
That's not
maybe
a
I'm a little
concern.
jealous.
We're not talking
we
about
covered
that.
that.
Jay is.
Dice, we already covered that. I'm
No,
not
we
concerned about
covered-
that.
no,
That's not
listen
the
to me.
issue. That is
Nicole.
not the issue.
Nicole, what are you trying to get in here? What are you and him a team now? Relax.
Hell no, I'm a student.
I'm
I'm a
trying to
31-year-old woman
apologize
back in
for-
college. I have nothing to do
No,
with show
listen,
business.
I am trying to apologize for upsetting you. If I said something to upset you, I do apologize about that. But he happens to be a very handsome man, and, girls notice him.
Great.
He can't help that.
Great. That is not
What
the
do you
concern.
think he's
My
on the
concern-
Regis show? You got 20 million bored housewives watching this guy, playing with that vibrators, going, "Oh, he's a good-looking guy."
I welcome
They
that.
can't
I
help
encourage
themselves.
that. And
Is
every
that a
now and then,
compliment?
I
Yeah.
do one for in honor of. Now, every now and then, I do one for my husband in honor of the fans. Trust me, it's a good
This
thing.
is what I'm saying. He's a
I don't
very
like
handsome
it when,
man.
All
I
right,
don't like
all right.
it when you tell my husband.
You know
tell
what
me
I
that you're
mean?
going to kill my husband.
All right, so
Just-
Dice-
I'm not killing you.
All right, Dice, so
you know
you're-
what?
you're not
I'm
gonna
doing
kill
this a
Jay
long
Moore, right?
time. I've never hit anybody.
All right, Dice,
Okay?
you're not going to kill Jay.
No, I'm not killing him. I'm not hitting him. I was very aggravated when he said whatever he said about the coffin. I'm sorry I can't quote it correctly. differently for you today, Jay.
The exact phrase was "die, get in the coffin."
And what about the nail, Jay? Did we forget that part?
What
Never-
nail?
never said it.
That's
We
not
could play-
part of the Otto and
You
George
think my
bit.
kids? You think my kids would be happy with you saying that?
Well,
I get in
Do you
the
think I have kids that happen to love that crazy father?
Hey, Dice.
They wouldn't appreciate your little comment. You know that?
Dice, the misunderstanding is that Jay was doing a line from Otto and George, and you.
That's what I'm saying.
And you
If he
did
would
not know
actually
that.
Put together his own material instead of stealing from every comic.
Well,
and
then you know
becoming a
what? Then
cover
Opie and
comic.
Anthony, you two must be the biggest hacks in the Western world.
Well, I would admit to that in a second.
Because I've heard Dice on the show. You've said "die, get in the coffin" 1,000 times to Malone.
You know what? They never said that to me.
Absolutely,
As
I
far
remember.
as I remember, they have never
I remember
said
Dice
that to
here
me.
live, and I was going to get in the coffin, die,
Yeah, now that sounds like the puppet.
Whoa,
that I would understand.
See, Jay, me and you, I got to get together so I can teach you how to do the puppet better.
No, you got to understand. I get a call from a detective. I actually thought it was you guys playing games with me at first.
Yeah.
It was all
I'm saying, what
because
is
of
this,
me.
fucking Anthony over here?
Huh?
Did you just curse?
No.
Did you just curse?
No, I used it in a radio term.
No.
I didn't curse. Not the,
You just cursed.
no, but not the way you think.
See, I thought you
Right.
guys were playing us, so I don't know.
No, I wasn't playing. I'm telling you. I'm talking to Opie. I get a beep, and it's this detective. My boys at the tent.
Right.
There were a lot of laughs. I had a good time with them. And they're going, so this guy comes in saying he's a big star, Jay Who, and I'm
You
going,
came to
no,
my
he's not.
apartment. I didn't go anywhere, so that's a lie already.
So where do we leave this?
Well, you know, I'm trying to apologize for something he said,
Okay.
that he fueled the fire. So now what's my move?
What's your move?
Yeah, now I got to take legal action against you?
All right, hold on. So the deal is, so far, we've worked out that you're not going to kill Jay Moore, right?
No, I'm not going to hurt him in
But
any
now,
way.
but you're pissed because Jay.
Because I don't need any more calls. Who's going to call next? His mommy, his
All right.
brother,
Oh, Jesus.
kids in the family. Don't hit him.
So now you're upset because the cops called you.
Well, I just think that he could have handled it on his own. You give it a day to rest, and you call me up. And
I did call you, and you hung up on me. And
Well,
my
I was
words,
angry at the time. So
I
why
said,
would
"Can we
talk?
talk like grown-ups?" And you hung up on me.
but why
My
would we
wife
talk
called
when
you.
I'm-
You said, "I hope you did get pregnant because that's the only chance you're going to get because your husband's going to be in a million pieces."
No, not a million pieces.
Yes, it's exactly what you said.
And you said,
Correct
"We all know what
quote.
happened to
If you want the
Kinnison when he
exact
crossed me."
No, that's
Because,
a correct
you know
He
what?
said, "I don't know who your husband knows in New Jersey, but I know more people, and they're already working on it. Trust me. Your husband has to look over his shoulder at the Beacon, the Comedy Store, and the Laugh Factory because we will get him. Your husband has to pay." That, my friend, is a death threat that made my wife cry. I'm not afraid for my own safety.
You know what?
But when you bring my family into it and make my wife
When
cry,
you bring my family into it, you got a problem.
I didn't bring your family
I
into
was
it.
trying to say to you.
No, you already
If
admitted I didn't bring your
shut
family
up,
into it.
I'll say what I said.
I'm
I'm not
talking more
afraid
than
to
Dice.
back up what I say. I'm not you.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I'm not a little pansy that brings his wife to the radio station. Hold
I
me.
came on my
hold
own.
me. All right,
I
I'm not
came
going to
on
yell
my
at you.
own.
You're not in the business. This is not our fight.
Okay.
What is it?
So I'm not even
the
gonna bring you
mob?
up.
It's like the mob. You're not in the
I
business.
even told this detective, okay?
Yeah.
I said we were on the radio, and when Jay said what he said to me about being in a coffin, the way I put it, with a nail in it, I got very angry, and I said, I dare you to try to stand toe-to-toe with me at the Comedy Store and say that to my face. I would break both your arms and legs. That's what I would do. And I told that to the detective. I said, but I was very angry, and it was a fight on the radio, and I don't know why this jerk-off is even coming in and talking to you about this. He's supposedly doing a benefit, you know, for this New York cause, and he's wasting your time on this nonsense on a radio fight.
Dice, why do you got to threaten bodily harm to people? Why you got to be a tough guy?
I'm not the tough guy. He said
you
to
were
me
being
about...
a tough guy. Nah, everyone.
No, let me explain something.
Yeah.
I'm over here right now, right?
Right.
Now, let me explain something.
Okay.
I'm over here.
We're over here.
Because I said.
Right.
You're over there.
Right.
All right, so we're having an argument on the phone.
Sure.
He says something that really pushes a button, aggravates me, because whenever anybody says something about my kid's father to cause bodily harm to me, that will be repercussions.
But my kid's father, wouldn't that be you?
But by last night...
That's you.
What's that?
Your kid's father is you.
You.
What do you mean?
You say things about you.
Why don't you say that when he says,
When he
things,
says
about
things about me. You
No,
got to
because-
say my kid's father. It could be, the kids
No,
have nothing to
because
do with it.
he didn't say it with my kids. He's talking about me.
The kids have nothing to do with it.
No, the kids have everything to do with it.
No.
Dice, you take your Paxil today?
Who is he? You know what I mean? I don't do those things.
All right, so
I'm very sober.
So are we going to drop this? Are you all right with the cops calling you?
Maybe he should change his name to Jay Less. Maybe he should talk a little less instead of more. Get it? A little less, more.
No. All right, I don't know even.
Get it? More.
Jay left the studio. Jay left the studio.
Of course he left the studio, and he leaves his poor little wife there to
He'll be right back.
defend for herself.
Please.
You call that a good man?
Oh, he's the best, and he defended me the way I would hope to be defended.
Well,
which is
how did
that
he
made
defend you?
sure I stopped
You're the
crying
one
by calling a
Do you want to
police
hear your
officer.
message? Would you like to hear your message? I got it right in front of me. Guys, would you like to
Great.
hear it?
Great. Sure. It was
You're
very
recording
kind.
stuff.
No, it's on the message machine. Here, let me play this for you. I'll play you what
I
his
can't
wife
believe
said.
I'm
All
instant.
right, here it is.
Paranoid Dice, recording everything.
Yeah.
Here it is.
All right.
That's Tuesday, not Tuesday, 11:12 p.m.
Hi, Andrew. This is Nicole Moore. I'm Jay Moore's wife calling. Hey, listen, this is completely has nothing to do with anything else. I am truly actually myself a fan, and
You see what I mean? The girls call me up to tell me she's a big fan.
Right.
Right.
You see what I mean?
I
Do you
had
need more of the
nothing but
message?
respect when I called you. I had nothing but respect for you when
And
when
I was
called.
nice to you, too, as a matter of fact.
Very nice.
I
But then you
felt the
told me you were
vibe.
going to kill my husband, and I didn't. That to me is upsetting. I'm not a person who shakes.
No, but what what I was trying to convey is he shouldn't have said what he said.
You can't say you're going to kill
And
people.
if he didn't
Dice.
say,
tell
well,
me
that's why I'm
privately.
apologizing, because
You know
I
what?
lost my temper.
I'm not in the business, but one thing I know is that usually when you
Why are
get
you even paying attention to this nonsense?
because you said it to me. It involved me. I
Why are
personally
you
was
calling
involved.
me?
You're threatening death, Dice.
No, I wasn't threatening death.
You like
I
Dice from
said
the
I might
movies.
break a few things if he gets in my face and lays a hand on me.
Dice, you thought you were Fort Fairlane for a minute.
Anthony, Anthony,
What?
if somebody laid a hand on you, would you defend yourself?
But no one laid
No.
any hands yet.
No, but I'm just saying to you, you wouldn't defend yourself if somebody tried to hurt you.
No, so there.
I'm
So
pretty
if somebody
sure.
came over to you and started clubbing you to death, you'd say, oh, have a good time for yourself.
Yeah, for a
As a
goof.
matter of fact, why don't you start, break all my toes first,
For a goof.
then my knees, then I want you to rip all the teeth out of my head, put it on a wooden stick, and make it chomp away at my yam bag.
Mine now.
As long as they use some pliers or something to make it a little more painful, sure, why
All
not?
right, look, I'm going to accept Jay's apology.
Well, Jay
I don't
didn't
think
even
he
apologize.
apologized.
He's not even.
Well, he should apologize, because if he didn't say that thing, none of this misunderstanding would have happened.
He's taking the longest leak in the history of radio.
You talk like you got a gang. The people in
what's the
Jersey,
detective? I have
like you
no
got your
gang.
feelers out. You talk like a. Oh, when you're a dice all the way. From
That's
your
right,
first
see?
cigarette to your last dying day.
See, and that's the
When
problem.
you're a
See,
jet.
His wife actually got hurt because of the girl comment.
No, it's
You know-
because you threatened to kill her husband.
No, all right. You want more of the message?
Sure.
All right, here's the whole message.
Okay.
The whole thing.
Can we get Jay in here so we can get this to end?
Hi, Andrew. This is Nicole Moore. I'm Jay Moore's wife calling. Hey, listen, this is completely has nothing to do with anything else. I am truly actually myself a fan, and I just wanted to pass on to you. This is pretty ironic, actually. I really was standing on my head. We really are trying to make a baby right now, me and Jay. And so the part when you were saying that he was hitting on every woman who comes out of the bathroom, that kind of stuff, that was a little hard for me, and I know it is, just you guys are having your disagreements about what you're having a disagreement, and that has nothing to do with me. But just that one little part about, my husband hitting on other women and all that stuff when we're trying to make a baby, that's just a little hard. So I just wanted to ask you, or just put in my 2 cents worth just about that little part that
Okay, you hear it?
Okay.
All right, so she was upset about the girl thing.
All right.
All right, Jay's back in the studio. Could we wrap this up and?
Well, I'm trying to.
Okay.
So isn't that what upset you, Nicole?
Just
Isn't
wanted
that
to
what
straighten
you said
that
on the
out.
machine? Yes or no? Answer the jury.
Jury.
Is that what upset me? Yes.
Okay.
But
so,
it wasn't because, let me emphatically state, it wasn't because I believed what you said was true. It was because I don't like that kind of, I don't want to be
Look, I don't know
Howard
what goes
Stern's
on
wife.
between you. That's your business.
When you
I
let her
told you
finish.
he's handsome.
I basically, no, I have no problem with that. I just basically don't want to be.
As a matter of fact, I got another apology to make. I called him Gilligan yesterday. And that's not true. As a matter of fact, he should be the leading man. He should remake movies like Elvis did, like Girls, girls, girls. You know what I mean? Girls in the morning, girls in the evening, walking and a wiggling by. Come on, sing it, Jay. You know the song.
Insane.
My concern was not at all about what my husband
In
was
the
doing.
parking
I was
lot
just
at
not liking the
factory.
joke. That's all.
All right, I'm just goofing around. I'm trying to make light of this. Come on.
Why don't we all just shut up and let Jay and Dice just talk for a minute?
All right,
and
let's
then,
talk,
and
Jay.
then maybe we can move on with our radio show today, okay?
All right, come on. You got a big benefit you got to do.
Jay Moore.
You privately, without me in the room, told my wife you were going to kill me, and that upset my wife very much and made her cry.
All right, but let's get this clear.
I think
did
I'm
not
talking
say I
now.
was going to kill you.
Dice, you need to be quiet until he's
No,
done.
but I want
All right,
to at
hold
least
on.
get the facts straight.
You'll be able to respond.
Oh, like
I don't fear
rebuke?
Dice. I don't fear you doing bodily harm on me, but I know you got guys around you that are crazy enough that when I'm waiting for my car at the valet, they could club me in the back of the head with a golf club because they want to open for you all over the country. So when that happened and my wife starts crying because maybe she's pregnant, is he on hold right now? Oh. So when you say we all know what happened to Kinnison, you're just saying ridiculous things.
Okay? That's what I was saying to you on the radio, that you would never have the guts to stand in front of me.
Well, we'll see.
You know, that's what I was saying. You have the guts
You
to
can say
stand in front
you know
of
what,
me.
Dice? You can say anything you
You know
want.
what I mean? I don't know where you're coming up with guys around me that are going to do things. Nobody's doing anything to you. You know, and I know
True.
you got a little afraid, and I know you're that kind of guy. You know,
What kind of guy is that, Dice?
you're a little sissy, you know, little sissy Mary. But I could still like you.
And let's not forget, in your apology, you called my wife dumb and called out my
But
mother.
you know what? I apologize. Once again, she got me a little angry.
Okay.
By,
She's a
by,
very
by what?
smart girl.
By being kind?
By what?
She's so kind it freaked you out and bothered you?
She's a very nice girl.
Listen to
Believe me, I'd
you
rather
played the
talk to her
message.
than you.
You played the message to defend yourself, and it sounded like she was really kind on the answering
She
machine.
was very kind. That's
Then
why
why'd
I
you
played
tell
the
her?
message, and in that message she stated that what really bothered her, she doesn't care what's going on with us, that I mentioned the thing about the girls at the Comedy Store. But you know what? I call it the way I see it. And if you want to play games with me and talk about that I should be in a coffin, well, I'm going to pull the plug. Say this guy wants to hit below the belt, I'll hit below the belt.
I don't think
You
anybody
know what
hit
I mean?
below the belt.
So
on
don't
this end.
tell me you don't stand out there and play with the little girls. That's your problem, okay? Don't make me give exact quotes because then she'll know I'm telling the truth. So if you want to end this thing, let's end this thing. I'm calling to apologize. You're being a hump about it.
I haven't actually said anything.
Well, that's what I mean. You got to apologize back.
I don't think I have room in my heart to apologize to somebody that made
Well,
my
then
wife
maybe I
cry.
don't have room in my heart.
Well, fantastic.
All right,
You know what I mean?
so nothing got settled today.
I think the truth just really hurts. You want to call the cops and embellish like I got a gang, which I don't. I'm a comic for 23 years. I never hit one other person, not one other comic, nobody. I don't know what you've been doing, but that's not how I operate. But I do stand up for myself. And what you said on the air yesterday was wrong. And you can't even cop to that. You couldn't even cop to the fact that you used the line on the Conan show. If at least you said, all right, Dice, I used the line, I wasn't doing impression, I'd say, all right, it's not the first time, you know, and that would have been the end of it. But you couldn't cop to it. You couldn't think of anything comedic, so you start with the die, get in a coffin with a nail in it.
we've
and
had
that's when
nail
I
in
pull
it.
the plug.
All right, we've heard all that. So
I know, but he keeps going,
All right.
I can't find room in my heart. I'm the one trying to let this go.
All right, so
Because
JB
I'm the one getting calls yesterday.
Yeah, because
from
you're
his
the one
wife,
that told
from
my
his
wife-
friend, from the police.
Because you're the one that told my wife that she was going to
No, I
find me
never
in a million
said
pieces.
I was going to kill you. You
You
will
said
never
you
hear
were
me
going to
say
find
that.
me in a million pieces. We all know what happened to Kinnison when he crossed me. Your husband
Yeah,
has
I had
to.
a lot of. I had fights with
Your
Kennison.
husband has to
I
pay.
had fights with Belzer.
And if not me-
I had fights with Jay Leno.
And if not
with
me,
Arsenio.
someone that I know will get your husband. Whether it's at the
Never said
Beacon.
that, then you know what?
All right, then my
your
wife's a
wife isn't
liar.
that
Then I'm
nice.
married to a liar, and
Then
she's.
your wife isn't that nice, and she's lying to your face. Okay.
All right. Well,
I
you've
never
called my
said
wife
any of those things.
during your
And
apology.
maybe
You've
she's
called
a
my
little
wife
pissed off about
stupid,
the
and you've
girl
called out my
situation,
mother.
But that's the way it is.
You've apologized to me by calling my wife stupid and calling out my mother.
No, I
Yes.
didn't call out your mother.
You just said who's going to call me next? Your mommy?
Yeah, I said, who's going to call me? Your mommy? Who's next?
All right.
You know, that's me trying to lighten things up and go, who's going to call me? Your bigger brother? I mean, what's going on here with you? Are you that insecure? Are you that afraid that you really think I'm going to beat you up
No, my
forget about
physical
beat you up.
safety
Do you
was
really
never a
think
concern.
I would approach you and just lift my hands like some street animal and hurt you? Is that what you really believe?
No.
Okay, so why are we even going into that? Why did it even go that far?
Because you told my wife
And
she was.
what the
You
detective
told
said?
my wife
He said
in
it wasn't
private.
about that. He said it was about the fight you were having with your wife about other
That's a
women.
lie. You know that?
Really
You want to know?
upset her.
Put him on hold for a sec, because I know he'll interrupt me here. The detective told me Dice is a Jewish kid from Brooklyn that took a lot of beatings. I know this because I was one of the guys that gave him a beating. That's what the detective told me. Your buddy's in the 10th.
Well, we know that's not true. There's another lie.
Okay, well.
You know something? Will I admit
Let's call
that
Billy
I ever
Mack.
had a
He was
beating?
there.
Will I admit I got
There was a
scars
policeman
all
in-
over my body from beatings I've taken? Yeah, I've gotten beat a lot. And that's
Gee, I
why
wonder
I'm
why.
certainly not afraid of a little guy like you, a little wimp guy that stands behind his wife's coattails and hides there.
All right. Well,
If you would have came clean, this whole thing would have been over. But you can't even do that now.
Dice, they
Clean
don't
about
even
what?
they don't even nail coffins shut anymore, do they?
I don't
If I
know
could
what
bring
they
that
do.
up.
I'm trying to be a nice guy here.
Hey, be factual here.
Anthony, this just in, CNN is doing dick jokes today.
Are they?
Yes.
Dice, are you going to have Jay killed at the Beacon gig?
No, I'm not doing anything to Jay.
We could know that Jay will not be killed at that gig.
You're not gonna,
I would like to
Thank
state.
God.
You're not going to pull an Abe Lincoln or anything, are you?
No, I'm just going to do what I got to do on this end to protect myself from
There's
him.
Dice with the Abe
Because
Lincoln
in my
beard and hat.
opinion,
Why do you
my
say I'm a
opinion, when
pussy?
he
John
goes
Wilkes
to that
Booth.
I don't
detective-
understand why you say I'm a pussy and I'm a homo and I'm a
Because that's what
pansy
you are.
boy.
You
And
could've
then,
just called
but then why do you have to
me and
protect
straightened
yourself
it
from
out.
me?
Okay, listen.
Then why would you have to protect yourself from a pansy?
You know,
No, what I'm going to do, I'm going to protect myself legally because what you set up, according to people I spoke to, is that if you do now approach me at the Comedy Store and you attack me and I hit you, that it's on record that I hit you. You see what I mean?
No, I don't
so I'm
know
just
what that
gonna
means.
put, a little lean against you, if you know what I mean.
all right,
if
listen.
you want to play that
All right,
game.
we have to play commercials.
Since you're not man enough to just go, hey, Dice, it was a misunderstanding.
What's a
Can we forget the
misunderstanding
whole
about
thing?
making my wife cry
Okay,
by
listen.
telling her you're going
You
to kill
make
me?
her cry. I'm not the one
Okay.
standing at the Comedy Store going, I'm really horny. My wife is gone for 6 weeks. I'm going to have a good time. That's not me. That's
No,
you, my
first
friend.
of all, I don't hit on the waitresses. We can get Ralphie May on the phone, who's with me at the Comedy Store all the
Give
time.
a Ralphie May.
Yeah, why?
got
Because he's going to say what's true?
Why does this always get back to Ralphie May, Anthony?
Because Ralphie May's the guy that he brought up.
Okay.
And I don't hit on the waitresses. I don't even know the waitresses.
No,
I don't
I know
even know
that.
anybody at the Comedy Store. And you
Of
know what? When I
course you
go to the
don't.
Comedy Store, I go on first out of
just
respect
like
to
you
you.
lied about everything yesterday, you're
Okay.
lying right now.
Dice.
East Coast, West Coast.
This is an East Coast, West Coast
Well, I'm trying
comedy
to
thing
make this
happening
right.
here.
Dina Cola got clipped the other night. That was me. I'm coming for you.
All right, listen, we got to take a break, Dice.
All right, well, let's make this right, Jay. Let's end this. We gave them a great show.
I didn't really say much.
Let's make this right. Come on now. Come on, boy Chico.
We're
You know you still love me through thick and thin.
we're going to break in 10 seconds.
9.
Jay?
Jay, come on now.
I have
Look at
nothing
your
to say.
wife. Let it go.
Got nothing to say.
I have nothing to say.
There you
What,
go.
what do you think Yom Kippur's about? The Day of Atonement. You forgive everybody.
You threatened death. It's a police matter.
All right, well, we have to take a break, Anthony.
All right.
Thank you, Dice.
All right, goodbye.
Hi, this is Jay Moore, and I'm supposed to say something witty and funny here. You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony, and suck it. Fuck, I can't do these, Steve.
Opie and Anthony. Now presenting comedian
Jay Moore.
It's the best of the worst of the comics on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, we're back. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hello.
Lots of instant feedback coming in. This is my favorite from Espo in Jersey. Of course, Jay Moore would call the cops to keep Dice away. He wouldn't even fire Jerry Maguire unless it was in a crowded restaurant.
That's the movies. Man. I don't know. Killer Dice?
Is it Screaming Trees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He already lost you.
I'm a serial killer.
We're starting to think he's mental.
A little
the
mental.
Dice Man.
I think he could be a little crazy.
Crazy Dice.
I'll never tell. Oh! Hello, Clarice.
It's Crazy Dice. Crazy Dice, sure.
here's Dice.
Pops through the door.
Wendy, I'm home. Oh, I'm not gonna hurt you.
He'll dress up Club Soda Kenny like his mom.
She's a whore, Norman. Norman, she's a whore.
Crazy Dice, sure.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medication don't work. I've been here 7 years. I hate this place. Oh!
Killer Dice.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Oh, hickory dickory dog.
Jay, what's up?
What?
What's up?
Oh, no, I was giving Rick Ralphie May's phone number.
Ralphie May.
No, because Dice
We're going
told...
to get Ralphie May in this now.
Because Dice told Ralphie May the same things he told my wife. And Ralphie May is friends, or was friends with Dice. And
well, we're running out of show, so if we're going to talk to Ralphie May, we got to do it immediately.
Well, there's the phone number.
Immediately.
Immediately.
I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Oh, the crazy bird. I'm like a crazy bird. I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
It's with that guy. He's lost his mind.
You see what happened? The Kinnison.
What did he do?
I paid some kid money to kill him. It's great. He drove the truck right into him. I want to call a meeting of all the 5 families. I'm going to wax them, and we're going to the mattresses.
We remember in Mafia when they go, we have the Bottolatos from the north side, the so-and-sos from the east side, the Jeffersons. And they cut it was actually the Jeffersons. That was funny.
Oh, easy. Ralphie May.
That's me, the kid.
Ralphie. So, Opie and Anthony, nice to meet you.
What's up, Ralphie May?
What can you add to this? Yeah, Ralphie, we got to make it fast because we're running out of time on this radio show.
Ralphie,
today.
was my wife lying when Dice said those things to her?
No.
Yeah. But how does Ralphie know?
Because he talked to Dice immediately afterwards.
Oh, okay.
He used to be friends with Dice.
So, Ralphie, what's up? What could you add to this?
All I gotta say is a couple things. Yesterday, Andrew was talking smack about how Jay turns his back on his friends.
Right.
Look, Jay Moore feeds me. He keeps my apartment rented to me. He helps me out with my rent when I need it. I'm 400 pounds. He's got me going to the gym. He's helping me with my weight. Gives me work. He hasn't turned his back on me at all. And we were friends before we were working together. He was just a buddy.
And he didn't show up at his own birthday party. Jesus Christ.
That
was my favorite story. Like, why would Dice get...
And he didn't show up at his own birthday party. I had the hat on. I wanted to play pin the tail on the donkey. And Jay didn't show up. I left crying. I brought something for a grab bag. A yam bag. That's what started it.
Did you get to swing at the pinata, Dice?
Yeah, I swung at the pinata.
Right.
It was talking to me.
Actually, I couldn't hit it myself, so I sent some pals to beat it up. Oh, look out, pinata! Look out, pinata!
You know what makes me... Ralphie doesn't get you guys in L.A. yet.
Yeah.
And I just know Ralphie's real high right now enjoying himself.
Very high.
So, Ralphie, you never threw a birthday party for Jay Moore. It was just a barbecue.
Okay, it was a surprise for him, all right? But I didn't. He never confirmed because I'm a stupid ass and I didn't leave my phone number.
Wait,
all right?
it was a surprise party for Jay and Jay never showed?
Yeah, because it was just a barbecue. It was just I saw a barbecue last week for National Potato Week. I saw a barbecue. Any time to eat is a good time for me. All right? That's the truth, all right? JJ, man, he didn't show up. You think I was going to stop my barbecue? Hell no. And it was more cake for me.
All right.
Good.
All right. So was Dice at the barbecue with a little present for Jay?
Yeah.
He was just sitting there with his little rap
I was
present.
waiting for musical chairs.
Look what somebody made already. Jay at the Beacon. It's Jay's head on Lincoln's body and Dice's on John Wilkes Booth's body. Hysterical.
Andrew loved the chicken and took home the chicken and the sauce and stuff like this. I don't know, man. I'm just saying, Jay's always been cool to me. I ain't never seen anything. I think Miss Moore's got a great husband. I think Mrs. Moore's got an awesome son.
Hey, Ralphie, how much pot did you smoke today?
I took, honestly, 4 big bong loads.
All right.
I'm good Californic, but I start early. You got to get the jump on the high. You know what I'm saying? You can't let the day creep up on you unprotected.
Smoke
weed up all the time.
Hey, sweetheart, what did Dice say to you?
Dice said to me that he was going to snap him like a twig. He was going to break his arms and legs, and then he backed off that a little bit and stuff. I think he's just pissed, but I don't think it's about a yam bag. Jesus Christ, the yam bag has caused all this drama?
Yeah, this all
I don't
started
know.
because of the word yam bag.
It's always about a yam
But
bag.
Dice, misunderstand. It's more than about a comic doing other comics material. It's that Dice has fundamentally changed the vocabulary of America. Who says ass pipe? Only Andrew. Now everybody does. Exactly.
I'm on the Zoloft to keep from killing y'all.
See what I'm saying?
Ralphie,
You just changed the vocabulary.
All right,
I'm glad you called and set the record straight that I'm not Hollywood and turned my back on my friends.
No. Jay's far from Hollywood. We hang out on the front stoop of my apartment complex, and mine's a ghetto, geeky-ass place. He's right there with us. He ain't Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Out of respect, he parks his Mercedes 2 blocks away and walks over. Out of respect. Come on. You can't go wrong with that.
Pays a local kid to watch it.
All right,
I'm
Ralphie.
strong. I'll call you again, kids. It was fun.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, bye.
I'm 400 pounds. He feeds me.
Is he really 400 pounds?
Yeah, he used to be 700. He was in a car accident. And he was in
No one can get up to 700 pounds.
Well, spend 3 years in a hospital bed. All you can do is sit there, watch TV, and eat and hate yourself.
And he's still at 400?
He's down to 400.
Down to 400.
I don't care what you say or don't say. I'm going to torture you anyway.
Wait, what movie was that one?
Come on, dude.
True Romance.
Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, Reservoir Dogs. That's right. Okay.
True Romance.
Stuck in the middle with you. You want me to play the music for you?
Do you know me? I'm the Antichrist, and you got me in a vendetta kind of mood. I work as consul to Blue Boyle. I don't believe you. That's of minor importance. What's of major effing importance is that I believe you. Where's your son?
He's doing my act.
Sonny.
Then let me in.
Oh, guys. Listen, I'm a little bugged out with you guys because you're really not giving Dice his props. You're not mentioning the fact that yesterday
Yeah.
he called Dice a Jew, and that's what got the whole thing bugged out. And Dice doesn't want to discuss it.
Dice is a Jew. Why is that offensive? Why is that offensive? to call
Apparently, hey, Jay, you said yesterday, I think I hit his sore spot.
I embrace it. I embrace it. I eat the matzah.
Bottom line is that he was bugged out over the fact that you said that. And then when your wife called him, little inappropriate that your wife goes on the radio today and says, oh, she was not bothered by that comment. And then his tape
This has turned into a major soap opera.
indicates that she was bothered.
All right,
lay off the guy.
Sonny, they were fighting, and both of them said, stuff they probably wish they could take back.
Absolutely. But you know what? Don't pick on Dice like he's a crazy man. He got nuts.
Sonny, can I tell you something? We know Dice well enough that he is chuckling over Anthony doing the crazy Dice right now.
Crazy Dicey!
I'm loving that too, then.
Everything
But
must
don't pick on him and
go!
act like do not, because he's not.
All right, and Dice could defend himself.
And let's not forget the reason he called the program yesterday was to attack me.
Hey, Jay,
There
he
you
never called your mother out either.
He said, who's going to call me next?
No, he didn't call your mother out. Come on, you're from Verona.
I did
Stop
too.
it.
Shut up, Hoa.
All right, Sonny, thank you.
Did he call my wife stupid?
There, boys.
All right.
Crazy Dicey, I'm insane. I'm killing everybody.
Wow.
I see the
local, bro.
I see the message board, and a lot of people saying I reverted to pussy tactics by making it a police matter. But when my wife comes in the room saying this guy just said he's going to make sure you die, in a nutshell, it was.
I understand how that could upset you, but it's Dice.
It's Dice, but there's wacky enough people out there that'll go, hey, I want to get on Dice's good side. I'll skull this guy in the back of the head with a putter.
That was his
That was a good
I want to
line.
open for Dice. I opened for him once. Now I want to open for him all the time.
Okay, listen, we got to take a quick break.
I'm an OG. I'll never tell.
Dice checking in from over here.
Dice, baby.
Oh, it's so nice.
Dice, baby.
Nicey nice.
Dice,
I'm over here now.
Dice,
of the night.
I'm over here now. I gotta have that. I got your leg.
Okay, terrific.
Don't just stare at it, eat it.
Just look at me like a chick with balls. He's a jerk-off. It's plain to see. Nice. He's a scumbag. Nice. I'm over here. Nice.
I'm good like that, my friend. You're full of crap.
Oh!
Look what we did to you again.
Opie and Anthony.
Now presenting comedian
Greg Proops.
And we're back with the Opie and Anthony program. In studio, Greg Proops. We'll get to Greg in 1 second. I just want to say hi to Anthony in Arizona. Anthony, what's up?
Hey guys, how are you? First of all, I'm new to XM. You guys rock. You guys have me laughing every single day.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
But especially when you guys do those, governor, whatever, Terminator dude impressions are the best. But on the office pools, with the lotto tickets, typically what happens is because the one fool's mess it up for every freaking else is they make you make photocopies after you come back from buying these tickets and hand them out to all the people who got it.
All right.
So you can't do that swapping. It really sucks ass. But that's what I would do. I would swap it in a heartbeat.
Well, what's the positive of going in on tickets with the office workers?
I
Why can't you
guess
just, do it yourself?
Well, because typically, you have like $125, $30 that you're going to buy these tickets with. That way, you're only spending $5, but you're getting the extra $125
Yeah,
out
if
of
there's
it.
8 people going in $5 a piece, that would have been $40
Correct.
if you did it yourself. Now it just costs you $5 a week instead of $40 a week. And I'm
Exactly.
sure working at the ham plant, $40 a week is a little bit of a nut for them.
I would just buy one ticket a week for myself.
Yeah, one.
You know what? Typically, I don't get those pools just because I haven't got the time. But whenever it gets high, I go out and buy one quick pick. And if it wins, it wins. If not, no big deal.
And the guy whose actual number it was is probably like, fuck, why am I going with these people?
Yeah.
Because everyone's got, that's probably the number he would have played by himself, and he keeps thinking how much he'd
It's
have.
my grandson's birthday, and it's the day I was married, and it's his number. And
it's the weight of my
everyone's
wife's
gotta-
colostomy bag.
They didn't even do it that way. This was a quick pick, I guess.
Quick picks.
Oh, okay.
They had the old
All right, guys. Hey,
computer.
guys, you guys rock. Keep it up, please. This is the best radio I've ever heard.
Yeah, we know.
Thanks.
You guys have a good day.
I'm just kidding.
Get
Anthony,
used
thank
to it,
you.
shit
Bye.
dick.
Yeah, really.
I just have Janet Jones go out and buy my tickets. She ain't come back yet.
What is that? It got to be split between 8 people. $2 million worth of tickets. What did she buy?
Yeah.
Wow, she was gambling some major cash.
But, there was nothing wrong going on. Hey, it's legal to gamble, and it's legal to coach a team, and it's legal to do anything you want. I think that's the new legal.
I like
Illegal is the new legal.
Is the new legal?
Yeah, and I love that.
A lot of people seem to be adhering to that, so why not?
A lot of times the comics will be together backstage, and one of us will say, hey, fellas, I'd like to all go in on the lottery. Why don't you run out to the drugstore and get us a ticket? And we'll all pool together. And there's always crushing disappointment when we don't win. And then it's always some group in an office somewhere.
Well, that's what I
need
want to
pot
see.
money, frankly, and I think it's a little more of an issue.
That's what I want to see the interview with. Fuck the people that step up and win and get handed the big checks. Every week, I want an interview with the group of people that still have to go back to their jobs because they fucking lost. That's who I want to talk to. So, another week, huh?
Or the interview
back
with
to the ham packing
I told you
plant.
to pick 11.
Or the interview with the guy that's spending $1,000 a week that he doesn't have.
Oh, on his lottery tickets, yeah.
Or the guy that had been in the pool but then decided not to because, who's going to win?
Not this week, guys. Not this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
And
take a
then-
week off.
Then they hit.
Can you imagine you take a week off and your numbers come in? How do you live with yourself?
You don't. You shoot yourself.
So what's up with Janet Jones? What are they going back to that story?
I'm not certain. I think it's turned out that everything's okay and go back to sleep. If you're a sports bettor, you're likely to be busted by your local dude. But if you're a millionaire and have a hot blonde wife, then rock on and do what you do.
Yeah, no one seems to really care about this one.
Seems like Janet Jones has some flaws that Gretzky was looking past because she was so hot.
Well, he was dating Pete Rose initially, but I guess it kind of broke off with him and went with her
Sure,
for
it
the
wasn't
obvious
an ethics
reasons.
question, but
yeah.
Yeah, she liked to gamble though, but he was cleared. I guess they had all kinds of wiretaps set up and everything. Like this was a serious investigation, and all that money that was dumped into it, nothing, because everything's cool.
Yeah, I love those kind of stories best of all. Well, you remember Michael Jordan years ago and his father and everything. And then he left professional basketball for a couple of years and then came back here.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about it. He just took some time off. Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah.
Golly. What, are you going to get in a big fuss and whatnot? Okay. Yeah, everybody's father's killed by gangsters. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Greg, you watching the Olympics?
I was gonna. But then curling was on every time I turned it on.
Curling, I'm fascinated with it now.
You and George Bush.
I don't know what.
Oh, they're playing it right now. Look at that.
Why the George Bush comparison, sir?
No, but
why did you have to?
I only
make
say that
George
because I
Bush?
understood he was watching it the other day.
Oh, really?
I was compelled by it. Yeah, I'm not. It had nothing.
Are you
political
saying
to
it's
do
a
other than-
simple sport that probably simpletons watch?
No, I think it's fabulous. I used to play it in bars. We didn't call it curling though. We called it shuffleboard.
Shuffleboard.
It was on wood with
The
sawdust.
cheese shaker, they would put that stuff on it.
Except they would always get mad when girls got up and used brooms on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
They'd be
can't
like, "Hey, it's my turn on the table."
You
and
can't
there'd be a
sweep
chick standing
on
there
the-
with a broom.
I got to agree with Proops. I'm not a big curling. I mean, I know these guys love it, but I can't.
Listen, I spent a lot of time in Canada, and if you ever go up there, it's like on TV all the time.
It's all about the curling.
I've had quite a lot of curling, and of course in the movie Help. And look at those finely tuned athletes. I think the biggest disappointment of is Bodie Miller, man. The cover of Time and Newsweek 2 weeks ago, because I'm in every airport ever. So I see his fucking ass everywhere. And then what? He's injured, disqualified, played hoop, hurt himself, lied about it, and then completely fucked up.
Don't
And
forget
you know
about
what?
the hangovers, too.
Oh, right. Bite my ass. How about that? You showed up 20 pounds overweight. You made zero frigging effort whatsoever to fucking compete in these Olympics.
Who?
Bodie Miller, there's Mr. Slalom.
He was supposed to be the big star for the
He
U.S.
was the guy. It was
And the
such an
downhill
obvious
and the
thing
slalom
that
and
NBC
everything else.
we must have a white guy that America can root for because the Chinese lady's gone. And then all of a sudden, this guy is the biggest fucking Fruit Loop.
He's a big bust.
You could have sent my cousin Dale. You know what I mean? My cousin Dale is 30 pounds overweight. He drinks a lot. He could have fucked up and played some hoop and then, oh man, my ankle. So that
Are
that
you
wasn't
saying we
rocking
don't
my
want to
world.
send a black guy to the Olympics to represent the United States?
We did send a black
Yes.
guy, and he won a
And
gold
he won a
medal.
gold medal.
And you know what?
right?
Yeah.
Then he had an attitude, apparently, according to the media. People were like, his interview was mean. Like, hey, dude, maybe if you were the only black guy that ever skated in your life and was the only black guy at any skating rink you ever went to, you'd have a little attitude, too.
But the guy did very well. I think he did a
Yes,
proud,
I think gold medal's very
proud
well.
for the nation.
Yeah, but the problem was when he skated by the audience, he was grabbing purses and continuing.
That's right.
See the type of shit he had to endure at the skating rink?
Exactly.
Jokes like that.
Exactly.
Jokes like Jimmy.
He had Patty standing on his side yelling at him. Where's your rock chain, skater?
But the Olympics in general is just a bust, though, right?
Well, I don't think for the world it is. I think the
For
American
us.
media covers it so poorly, man. You know, I turn it on to watch an event, and all you see is someone going, well, the Americans finished fourth. Anyway, and you're like, but what about the whole event that
We don't
happened?
care about any other countries.
Yeah,
though.
it's all about
but
us.
If people like
It'd be about
sports,
us.
then they do care about the other.
Not
yeah.
really. Americans just care about American sports. It's just the way it is. We don't care what. Do you think we care
I'm
what?
glad that you could speak for all 300 million of us. But all
I
right,
do. I do.
I accept your answer.
On a daily basis,
Yes,
I speak for
okay,
everybody.
If that wasn't true, soccer would be a big sport here. We
Right.
just don't care.
We don't
And
care.
they don't care about football anymore.
Because you're a
all over
white
the world.
guy. That's why you don't
We
care
don't care about
soccer.
anything international, to tell you the truth. Americans are pretty much just whatever happens here. You notice when there's a disaster here and people are killed, you'll rarely see their bodies on TV. But we will see foreign dead people on the news all the time.
Oh, well, foreign dead people, that's
They
just
don't
good fun.
care as much.
That's news.
Like, foreign dead people aren't as important to us as American dead people.
All right?
Yeah, no, you got very loose chairs here. I just have
Yeah.
to say, I leaned back
Go out
in the
with
chair.
everybody.
And got kind of a Six Flags over Opie and Anthony feel. I didn't
was a
realize it was going to be
bizarre
a
look you
flume
just
ride here.
I thought you were going to pass out or something.
Well, I was drinking water at the same time, so I created my own sort of waterfall as I fell backwards.
Yeah, I hit those chairs that make you seem
Yeah.
like you're going to fall backwards.
Now, I'd like to see, when I was a little kid back in the 40s, they used to show the sometimes whole heats, you know, the heats leading up to the gold medal event. and they'd show it sort of all day.
Right.
Instead of just packages about Skippy McTavish is a wastrel. You know, he's been smoking pot since he was 11. Now in Snowcross, he's like, okay, all right already.
Yeah, instead of just showing the event.
Can I see some fucking sports? It's a sporting event.
And they tease it because they want you to watch, and then you just go to CNN or Fox, whatever, and they're scrolling the winners across the screen. It's like, oh, thanks. Or you turn on your computer and you already know who won.
Right.
But they still are thinking that everyone's going to just wait for them to say, who won the event.
Yeah, even though clearly it happened a year ago.
Yeah.
I will say that the opening ceremonies were the best thing I've ever seen.
That was a little odd.
That was European
twisted.
television at its finest.
Yeah.
That was like watching an Italian. If you've ever been to Italy, they have the best TV shows in the world. A middle-aged guy comes out, a bunch of chicks dance around for half an hour, they give something away. You have no idea what the show is at any point because they're giving you no direction. Whether it's a variety show, a game show, some bad comedy happens, a puppet will usually come out at some point.
Yeah.
There's always a puppet.
That's great.
And then the opening ceremony said what? Guys skating as Christmas trees, plastic cows being spun around. And then there was road racing. At one point, a Formula One car came out and did like donuts, which I don't think is an official Winter Olympics. I don't remember.
No. It's like a NASCAR thing.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
They had,
And then they had the
NASCAR on ice.
Ricola horns come out for no reason that I could determine whatsoever.
Well, NASCAR on Ice, that's actually the Billy Martin event.
Yeah. Here, finish this Hennessy and get in the. Don't worry about it. Get in the truck. I got the snow tires. Hell, you can go uphill backwards. The Billy Martin event. I did love the opening ceremonies because it made no. And then they had a bunch of skaters come out and skiers to form what was supposed to be a ski jumper. I don't know if you saw that part, like a Busby Berkeley scene from the sky. But what it looked like, because they had smoke coming out the front, was a snowboarder huffing. Before the event, it so looked like someone doing a pre-game
It's
bong
appropriate
hit.
then.
Yeah,
Perhaps that was what they were going for.
And the ski was broken. It never pulled up. I have to say I love the opening. Plus, Mongolia's outfits. I don't know if you saw. They had like furry,
with the furry hats.
Yeah, their outfits were awesome. England dressed like they were in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Everybody was wearing like black top coats and fedoras, like they were at the Gotti trial. I couldn't even understand that's the winter uniform. And then now Americans. Because of the snowboarding thing, no one wears like skin-tight athletic uniforms now. Everybody's wearing like a big coat and like hey,
unless you're a loser.
Yeah,
I think it's better than the year they all came out with the cowboy hats on.
That was weak.
Yeah,
the cowboy hats was weak.
And they all came out to like 80s music. All the countries came out.
Young men, are you listening to me?
Just various, without any thought to it, 80s music. So you'd hear like Kaja Gugu's Too Shy Shy, and here comes the Iranian contingency walking out. And it's just the oddest thing.
I loved it because that to me that's TV for the world.
That's what the rest of the
Young
world
and old
is.
alike, everybody. Hey, there's disco music and funny outfits. Look a plastic cow.
Keep
What does
you
this have to do with
distracted
sports?
so long
Yeah,
that you don't
what's
know
happening?
what's going on or anything.
I will say this. India had 4 people on their team. India has 1 billion people as a nation. 4 people.
4 that are good enough.
Now, am I wrong or isn't there like a kind of a big mountain range in India?
Yeah.
Does anyone ever go near that frozen part of India and
might want to try to ski it
practice?
or something? Yeah.
You'd think they'd be good at
4
something winter.
They're not athletic people, the Indians.
Yeah. That's good.
They don't have enough energy because they're not eating the cows.
4
They need protein.
people.
They're getting the golden customer service calling.
Yeah. New Jersey has a bigger Olympic team, and quite right. That kind of freaked me out a little. So now I haven't been watching it as much as I might. But now that we're watching morning curling, it's bleeding it back into me. That's all about the fire.
It's all about the curling.
Now, I'd love to get your opinion on the takeover of the docks, the shipping.
I think it's great. I think we should give the Al Qaeda control of the airport too, because then I could get through without a guy who failed his criminal justice exam rubbing my balls
now,
for
this
half an hour.
is very, very interesting. This whole situation, because this is it's very hard to find the line here between liberal and conservative, between Republican and Democrat, as far as this goes. On the outside, this looks like a case of bigotry. Some people have seen this as, hey, just because they're an Arab nation, why can't they take over a port and run it Are you saying just because they're Arab that they're terrorists? And a lot of the liberals are coming forward and are against this. And I think a lot of it is because Bush is for it.
It's probably right, but I mean, Bush said, "How can you? Why would you be prejudiced against an Arab nation?" Gee, I don't know, because they're setting fires to embassies over a fucking Marmaduke cartoon.
Yeah, exactly. They're boycotting Danish butter and blowing up Kentucky Fried Chickens because that hard-hitting Danish press that we've all had our eye on over the years that dominates the globe with their editorial cartoons. Maybe the fact they're sociopaths in some respects.
And that
little.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that came out in September. That cartoon, by the way, September, and it's being fueled by fucking by a lot of these imams or these whatever the fuck they're called. These clerics have been fueling it. So 5 months later, they riot, commit murders, put out a fatwa. They're fucking awful, and the whole world is watching it over cartoons. Not one protest over al-Zarqawi, over 9/11. Not one violent outburst over Leon Klinghoffer or fucking Kenya and Tanzania embassy bombings or fucking the USS Cole. Not one riot. The fucking cartoon comes out and they're committing murders all over the planet.
Well,
5 months later against a KFC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or McDonald's. They stopped the McDonald's because the guy wanted 8 McNuggets because they look like clits and he hates women. Fucking awful. Lovely
They come
group.
out looking a little crazy.
It's like silly geese.
To
If
the
I can.
rest of the world.
Silly geese.
Silly geese is a good way to put it. A little harsh.
Obviously, they have every right to have Dubai run the ports. And if you've ever been to the United Arab Emirates, you know that they have quite a bustling port there that's very well run indeed. And in fact, the smuggling hub for the entire Persian Gulf and has been for about 5,000 years. It's kind of because it's right across from Iran.
Yeah.
But the. It just seems the timing's a little goofy. Like right when he's taken about 55,000 hits in a row to go, hey, by the way, everybody, Dubai is going to control these major ports. Might not be the most judicious political move.
You know, the ports that I've been saying have been the most insecure entry points of this country have been the ports. That's what everyone's talking about.
Yes.
The ports. We're taking care, as much as we like to think we're taking care of the airports and things. Well, no, but the shipping. I mean, there's just container after container coming in that we have no clue what is in these things. And now to just say, all right, we're going to give this Arab nation New York, L.A., New Orleans. That's a little risky.
It's sickening.
The price of oil went up to over $60 a barrel this year. And you may remember when the prince came from Saudi Arabia, Bush kissed him and held his hand.
They held hands and walked.
They walked, they kissed, they love each other. So, there's plenty of connection.
Yeah.
It's not like we don't do business with them. Plus, Dubai is the banking center for the entire world. They're like the Switzerland of that, without being neutral. They funnel money for the Al Qaeda and they funnel money for us. From their point of view, it's simply a business transaction. They don't look at it like a big political thing. We go, hey, could you quit funneling Al Qaeda money? And they go, but why? We do yours, And then the Al Qaeda says to them, could you stop funneling American money? And they go, but we do yours too.
But
all we're doing is trying to make a buck around here.
Can Bush at least get credit for bringing Republicans and Democrats together on an issue?
Absolutely.
I've never seen.
Well, like I say, after you find out about Abramoff, Katrina, Sheeny shooting someone in the face, I mean, there's been like 7,000 things in the last week. He could have waited maybe a
couple
day or
more
two
weeks, right?
Until the shit had settled a little bit before. By the way, Rahman Al Qaeda, I Hate America, is going to be running your port from now on.
Unbelievable.
They should run the amusement parks too.
Why not?
Let's go to Chester in Florida.
Hello, Chester.
Chester.
It's actually Jester, Jester.
All right. We got Greg Proops in studio. He's playing Caroline's all weekend long here in New York City.
Call sign Jester.
All right. Just wanted to say I got my in Christmas time. I got it specifically for you guys. I've been a big fan since '99. And Greg, I've been a big fan of yours since like late '80s, early '90s.
Thank you.
18 or 19?
I was like 10 or 12 years old then, man. Thank you, buddy.
And also, a couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about music, like different groups and whatnot. And I had tried to call. I wasn't able to get through. I wasn't able to call back until recently.
That'll happen.
I would love to know where this call is going.
I see where it's going.
This call is like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. See, it's all over the place. There's a cow involved.
See, stupid me. Here's the logic. We got Greg Proops in the studio, a very funny comedian.
Yep.
He's at Caroline's. We're talking about some issues. And then I see fan of Greg's on the phone, so I'm
Great
thinking
call to
he could add to the discussion.
Yeah.
No, you're calling about something we talked about 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but he tried to call before.
He did try.
But your timing stinks.
Go ahead, sweetie. What's on your mind?
All right, let's play this out.
Let's play it out. Keep
I
going.
just wanted to actually tell you about this particular musician. He's fairly underground, but he's really not bad. His name is Voltaire, Voltaire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the phone call and die in a fire.
Sir, did you think that completely switching gears and just jamming on the brakes of this show would be a good thing?
I'm sorry, guys.
We're in the middle of a conversation with
No
Greg
apologies.
here about issues.
Yeah, we're doing some heavy lifting with Greg Proops. Talking politics here.
And you, out of nowhere, walk up. When you're at a party and there's like 3 or 4 people gathered around talking about a subject, do you just walk in and go, "Do you like Wesson oil?"
No,
do
I
you
don't
like
do that.
just walk up to him?
Who
and,
likes soup?
Yeah.
You know, we try to.
I'm calling because I hope someone mentions moths and butterflies on your
Yeah.
show later.
I just sodded my yard.
Hey,
We're
guys,
great.
I know a stripper's fucking herself, but have you read Robert Frost's stuff? It's compelling.
We're a big fan of timing on this program. Is
Jesus.
what we're trying to say here.
That's right, sir. If we didn't have timing, do you think I would be plugging Albany this weekend? 518-689-0490. Who cares that almost all my shows are sold out?
That's right, Jimmy.
Calling out for tickets for Friday, Saturday.
All right, who cares,
It's
right?
unimportant.
Thank you.
It's about Greg and Caroline's, not
And there'd
me.
be no reason you'd bring that up.
Albany this Friday, Saturday?
Yeah.
Never.
Gesture or whatever.
You're a good guy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
No, good job.
Now we're
Thanks.
gonna have to. There it is. Thanks to you. Now we're gonna have to rebuild the energy that we got from Greg Proops.
All right, hand me that hammer.
We got to start all over.
I'd like to talk to you guys about a musician that I'm into.
Yes.
Yeah, really.
Voltaire, or whatever his name is, from the planet.
The 18th century French polemicist? Are you kidding?
I would talk about my favorite drummer, but he just got anthrax in Brooklyn. I love that guy.
I know a lot of people didn't know because he's obscure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now that he's got anthrax, I think a lot of the stuff's going to start.
I think that's really going to help him.
catalog,
That's a
yeah.
good career
He's
move,
gonna go
Anthrax.
mainstream now.
Yeah.
Yeah, MTV's gonna pick him up. Jay Moore.
Hey, Greg, I've been a fan of yours since the mid-'80s.
Thank you, pal.
And I've been listening to you guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah.
Remember that time Anthony was talking about his rapier and home invasion?
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was good, man.
Hey, Jim, remember that time in 1964?
You ever hear this guy, Mike Love? He's got this band, the Beach Boys. Well, that guy is a fucking dork. Oh, my God. The only reason I called is to let everyone know how great it is that Proops is in studio. Last time I heard you, Greg, in studio, I thought, this is an odd pairing. And I was just, like, driving around. I didn't even go in my garage for, like, a half hour listening to you wax poetic on the issues of the day. So now here I am on the airport listening to my XM, and I said, you know what? I'm going to give the guys a call and let everyone know. Greg Proops more gooder.
He's
More
definitely more gooder.
Thank you, brother.
I saw him for the first time at the Montreal Comedy Festival when I was just wandering around.
Hold on, Opie.
Without
hold
a job,
on.
and
let's not forget that Greg could go to www.sportsillustrated.com.
Of course.
Greg loves SportsIllustrated.com. Any articles Greg might read on SportsIllustrated.com?
Yeah, what could he read on there?
I have one about a guy jumping over another guy's head and barely clearing his package in the dunk contest this week. And you can click refresh as much as you want to get me the hits because my bosses don't like me.
Hey, Jay, Action on DVD. Congratulations on that. That's huge.
It was a long, hard fight. I had nothing to do with it, and I have no back end.
No? Are you shitting me? You get nothing off of that?
Really?
I get something, but it would have to be like lunacy money for me to actually see something.
That show was so great. You got screwed over so bad on that one.
How many seasons did that go? 1 or 2?
13 episodes, Jimmy.
That's
Come on,
it. Just
it's-
13 episodes,
really?
but it's out on DVD.
Hey, have you and I ever actually met in person, Jay?
I do not believe so, sir.
I don't think so either, man. Of course, I've seen you a million times. And I know Ileana. She's really nice, man.
She's cool.
Yeah.
Hey,
she has good stories, too.
Yeah, she does have really good stories.
Hey, Jimmy, are you still on MySpace?
Yes, I am.
It's MySpace/Jim Norton?
Yes, it is, and I've got a lot of friends. I have over 15,000 now, and each one of them gets a check when they sign up. I send a $50 check.
He's a liar.
Or cash if they prefer.
Hey, Jay, are you going to get Pal Talk?
No, I'm not. I'm foregoing Pal Talk. I want to concentrate all my efforts into MySpace and complete the addiction.
All right.
I want to look like Anthony at home after heart surgery.
Dude, you should fucking absolutely get Pal Talk. You'd love it.
Tell me what to do.
They'd love it. You'd show your little buttocks. They love my buttocks. They'd love your buttocks.
Wouldn't that be great to pop up a celebrity like Jay on Pal Talk?
Absolutely.
What
What's wrong with popping up a celebrity like Jay on MySpace?
Nothing. But it's better if you see Jay on Pal Talk swigging fucking NyQuil and jerking off and going, that guy's the guy from Jerry Maguire. What's he doing? And you're like, fuck you.
He's wondering where's the next Jerry Maguire.
Pal Talk is a video, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Full
I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of capability.
Full motion video.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Jimmy, all my friends get a $51 check. So listen, Albany, Jimmy.
Yes.
All right, I don't want to break up the show, kill the monotony. I just want to say Proops is awesome, and I'm enjoying the show very much, guys, and I have nothing else to promote except Rich Voss's midget hands.
All right, thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Take it easy.
You can find them on geneticdisaster.com.
Jay Moore, everyone.
Thanks, Jay.
Check out the action DVD. It's great.
Yes.
Back to Greg Proops. I'm sorry about the
Are we still on the air?
Yes, sir.
That's terrific.
Know how many people actually asked that? Seriously? Wait, this isn't on the air, is it?
Most of them are listening.
All right, where were we? We got to focus and get back to where we're at.
Okay, all right.
Oh, we're talking about the ports and
hilarious.
And the Dick Cheney.
If there's one thing, international shipping, always funny.
How funny was the Dick Cheney thing to you?
I loved it. I think people have been harsh. I think the liberal media has been riding his ass. I feel that every American should have the opportunity to shoot someone in the face and then not talk to the cops for 20 hours. I know I'd like that opportunity at any given point.
Would that be amazing if, and then in a matter of hours, the investigation is completely closed?
Read the
They're
report.
satisfied.
If you have any more questions, go back to the report, because I did a thorough.
Yeah.
I went to their house. I talked to the maid, the gardener, some people who were standing nearby.
Yeah.
And the woman who gave the eyewitness account from 100 yards away in a car. Please let that be the account of my crime. When I commit a major felony, like shooting someone in the face with 28-weight bird shot from 2 feet away. Oh, by the way, it was 30 yards away. That's why he took a fucking hip-to-head blast with the bird shot.
Yeah.
Please let the witnesses be as far away as possible and be juiced. I like that he went, I had a beer.
Yeah, a beer at lunch.
Does Dick Cheney look like the picture of restraint to you?
A beer.
Like he doesn't lay waste to the buffet?
Who has a beer?
Look, fuck it. But as far as going the cops are concerned, you're the vice president. You're with Secret Service. How many cops are higher up the ladder than that?
You think Secret Service trumps police?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw what happened. It was just, it had an accident. I mean, I think it was kind of funny, too.
The greatest thing that
they
played it on The Daily Show, they played the clip, was Dick Cheney, during his interview with Fox News, saying that it was one of the worst days of his life. And then his victim getting out of the hospital, giving a speech, and apologizing to Dick Cheney. He goes, I just want to apologize to Dick Cheney and his family for all the sorrow that he's had to go through. And they come back, and Jon Stewart is just like, this man is apologizing to the man that shot him in the face.
It's like Reginald Denny hugging the guys that beat the shit out of him. That's exactly what it's like.
I'm sorry that my head is so huge that the freedom-loving pellets that Dick Cheney has exploded from his load buster have hit me in the head.
He got in the way of his shot.
Britt Hume's interview was so hard-hitting, man. Britt Hume is just a caustic journalist.
He knows how to ask the hard-hitting questions.
He said, did you get the quail? He actually asked, man. Well, yeah, I think I wounded the quail a little bit. I don't think that quail's going to be coming back for any more, if you know what I'm saying.
I nicked him. The quail was hospitalized, though. I
think it's
apologized.
Great. And let me tell you something about the media. If Albert Gore had done that, there would be no flap at all. I mean, they would be dropped in a day's time, honestly. Absolutely would. If Bill Clinton had shot someone in the face, there'd be nothing about it.
He would have shot them on the dress.
That was, you get it? Well, no matter what kind of load you're expelling, you know what I'm saying? He expelled a load and he had to go to a trial over it.
Hey, what would have happened?
Cheney expels a load and it's all good fun.
What would have happened if he killed him?
Dick Cheney?
Yeah.
Well, I would hope that the police would close the case very quickly and say that the man took his own life by ingesting lead.
But play it out. Did they cover up the whole thing?
No, I think it would have been investigated probably another day.
It's an accident.
Yeah.
No, because the bottom line is the vice president shoots somebody in the face. The guy's out of the hospital in a few days. Everyone knows what happened. Just because of who he is, they make a big deal. But it happens. It was a hunting accident. He's a doddering old jizzbag. I'm glad the other guy got shot. He's a D.C. lawyer who's been fucking people. He's 78 years old. He should just hug his grandchildren and die already. Fuck him. I have no mercy for him. I hate hunters. That's what you get when you're out shooting birds. Take some fucking buckshot in the face, shithead.
Yeah, we found the sensitive side.
I know. I've never really seen him open up like
he protects animals.
You eat chicken? Do you, Jim?
Oh yeah, and not only do
you think they lull them to sleep and hack their head
I'm
off?
not saying I'm an animal rights activist.
They're so easy, though.
I know.
I respect anyone that hurts or fucks an animal. I just don't like somebody that shoots it from 80 yards away. Walk right up to it and fucking sodomize it. That's fine.
Yeah, this apparently was like a reserve that's just meant for hunting. They drive around, get out of their car, shoot.
Oh, yeah, no, he's famous for going to those kind of reserves.
Yeah.
That's where Dick Cheney likes to hunt, where they have like 1 billion birds and they just release them all at once.
I have no respect for those guys either.
Yeah, not exactly Hemingway on the plains of the Serengeti downing a lion.
He's not even Ted Nugent with an arm bow.
Yeah.
But Nugent at least is a real guy. Like, that's what his lifestyle is. He eats it. He fucking uses
I have no problem with the real...
Nugent's not a rich...
I have no problem with the real hunters. I have a problem with these guys that go to these farms and...
Well, that's what he is,
and it's
man.
the animals that are almost extinct that they drug up, so you could go home with your catch and brag to all your friends.
Yeah.
Fucking bearskin rug. What a disgrace. You can fuck your mediocre date on the floor with the fire going, you shitheads.
Poor Steve.
Anthony's a hunter, and Anthony owns a lot of guns.
Not a hunter.
Listen,
you're a hunter from the old days?
It's legal to own guns and it's legal to hunt. It's just that, do you really think Dick Cheney has the health to, like, tramp through the woods and hunt down an animal?
Right.
No, they unleash like 1 billion things near him. He spins around and, hey, got one, hooray.
Live action video game.
I didn't mean to say you did some hunting back in the day,
hunted
though,
when
right?
I was a kid. When I was a teen out in California.
Yeah, I misspoke on that one.
And I felt bad, I shot a little rabbit. And then I felt bad about it.
Yeah.
I haven't hunted. I could never hunt a deer or something like that.
No.
But I enjoy shooting. I enjoy going to the range and target shooting. It's like shooting darts or something. I like seeing if I could get a bullet in the bullseye. It's fun to shoot guns. It's just part of what I enjoy.
You think that's fun? You ain't hit an elderly rich lawyer before. Now that is fun.
I can understand how much fun
You're talking about
that
targets
could be.
and shit, but when a white-haired fella wearing an orange vest comes toward
Jumps up in front of you like
know
that?
what I'm saying? There's good times ahead.
Harry Whittington.
Whittington. I'm sure it's the something.
Yeah.
The third, the second.
It's been many a year since a vice president has shot someone. 202 years to be precise.
Yes.
And I just don't think Mr. Whittington is going to be accorded the same privilege as Mr. Hamilton. I don't think there's going to be a $7 bill with his peppered senile face on it in 10 years'
And how
time.
did they know he was going to be a lawyer? That's a name where you could only be a lawyer. Like that guy, you're not going to find a guy named like that in a deli or something.
Wasp.
Making your sandwich.
Hello, Harry Whittington the third.
What will you have
What would you
for
like
lunch?
with your sandwich? Grey Poupon?
It couldn't be more obvious. His name is Harry. I hate blacks. Fucking sickening old wasp.
Harry, there are Mexicans at the perimeter pile up more bags of money. Well, you saw the lady who ran the ranch, the tight-faced Republican lady.
yeah.
The story kept changing every 30 seconds.
It was nothing at first. It was he had been peppered with some shot. Happens all the time.
Well, I agree with you that it was an accident, but I also disagree that we all know what happened. I don't think we know what happened at fucking all. I think they've done everything they can to keep us from knowing what happening. If it was that simple, why are there 83 different stories? This is more stories than Rashomon on this. And if it was really not a big deal, why not talk to the cops that night? Instead of, listen, about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning after I've sobered up and cleaned up some shit, you guys swing by and I'll give you a statement. How about that?
That's true.
And then his whole thing that, well, I thought it'd be best if the woman at the ranch handled this. I believe you're the second most powerful person in the free world.
Yeah.
I think you can make a couple of fucking calls.
I think whenever you commit a crime and you wait hours and hours and hours before going to the police, much like Ted Kennedy.
Yes, there you go. How about that one?
The reason is you are sobering up.
Oh, yeah.
Probably drunk.
That's it.
Yeah, I think he had to have had a few.
He probably had a few. Blood alcohol level. Yeah, you don't want that coming out. We'll wait. I'll sober up. We'll give a report.
Plus, if we go by his story, he had a beer at lunch. Then he didn't go visit Whittington in the hospital. He went back to the ranch and fixed himself a cocktail, if you recall
then
this.
he pounded down.
Then had dinner. Then had lunch the next day.
Yeah.
And then called Whittington at the hospital. So we're talking about 3 or 4 meals and several drinks before the heart of human kindness got off this fat fucking hamster-laden heart-pumping ass to get up and fucking call the guy that he shot in the face. And by the way, shooting a guy in the face is one of the worst days in your life.
Yeah, just
so I
one.
guess the day your daughter was a pie diver, that was the worst day, right? That day had to suck. The day you were sweating your fifth deferment, that was a fucked up day. The day your fourth bypass, that was a touch and go
we commented
day.
about that.
I got Whittington in the 7 slot here.
Yeah.
I know they had a lot of bad days.
Yeah, we
before
talked about that on the show. I was like, can't you give the guy a break and say it was the worst day of
No,
your
one
life?
of the worst.
Right. It
The
was
day
one
that
of
I
the worst.
accidentally shoot you, it's a shitty day, but
Hey,
it's not the worst.
It's up there.
Yeah,
but
come
For
on.
Whittington, I'm sure that
Right.
was the worst day.
Listen, the day I got my Lexus, some fucker keyed it. Now that was a shitty
That's
day.
a shitty
right?
day.
That's a fucking awful day.
That is a shitty day.
I'm going to try this again, guys. Gary in Indianapolis. I'm stupid. Gary, what's up?
Hey guys, I just want to say this is fucking brilliant radio. Love Greg.
Hey, buddy.
You guys, you need to be coming out here in the Midwest more often.
Who? Greg or
Greg.
Yeah.
No, you guys are on. You guys are on it here every day.
Oh, I see what you're
Every
saying.
day here.
I was in
Greg
Chicago
needs to
last
come out
week,
here.
man.
I really like Greg Proops. I saw him. I was saying this when Jay called, and I saw you at the Montreal Comedy Festival for the first time. I was like, "Wow, this guy's really good." And then
You're
made sure
very
he came. Made sure I went to Caroline's the last time you were in town.
A very funny stand-up who I spent a lot of time arguing with on Tough Crowd.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You two on Tough Crowd were always.
But
fun
I
to
always
watch,
like,
man.
and Colin always loved too, like guys that are liberal that always try to be, at least just try to be funny, like, or just good comics. It's like a guy like Mark Maron. I agree with almost nothing he says, and yet he's still a really good comic because he's always being funny. Greg's always being funny. It's like, yeah, that's all you ask from a fucking comic is do your opinions, whatever you got. Just be funny with it.
Yeah.
If you can't be
Don't
funny
be
with it, then
preachy.
you're fucking alternative and preachy and boring.
Yeah.
And the same with the conservatives.
Let's go to
I guess.
Georgia. Stephanie, what's up?
Hey guys, I cannot believe I got through. I'm
Yeah.
so excited.
Yeah, so are we.
I've been listening to you guys. You guys are my dirty little secret. And I heard Greg this morning, and I could not believe it. Greg, I listen to you literally every single day and night.
Thank you, Pumpkin Butter.
What, you got his place wiretapped?
No, I have the Bob the Builder tapes.
Oh my God, that's right.
The what?
I'm
Bob the Builder.
What's that?
If you had a child, you'd know.
He's the
You
voice
have to
of
have a
Bob the
child.
Builder.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we weren't going to bring it up. I don't know if it. Are you proud of that?
Well, I mean, I'm
you
always happy to
should
be
be.
employed. Maybe call me crazy, but I,
I'm
love
not-
in show business getting a
Dude,
check
Bob the
for
Builder
working.
I'm not-
is huge with
No, I'm
like
not-
kids.
Yeah,
if you're a
I need.
2-year-old,
No, I
you love
understand.
it.
I need to explain. I mean, but because you have an intelligence about you, and that was a very simple thing. That's the only thing I'm getting at. I'm sure the popularity and the paychecks are awesome, but
It's the if you're over 5, the show. The
not
interest
for
level.
you.
Well, I mean, hey, let's pave this area over here, and then let's build this thing here. I mean, if you're 2, you're like, this is great. They're going to build a road. And if you're
Yeah.
like 5, you're like, okay,
Exactly.
they built the road. I'm done.
Here's the deal. I'm out in Colorado with my girlfriend's family, and they have very young children. And I'm sitting in the living room watching something like T2 or just a movie that I'm really into. And when the kids start, like, perking up, the show goes off. And Bob the fucking Builder goes in. And Bob the Builder, can we build it? Bob the Builder.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. And I'm like, what happened to T2? What happened to T2?
Look, there's nothing wrong with a paycheck. It's just got to be depressing when your fan base is blowing you because they're teething.
I don't want to say they're young.
Greg, I got to tell you that I didn't, at first I did not know it was you on the tape. It was my husband who said, oh my God, that's Greg Proops' voice. So it was...
Dude, how's that work out
Well
for you?
identified.
How's that work out for you financially, right?
That's okay. The
Couple of
best part
bucks?
is I go to England to record it, and people
Is that where they do
people
it?
here say stuff like, "Well, couldn't they just record it down the line from here?" And it's like, yeah, but do you understand they're flying me to England to go do this gig? Yeah, but you could do it here, and you wouldn't have to go there. I like to go there because I want to get on the plane and go to another country.
Do you ever
fly
slip
Virgin?
in?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Do you fly Virgin when you go there?
No, usually BA, but I have flown Virgin.
Okay.
Hey,
What-
Stephanie.
what-
You ever slip in some anti-corporate messages or some liberal agenda shit that Bob the Builder doesn't like, that he's building a building that's going to house like Starbucks?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's awesome for a building show because it is a very liberal show. They're always recycling and reusing everything, and they live in Sunflower Valley, which is a perpetuating situation. and all this.
Wonderful.
It's never that they're building a nuclear power plant, and it's
Right.
never that they're tapping into an untapped.
Deforesting for the lumber.
Yeah, it's never. It's never. Hey, look, we've struck oil under Sunflower Valley. We better move the indigenous people down the road. It's never that.
Bob is building a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, exactly. It's never. It's always a little more benign than that.
Stephanie.
Mind you, it's 2-year-olds, so they're not really ready to deal
What's
with
your
the big
favorite
issues.
episode? What's your favorite episode, Stephanie?
Of Bob the Builder?
Yeah.
I like the second half of the Sunflower Valley series, where they get the little trailer all set up for Wendy, and
Is that the one where Bob has to fire half his staff because they outsourced to Mexico?
no, that's not the episode.
Oh,
that comes
all right.
later on in the series.
What's the episode where Bob had to fire the one Mexican who was taking a dump into his friend's lunchbox as a joke?
Yeah.
Let's go to Sherry in South Dakota.
Bob's Hard Day. They all have very gay titles.
Bob's crew unionizes.
Bob's Big Toolbox of Fun is the name of one of the videos.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sherry was in love with Jim.
Oh, no.
Yes.
What happened?
What happened, Sherry?
What happened?
What happened? I have this huge crush on Jim. But now that you don't hunt, I don't know if we could get along.
Why? First of all, what do you look like?
What do I look like? I have blue eyes.
Are you a
brown
short,
hair.
bald Irish man?
Girls
No.
Girls
No,
that
but
hunt
I
are
have
usually
to be
hot.
Irish, and I'm short. I don't know.
Watch Jim change his stance the hotter you get.
Absolutely. No, so you're short and you have blue eyes.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Well, I'm 5'6".
All right, 5'6".
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm not terribly skinny, but I'm
Hunting is for
fairly fat, about
douchebags.
150.
I hate hunting. Hunting stinks.
Why?
Hunting is for dummies. Nothing worse than a cow shooting pheasants.
Now, Jim, let's say she was 5'6", 115 pounds, big boobs, nice ass.
You know what? Technically, hunting does help cut down on deer overpopulation.
Right.
And as long as it's done safely and there's fun, it can be very good. And there's a lot worse things you could be doing with your time.
Sure.
There you go.
It's all about where my cock is going. Get that through your heads.
All right, Sherry.
Thanks,
you.
Sherry.
You have to remember, though, you bend over a lot when you're deer hunting.
Yeah, I know that. And you get fucking Lyme disease. I don't need deer hunting. It's stupid. Fucking thing's just trying to have some water in a leaf. Wants to have a berry, and there's some fucking short, fat broad shooting at it. Fucking leave the fucking thing alone, why don't you? Minding his business.
It really doesn't try to hurt anybody.
Perhaps enjoying a juniper berry. He's got a bullet hitting his back hind quarter. Jesus Christ, go to the gym.
Yeah, the gym's a great place to hunt because everyone's stationary, you know?
Yeah.
They're just going up and down on the Stairmaster.
On a treadmill, how hard is that? They're not even really moving.
God, is that good? All right, we got to say goodbye to Greg Proops. We're going to take a break.
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, they said you have to go to
I do. I gotta
Cold
go do
Pizza. or
Cold
Why are you
something.
throwing
That's
Greg
all-
out?
Yeah.
I don't throw Greg out.
I like Greg.
Hey, everybody. This is your old pal Greg Proops, the specky one from Whose Line Is It Anyway? And you're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Hey, it's Opie and Anthony, and this is the worst of Rich Voss on the Opie and Anthony show.
It's any Rich Voss.
What did Danny say over there?
He said that's any Rich Voss.
It's the all of Rich Voss. Yeah, you're going to hear Rich just being stupid.
Hey, this was a great idea, Iraq. Thanks.
Yeah, why don't you just play these bits? Why do you need us to intro them? We're obviously tired and need a vacation. Ugh.
Hey, by the way, I saw the news last night. Viagra being used for children. It was the teaser. And Viagra being prescribed to children. Wow, you have it in the paper? Is that what? Is
No,
that
this is headaches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, blindness and headaches
blindness.
When some people use the Viagra, I guess.
This is now I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm thinking some kind of psychological thing. They give him to the little kid, maybe to stop him from bedwetting. If he's got a rod all night, he won't be able to take a leak or something. If they fall out of bed at night, you give them a Viagra and it works like a kickstand. They can't roll over and fall out of bed. I don't know.
Right.
Or if you just want them to stay hard.
Or, yeah, the obvious. You just need an 8-year-old with a hard-on. It turned out to be some lung disorder. Yeah, some lung disease. They're giving Viagra to these kids with a lung disease because it opens up and helps them breathe.
But they got to explain why they're sporting wood, though.
I know.
They're
that's
breathing
just,
great, but
yeah,
geez,
now
what do
you
I
can
do with
breathe.
this thing?
You're going to school with a rod in your pants, covering it up with your lunchbox.
Can you
All
imagine?
embarrassed.
That was a happy day at the last NAMBLA meeting. Oh, our next topic, by the way.
Yeah, Viagra for kids. All in favor? Aye. All right. Next. I used to get the rod, though, on the bus. We talk about that. For some reason, going to elementary school, junior high, even when I was taking the school bus, every morning, I would get on the bus, sit down, the bus would start going. It had nothing to do with the rumbling, the vibration. Everyone's brought that up. Just something. I would sport wood on that bus. I would get wood on the bus every day.
Did you and friends, like, did you ever just, like, and not gay, but just, like, jerk off with friends? Like if you're sleeping over their house and you guys would just jerk off? Not touch each other. What? You never did that?
Look, and every guy around here is like, what?
Anytime anyone tried that, I went...
Look,
I guess it was different in the 70s.
There's at least 15 guys around here right now. If this has happened to any one of you, please come in and stick up for Rich Voss.
You might as well just lock the door. No one's coming in.
Me and Brian used to
Wait.
Mickey.
I want to know, would you lay there and talk to each other? Would you be would you be right next to each other?
Well, I don't know. We might compare, or just because we were young, we were just starting.
Wait, so you'd show each other, hey, look at this rod?
Listen, we were like, I don't know.
Bonnie, you sure you want to marry this?
21 or
Bonnie's
22.
learning way too
Bonnie's
much
just
about you.
laughing her ass off. Oh, you have? You asked all this?
Bonnie, get on mic. Bonnie's too good to just sit there on a couch.
Yeah.
Does this work?
Oh, it works better.
It works much better for you.
Oh.
I'll even crank you up a little bit there.
Yeah, no,
Wow, that's loud.
I've asked him all these questions. I've tried to trick him into telling me gay stories. Like,
really?
Trick him? Saying, yeah, like, it turns me on. Have you? But that was the only one he coughed to. So.
Yeah, I don't understand what it is, though. You would lay there. Are you in the same bed, the same room?
But we were like junior high.
You're not answering questions.
Yeah, like in
You're
junior high, when you sleep over your friends'
You sleep
house.
over your friends.
Well,
now you're sharing a bed?
Yeah, well,
You're
I mean,
in the
didn't
same
have two
bed.
beds. You was in junior high school.
Sleep
It's
on the
not like-
floor. One guy sleeps on the floor. One guy sleeps in the bed.
No,
You
we
bring
were
over
junior
your
high.
sleeping bag. or
Junior
something.
high.
We're starting to get high.
So
and
you're in the
stuff, you
same
know,
bed.
we're
Are you naked in the bed?
No, we're wearing obviously our underwear and stuff, but then we
Obviously?
You know, this was years ago.
So you
I
start
didn't think I was
cranking? How does one go from talking about playing with G.I. Joes to, hey, you want to jerk off?
And wait a minute, why are we letting them slide on the whole junior high thing? You're old enough to know.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
old enough to know in junior high. I can almost see if you're an 8, 10, like, whoa, what's going, but you're talking about you're 13 or 14 at this point.
Yeah, we were like 15 or 16 because we were getting
What are you
high.
trying to? Are you trying to apply pre-cal to real life applications? What the hell are you doing?
We never touched each other or, said anything sexual to each other. We were just.
But I want to know how you go from just sleepover, where normal people just go to sleepover, you hang out, you watch TV, and then you go to sleep.
Because we were like 15 or 16 and we never had a girl yet, so we probably thought it was normal.
Yeah, but what happened? Like, did you
what's
go,
the chain of
hey,
events? Right.
hey, take your pants down. I want to show you something.
Yeah,
I mean,
how does it start?
Yeah, thank you, Bonnie. Come on.
We'd be high, and then we would compare boners or something.
You don't just compare boners.
Like, how did you get a boner?
I've smoked a lot of
How
pot.
did you get a boner?
I've smoked a lot of pot with my friends, and it never went from pass me the joint to
holy
hey,
shit,
look at my boner.
Right.
It wasn't pot.
You would smoke bones. You didn't show off your bone.
We were doing THC, not pot. I mean, THC makes you do stuff like that. Probably. I don't know.
did mescaline, acid. Believe me, I did drugs too.
Yeah, but you didn't.
It didn't
Ecstasy
happen.
doesn't make you do
How
that.
how did this happen?
I don't know. This happened when more like me and Mickey would, and me and Brian. I guess our whole crew. We just like to jerk off. I don't know.
So you're laying in bed.
Uh-huh.
You start jerking off, I guess. Out of nowhere.
And you're in the same bed with the dude?
How do you know it's not going to freak the guy out that you start jerking off?
We probably did at the same time.
No, you don't just do it at the
3, 2, 1.
go. You don't just all of a sudden go, oh my God, you're jerking. I just started jerking off too.
Yeah, the lights like an Indy where it counts at red or green.
Like a drag race.
That would
The
almost be her
Christmas tree.
3, 2, 1 joke.
Right.
Hey, he plays football.
I know.
Give him a little,
Sorry.
give him a little
Sorry,
slack.
I
Jesus.
don't have a cool bedazzled watch like you.
He's too big to fuck
He
with.
just smashed you.
He's too big. I know. I mean, no, I don't know. I mean, someday if I ever run into Brian again, I'll ask him. Why did we used to jerk off together? I don't know if I don't think I did with Michael, but Brian, Mickey.
It's not the why we're after. It's the how.
It's just how how does that happen?
Right.
You don't just all of a sudden start jerking off together.
Like, how many
Someone
guys...
has to make the first move, and that's what I'm getting at
And
here.
what is
Even
that
though
move?
you're saying it's
And why
not
did you
gay,
go for it?
it's
Right,
not,
right.
It's just got one of you had to make what is called the first move, where you start going, you're assessing the situation, you're looking over going, I think he'll be into me jerking off. You're building this up in your head. Who made the first move?
And how many people said no?
Said no, and boss, you fucking faggot, what are you doing?
And Bonnie,
Put
when are you
that
gonna
away and go home.
And when are you going to give the ring back? What are you waiting for? Jesus. My God.
Don't leave me for another man. Please.
You can't compete with
Because
that.
now the
Was
only
there
reason...
porno involved? Let's start there.
No, we were too young for
A
porno.
Farrah Fawcett
Too young.
poster,
You
something.
said you were
Right,
16.
something that might have shown that you were heterosexual and something just went awry.
Yeah, Cheryl Teagues.
Right.
I don't know.
Did
I
you have
don't
the
have
Farrah
any answers.
Fawcett wastebasket?
Now, the reason I'm asking this is because I had the similar experience. But I was in a tree fort in California with my friend Richard. And it was just like a sleep out in the tree fort. And I was trying to go to sleep, and we had been drinking too, of course. There's some kind of alcohol involved. And he leaned over, and he goes, I'll suck your cock. Yeah. You want a blowjob? And I went, I'm laying there going, oh my God, I gotta just make believe I'm asleep. I gotta stay here like I never heard it. So I'm just laying there going, I'll suck your cock. And this is like a guy I've been friends with for years. We used to ride our bicycles to go fishing down at Dana Point. Ride horseback. Yeah, I mean, it's just a friend of mine for years. Out of nowhere, out of the blue, I get, sure, I'll give you a blowjob. So that to me is what I would call the first move.
Yeah, but that's gay.
That's gay. But jerking off. Dude,
you're in the same bed.
Dude, you're in the same bed.
And when you're growing up, you don't get a big bed.
Right.
Well,
So I'm wondering if there was somebody that made believe they were asleep while you were jerking, or perhaps you didn't find his dick attractive enough to jerk off with him. I want to know what was going on.
I guess we come back, we be high. Like at Brian's house.
Maybe these guys don't want their names on the radio. I don't know. Call me crazy, but maybe you want to call them different names. they're somewhere in Jersey going, will you shut the fuck up?
So how did it go, boss?
I don't know. I guess Brian, I remember, we'd go out. I remember we went out one night. We're just partying because we didn't go to bars. We're too young.
Sure.
We're all blasted. And we come back up. I guess we're hanging. We're laying in the bed. And, never had a girl. And, you just start talking about jerking off. Two guys. Just two men
Fat
talking
cocks, oil.
and,
Do girls ever factor into it at all? Like, I mean, the idea
I
of
will
one?
say it is impossible to get girls at certain times in your life as a growing boy.
Yeah.
The possibility of getting a girl that's going to do anything to your dick just isn't there.
Well, the first time I was.
Yeah, but you could talk about it. You could talk about it. You could go, did you see so-and-so in gym class? I mean...
Right.
Well, but the first girl that was going to have sex with me, or wouldn't, I was begging her. I was young.
Yeah.
And she goes, no, I'll give you oral.
You never changed your technique.
And I was...
All these years.
Oh, another for Bonnie.
So I'm begging her, and she goes, I'll give you oral. I'll blow you. I go, no, because I never had sex. So I said, if you don't give me sex, I'll break up. So she finally said yes. So we walked over to the woods where we go, and I didn't know how to do it. I couldn't get it in. I didn't know. I didn't know the angles or anything.
Oh, no.
This and that. I'm sitting there, so I couldn't do it. I said, well, will you blow me now? She goes, no. So I lost out on everything.
You passed
But I
up the
didn't
blow. It's
know.
like a game show. You can have the blowjob now, or pass the blowjob to get laid. All right, I'm going to go to get laid. They never offer you the box you passed up again. Oh, that is
box.
sad. The box.
Yeah, it was
that is
crazy,
sad.
man.
So you lay in bed with men and decide to jerk off. No blowjob. I'll go back to my guy friends.
Prison's not going to be too hard of a transition for you.
No. We're just laying in our cells talking about jerking off.
I still don't understand this. I've been in football for, hell, almost 20 years now,
Yeah.
around naked guys all the time, talking about
Ooh.
girls, talking about whatever, and not once has anyone ever been slightly aroused.
No.
Well, and
No,
he's sitting here like it's no big
you
deal.
football
Eh.
players just opt for maybe a pine cone up the ass every so often.
That's right. Those are hockey
At
players. Get it
football
right,
camp.
sir.
Oh, wasn't that football camp?
Was that
the pine cone up the ass?
Some middle school thing or whatever.
I'm with Anthony. It was football camp.
Don't get me wrong. Hot is hot. Whether it's hockey or football.
They ask for it.
Hey, Anthony.
Phone's up the ass.
We got a couple stories coming in. Let's go to Bob in Jersey. Bob, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm not really defending the way that Rick did it, but the same thing happened to me when I was in junior high.
Really?
Yeah, it was. I was hanging out with my buddy, and we were at his house. We weren't in his bedroom. We were in his den. They had one of those angle couches, you know, the kind that look like an L.
Yes, the modular sofa.
There you go. He was on one side, I was on the other side, and he had one of them scrambler boxes.
Yeah.
We were watching, flipping through the channels, puts on porn. Whatever. We've been drinking earlier in the night. He starts doing his thing. I'm like, what the fuck? And I look over and I'm like, but then I'm like, what the hell? So I get up off the couch, go behind the couch, peek over to the TV, keeping him out of view, and I did my thing.
Because if
I
there's a
wasn't
couch in the way, it's not gay.
Yeah.
I wasn't exactly arm up against his arm, thigh against thigh on a twin-size bed.
Well, no, listen, don't you
Wow,
know?
Rich, he's painting a picture.
And this guy jerked off with his buddy,
I
and
know.
he made
But
you
he's-
sound gay.
At least he used the back of the couch as a barrier, a gay barrier.
Yeah, really, Rich.
Just
Jesus.
sharing the Sealy Posturepedic with another man.
Rubbing thighs with another man.
Oh,
I did
your
the couch.
knees need lotioning.
Did you guys hold the wallpaper for each other for the couch?
I did the couching too. That was just a contest to see who could shoot over it. We didn't really touch.
They didn't really touch.
No, we weren't.
Might have been
touching.
brushing of feet or
no,
something.
because listen. First of all, I would have never been gay with him because he had freckles. So, just I'm not going to do anything with a freckled guy.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank God
Would
you're not
you-
looking at me.
Would you finish up together?
I guess.
Yeah, you'd finish up.
you
were
know.
Were there groans of pleasure going
Oh,
on?
I mean, we didn't do it. What do you mean? Did we do it simultaneously?
Well, I mean, not go at the same time. Oh, wow. That's a big word,
Wow.
Rich.
And Bonnie threw her hands in the air and was very excited. Why,
Bonnie's
Bonnie?
very excited because what happened at the restaurant the other night?
He asked if I was ordering off the entries.
The entries. You want something off the entries?
Anything you want. Order off the entries.
Entries.
ENTREE.
Oh.
Big night out, Applebee's, huh?
Who's this Al a cart guy? Is he bringing the food?
Is he a terrorist? Yeah, a guy wants to defend Voss. Let's see where this goes.
Wow.
Chad in D.C.
Les
What's up,
guy
Chad?
did a great job.
Yeah, sure.
Hey.
Chad?
Hey, Rich, how you doing today?
What's going on?
Hey, I just got to call up. I got to defend you, man. I used to do the same thing with my best friend. However, I am gay.
Oh. Yeah, but when you did it, was he gay?
Yes.
Were you? Oh, were you both? Okay, were you both gay at the time?
Yes.
Yeah.
At 15?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, see,
Rich,
but
it's a little weird. I
it's
gotta
not
tell
gay.
you.
It's not gay. It's gay.
It's just
if
a
you-
little weird.
But if you're laying there with another guy going like, making like noises as you're beating off, that's just not.
Were you looking at his? Were you looking
that's
at
not
him?
Right.
No, you wouldn't look at each other because
Oh yeah,
that would
that's
be,
gay.
Especially not in the eyes.
Yeah.
And we weren't-
To this day, he wouldn't look at him in the eyes. I bet.
and we weren't loud because his mom was in the next room. You don't want his mom to walk in when
we weren't loud.
Loud.
I don't think you ever want to say that.
No. His mom was in the next room?
Yeah, that'd be horrible.
That'd
What
be
are you guys doing?
Her coming in watching.
That's
Nice.
what makes the story horrible.
Watch
of
a
course.
little boy jerking off with another man.
Did you let him know when you were like? Did you go? I'm coming.
Oh God!
I don't even
Here
know.
comes the goodness.
Well, and then we would probably roll over and face the opposite ways. We wouldn't sleep.
Did
We'd
you
face-
say
sleep in his
stuff
wet
like?
spot?
Yeah.
Like a marriage.
Did you compare loads? Look how much I got. Mine went all the way to my knee.
That's not fair. I jerked off with Bobby today. I didn't have a good load.
Hey, Carl, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I was all right. When my friend used to sleep over, we used to like jack off, but we never saw each other. We never did anything like that. It's just I was fortunate enough to have like the cool porno movie, and he didn't. So we were like 3 feet away from each other. He would be behind this bench. We never saw each other though, and it's like. It wasn't like gay like what Ross was
Well,
doing.
no, listen, Jackass. Here's the thing. We didn't have the luxury of having a big room or a den or places to hide. You're still in the room and you're both jerking off. Okay, you know what's going on. He didn't have a big room. He was poor.
I didn't have a big room either. I just had a bench. I just didn't look.
Yeah, but if you only have one bed and a dresser, I'm not going to lay on top of the dresser and jack off while he's on the bed. That would be like
That's kinky.
That would be carnival gay kinky. Or something. So if you're still in the room jerking off with the guy, it's the same thing. Don't say I had a bench or something.
Go in the damn bathroom, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, what's wrong with just a private toss in the bathroom or something?
Who wants it? It's
to get it out.
Who wants it by yourself?
You wind up doing that at home as a kid your whole life. When you're living with your parents, you go into the bathroom, you do what you got to do, you come out, you go out with your friends.
No, Rich jerked off with his dad. That story.
Are you kidding?
Is that a real story?
No.
You never know, though.
I know, you just never know with Rich.
Well, Ant, there's a lot of stories coming in. We'll go to Texas for this one. Frank, go ahead.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Me and my friends, there was about 5 or 6 of us. Same thing, we were like partying, we were sleeping in the basement, so we put on a porn, and eventually we were all just like, all right, we either got to shut this thing off or take care of business. So we all decided to take care of business. We all had like blankets over us. Next morning, we went to sleep right after. Next morning, we woke up, didn't even acknowledge each other, didn't even look at each other. It was just horrible.
Oh.
Well, that was 5. Now that's.
Do you talk to or see these people anymore?
I haven't seen them in years.
In years?
No, not in years.
Would it be all awkward?
No, I used to hang out with them throughout. I just stopped hanging out with them when I quit drugs because they were still on.
There are those people you shouldn't hang out with. I went back out to California back in, I guess it was 88 or 89, somewhere around there. I went back out to California.
You ran into Richard?
And there was Richard because he was friends with my father and
is he a gay gentleman now or
flaming? We were gonna go hunting, so we all pack up just guns, so many guns, and get in the Blazer, drive up in the hills to go hunting. Richard didn't go. He went with Corey, who was my father's wife, to go curtain shopping. Yeah. I mean, flaming. And it was all weird. Like, we got there, and Richard shows up, and he's like, hi, how are you? It's been so long. I haven't seen you. And I'm like, oh, this explains everything.
Weren't you thinking in your head, how didn't I know at the time?
Well, I figured a few
You didn't
years
know-
have passed. I took the blowjob.
Yeah, I'm not-
Hey, how about a rain check on that? You look like you're good at it these days. Probably had a lot of experience.
Well, you can't get a rain check, or else I would find that girl again.
Right, you would have been able to get it in the woods.
All right, let's go back to Jersey, the home of whacking off with your friends. Eric?
The home of whacking off. Is that the new state motto?
I think so, man.
Yeah, McGreevy was in there, made that the state motto.
They like to call it the McGreevy. Let's hear your McGreevy story. Go ahead, Eric.
I love McGreevy, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I walked into a party one day. I'm about freshman year. I go down, my friends, they call me over. So I walk into the room, and there's 7 guys lying in the basement in sleeping bags with softcore porn all going at the exact same time.
Oh.
It was horrible.
What, all the
So I
sleeping
ran
bags
away.
are just going rumbling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was absolutely disgusting. A lot of dirty tissues next to it. No fucking joke.
We didn't have the luxury of porn.
All right, well, let's go to Tyrod in PA. Tyrod?
Hot Rod.
Hot Rod?
Hello. Hot Rod.
Hot Rod.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
can't be good.
Hot Rod. Oh.
Oh.
I can't believe I got something in common with Spithead. I can't believe it. 15 years old, looking at Hustler, right? Camping out in the woods, got nothing better to do. All of a sudden, somebody says, "Who's got the biggest dick?" So then
You know who said that? The gay guy. The gay guy said, "Who's got the biggest dick?" Hey, I got a contest, guys. Who's got the biggest dick? By the way, flaming fact.
Right.
Listen, it's a contest. It goes from the biggest dick, who can come the fastest, okay? So then it was who came the fastest and then who shot the farthest. But then we all feel bad, right? It's like 11 o'clock at night. We're 15 years old. We're all stoned, right? So then we go and we find the neighborhood girl. And we all go get hand jobs because we feel bad and we feel,
How
like
does
we
that
did the wrong
happen?
thing.
Stop it.
And when the
We
neighborhood-
find the neighborhood girl and go, "Hey, give us a hand job."
the neighborhood girls
There's always that
Definitely.
neighborhood girl
in the
Definitely.
woods
wanting
camping.
and willing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She's always around, man. You just got to find her.
Half
went
a block away, she'd do anything for
Yeah,
us.
by the way, the neighborhood girl's name was Mike, wasn't it?
Okay, and first of all, how pathetic are you that you're camping a half a block from the road? Okay, you're not camping. You're laying in somebody's backyard under a tree, jacking off
You're
with
being
friends.
gay in the
okay?
woods.
Gay in the woods. Woods right by the. We're out camping, and the neighborhood girl who, Swiss Family Robinson's daughter, we go over to her fucking treehouse. You liar.
Let's say hi
Liar.
Let's say hi to Brad in Dallas. God, these
what's up,
calls are
Brad?
coming in like crazy. Everyone
yeah.
jerking off with their friends. I missed out on a great childhood experience.
You were busy shoving marshmallows in your ass and walking in a frat house basement. Which, by the way, is fine.
It was called Bomb the DK House. Get it
Right, right. You had to pick up a marshmallow with your ass cheeks, and yeah, we know.
What's the weirdest thing you ever fucked?
What?
The weirdest thing like you ever fucked?
That you ever fucked?
Yeah, I tried to jerk off with.
Isn't
Jerk
there
off.
two choices, a girl or a boy? Are you talking inanimate objects?
Yeah, like jerking off with something. Like you ever, like my friend.
Brillo pad?
My friend.
Oh, wow.
Now I'm sleeping with a black chick. No, my friend.
Oh, my God.
My friend used to cut. He used to cut a hole in government cheese, right? And he was on drugs. And he would cut it. I told you. Did I tell you the story?
And microwave it for a little bit to warm it up.
Yeah, I told you this.
And then fuck the government cheese.
Yeah. Butter roll. You ever take a butter roll and cut a little of your hair off to make it look like there's hair on it? Put hair on because you never knew it. You never got laid, so you.
No,
thought...
I used to do the fingers together. If you do the you put your hands together like you're praying.
Right.
And now here.
I'm not doing
Oh, and we get a visual.
No, I'm not doing that with you.
You put your hands together like you're praying. Like you're praying.
Do this experiment for everybody.
One guy does it like they're praying. The other guy does it like you're praying, but turn your hands sideways now so they're flat.
Yeah.
Then you open up between your middle and ring finger.
Right.
Your ring fingers as your hands are still together. Then you put them together. Are you are you homophobe like Opie, or you want to check this out?
I'm trying to figure out what the
Anthony,
hell
the
you're
person
doing.
that
First
doesn't
of
want
all-
anyone to touch him wants someone to
And
do
then
this
you just-
experiment with
and
him.
listen, I'm talking about jerking off, and you go the other guy. Where was the
Yeah,
other guy
where's
during
the other
this?
guy? What
Who's
is
this other guy?
You're
that you were
interlocking
with?
hands and
Then
fucking them?
you interlock hands, and then you open up your hands and look, and it looks like a pussy.
Right.
So you're not actually shagging it.
That's all. That's what you would do. Here, go ahead. Put your hands together.
Yeah,
Go
this
like
is
And then I look. And go, yeah, now turn sideways. Now look.
Oh,
Okay, and then-
wow, it's a magic
And
trick.
then you lay in
That's-
bed with your friend.
I think Parcells just fired me. Thank you.
I have done that actually.
Of
Yes.
course,
Yes.
every guy growing up.
But
did
he was
that
talking
stupid
about the strangest thing you fucked.
No,
Or jerked off
I
with.
just,
Or
no.
ju-
You,
right.
But then he was saying that the buttered roll would look like it.
Well, you
You
put the
wouldn't
butter.
fuck the buttered roll, would you?
Well, you cut a little of your hair so you think there's hair on, like a pussy, and
You would actually jerk off with a buttered roll.
you got to try everything once.
No, you didn't.
Christ. Look at little seeds on it, the little caraway seeds. Chafing. Wow.
All right, well, you want to take one more? Another guy that jerked off with his friends, Jason in New York. Jason, go ahead.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey.
I've had a similar experience, but mine basically started out, I guess, the first move being a truth or dare game, where I actually thought it was perfectly normal for best friends to be doing it. It's sort of like I always had the friends, well, I've never jerked off in my life. It's basically a bunch of bullshit.
Are you saying? What are you saying?
Basically, I jerked off with my friends too. Perfectly, I'm not gay. Don't have any gay thoughts, but I've done it.
Yeah, and it's no big deal. But it's no big deal when you're young. That's something guys do. You're grown up. I mean, I remember when I was younger, and me and friends, you play doctor and stuff. That was but you were young and you couldn't even get hard, so it was a waste of time. But you just touch.
I would do that. Play doctor and perform mastectomies. Kind of got the neighborhood kids a little scared. Boomer from Jersey, boss, reality check. Jerking off with a guy in the woods is gay. Jerking off with a guy in bed isn't. You're bashing a guy for jerking off with another guy in the woods. Meanwhile, you were in bed with a guy.
You were in bed with him?
Well, I wasn't in bed. I was sleeping over.
You were in his bed.
You were in his bed.
You said you were in bed. You shared the same bed, and you would jack it in
with
bed.
his little New York Mets sheets.
Smiling Mr. Met face.
Right.
Looking at you
in the
with shame. Oh, nothing like that for girls. Bonnie, was there any ever growing up with another girl?
Yeah,
a girls'
Bonnie.
party.
Help us out here with a hot
you would diddle
lesbian
each
story.
other or something.
I didn't masturbate until I was 18.
Really?
Yeah.
So there wasn't any cool stories. Do your
No.
girlfriends tell you stories about that when they're sleepovers?
There was, there was a couple of stories about, a girl got fingered.
Fingered, yeah, that was a biggie. That was the big move.
It sounded horrible.
It did?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Little 15-year-old digging in there like he's trying to pull out a booger out of his nose. Yeah, she's digging his shit, so I fingered her. She was digging it. Yeah, she's wincing.
Let's say hi to...
Guys know nothing back then.
Let's say hi to Jeff in Jersey.
I tried to eat a pussy, and she didn't even, she couldn't get past the first bite. Fucking bitch.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Why is there any question if Voss is gay? Didn't you used to suck dick for drugs?
No, that was all bullshit. I never sucked a dick for drugs. I tell a story about, whatever the joke was.
Yeah.
And these people, he sucked
they'll pick up on it.
I know. Listen, I've done some wild things for drugs. I'd rob, I'd steal, I'd connive, but I never sucked a cock because I know if I would have got money doing that, I'd be, doing it, whatever. But I know I never, something.
You'd be good at it, right? Is that what
It's got to be embarrassing if you're gay and you're real good, or not gay and you're really good at sucking dick. That's got to be embarrassing.
Prodigy.
Ouch.
What do you mean by private? Oh.
Great Charles.
Well, I mean, what do you want to do here, Ant? The phones have exploded. Everyone wants to admit that they jerked off with their pals. Nick in New York, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Actually, there was a group of friends, and one of the guys came up with the idea of doing a circle jerk, and we were like, nah, man, forget that, and we all got weirded out. And now, the funny ending to the story is that about 5 years later, I ran into the guy, and he turned out to be gay, man. I'm talking about Liberace gay.
Oh, yeah?
Liberace.
What, dead from AIDS?
No.
That's Liberace gay.
That's true. All right.
Yeah.
All right, punch it out.
We'll take one military story, and then we'll take a break. Brad in Dallas, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
When I was stationed in Japan, I was on a ship in the Navy.
Oh, boy.
And the first girl that we got stationed that was sent to our ship, her first job was to clean the bathroom we used to all beat off in. And
God damn.
Lucky her.
But we used to beat it off and throw it on the walls and shit. So she goes up there and she cleans all the stall walls, and she hangs this thick cardboard paper on the walls that we used to use to lay on the floor whenever we were painting or whatever. She lines the walls with this shit so that when she has to clean it again, she'll just rip the paper off the wall. So we get the idea that from now on, when we beat on the wall, we're going to throw it on there and autograph the shit.
Like a fucking monkey cage.
Oh, that's great.
You gotta put papers on it.
That's great. I was gonna move on, Ant, but Tin Man. I mean, Tin Man.
How do you do that?
Yeah, say what you have to say, Tin Man.
Weirdest shit I ever fucked was a lampshade.
You had sex with a lampshade?
Is that your first time with a Jew?
You're looking for something to stick it in, and the top of the lampshade where it sits on the light bulb. It's like.
Oh God, it's awesome. Wow.
I'm hearing you, sir. Go ahead.
I have no idea how he does this.
Well, you know the metal part that hangs on the actual light bulb?
Right.
Is that what you were having fun with?
Yeah.
How would you have sex with that?
Well, you lubricate it with Vaseline, and you make sure you have a condom on. So
Isn't it metal?
Yeah.
Well, he's got the condom and he lubricates it really.
I
really
could
good.
find 10 other things around the house that I'd rather fuck than a lampshade metal bracket.
I didn't have many options.
You have many options.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Jerking Army, first one done. Had to what? Had to what?
Army.
Had to do dishes. What? Anthony.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, we met a bunch of guys, man, when we was in the military. I had 4 roommates. We used to get together and put pillows up and block ourselves off. The first one done beating off had to do the dishes.
First one done?
Well, wouldn't you just go really slow?
You wanted to prolong it?
Yeah, the good guy, the guy that can prolong it.
Yeah, wouldn't it be, the last one done?
First one, man.
The jerk-off session would take 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're getting a bunch of these. Rob from Jersey, I used to bang my couch while looking at pictures of the 1996 girls gymnastics team.
Ew, who was on that team?
I don't know what's weirder.
1996.
Wasn't that the one with Carrie Strug? Was that the Carrie Strug year?
And it's Dominique something.
Dawn.
Yeah,
Dawn
yeah.
or whatever. Dawn's.
That's
that's
perverse.
gay. No,
That's really perverse.
no, it's gay to know the gymnastics team from '90s.
Why?
To know any?
Should I know the weightlifters or ring guys?
Yeah, Voss, we like girls.
You know the girls?
Oh,
little
you're right. That's
perky-
not gay. You're right.
perky
No, I mean
girls.
the gay.
Sorry we don't know the Greco wrestling team.
Kim's Mescal. Yeah?
Mescal.
That was her?
See?
That
Oh,
year
yeah.
she was in that one?
Yeah.
This guy used to cut a slit in liver or steak
Oh, God.
and have sex with it.
And then fry it up and eat it.
You marinate your own steak. What the hell?
This guy had a sex with an entire
I didn't know what
deli
blue
ham.
cheese on my steak.
He bored a hole in it and pounded away in the walk-in refrigerator at a deli I worked at. Not
the
sure
ice
if it
auger.
ever got used because I got fired that night.
Oh, God.
You.
All right, Anthony, one more phone call. I'm
And
sure. Go ahead.
it's been pointed out that there is no irony at all in the fact that Voss plays Scrabble. Are you good at it?
4-letter word.
He plays expert.
I play. No, not
Ooh.
expert. I play advanced. Do you play expert? I play advanced.
Online?
No, against the computer, against me.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
I was playing chess online until I found out I was like beating like 10-year-old kids.
know.
I felt guilty on so many levels. I'm like, what am I doing conversing with a 10-year-old online? First of all,
You want to
shit.
jerk off after this game?
I know.
Compare sizes.
Yeah, compare sizes.
I'm having a slumber party tonight.
I started getting back into chess really fast, so I was playing online, and I'm just kicking ass left and right. And finally, and I'm thinking I'm just playing people around my age, and all of a sudden, someone decides to converse with me. He's like, "Wow, you're pretty good. How old are you?" I'm 8, and I'm like, I couldn't cop to like my real age. I'm like, "Oh, I'm 15."
That's what I do with checkers.
And that's too old.
I know that was too old.
That's what I do. I'm playing checkers, against people. You want to play again? No, the babysitter said lights out.
And it's bad that you're now lying about your age and conversing with him because if it's a cop, it's
Right,
like,
right.
okay, here's a guy now.
Right.
He's lying about his age.
I know. I was done at that point when I found
Starting
out they were
some-
8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
There's just something very wrong about this, even though it's an innocent game of chess. Darren in New York, what's up?
Starts that way, and then someone's got a bishop up their ass.
Hey, what's going on, Owen? Hey, how we doing?
We're having a good time today. It's
Yo, I just before I even get into my story, I just want to let you guys know, man. I'm so happy to hear you guys again on the radio.
It seems like
I was so depressed when you guys were.
I got to tell you something really fast, Darren. I'm reading the email every day, and it seems like just only recently a lot of our old fans are really starting to, find us and get the XM. It's really strange.
Listen, I went out and bought a brand new car just to get XM put in it so that I can listen to you guys.
Thank you, Darren.
I went out and bought one of those the Delphi ones, and I tried putting it in my car, and I would get intermittent service, so I had to get rid of it, and then I got you guys online. I found out that I could get you guys online, so
Cool.
I used to listen to you at work,
All right.
And now
all
I
right.
said, you know something, I have to get an XM car. I got to get a car with XM so I can listen to
All
you.
right, Darren.
All right, get into my story. Now, the guy, whoever answered the phone, he doesn't believe me, but what I used to do when I was younger, much younger, I used to use my grandfather's sander, an electronic sander. And I would, you know, throw my dick kind of like down in between my legs and put the sander there, and it gives you a sensation. Gives you a real nice sensation. I found out
Like a belt sander or a vibrating like
a vibrating sander.
All right, I've seen these kind of sanders. They're like circular.
No, they go back and forth. They go like that. They
I've seen the ones that kind of go in a circle. They're round and go in a circle, or the square ones that kind of go forward and back.
Exactly. I found out by accident. One day I was on my bike and I had a sander, and it was on, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, shit, what the hell is that? And I said, hey, wait a minute, that feels kind of good. And I tried it, and I tell you, for a couple of years, I used to sneak down in the basement when everyone was asleep.
You know,
when everyone was asleep.
You just brought back a memory. I used to rock the weed whacker.
What?
Oh, yeah, man. I used to rock the weed whacker.
How? What?
The vibrations that came off that thing? My parents couldn't understand why I wanted
That's
to weed
dangerous.
whack around the house like once a week.
What, would you put it on, like would you push it against the handle?
Oh, yeah, the whole thing would just...
All right.
Yeah, hey, this is Rich Voss. You can go to my website, richvoss.com. That's richvos1s.com, my website. And MySpace, you know, what is that MySpace stuff there? / MySpace, Rich Voss, you know, however you do it on MySpace, that's how you do it. Because I'm there too, MySpace, but my website, richvoss.com. Thank you.
Bad smell, bad language, and now bad jokes. This is the freakiest show I've ever been party to.
Because we're perverts.
Really?
Stupid.
So you know it's good. That's why we love doing this radio show.
Right.
Okay, terrific.
Time to put your mouth where our balls are.
Buckle up, kids. It's cool. Let's just put it this way.
Sexual harassment mostly.
Just shut up. I was so offended. Don't listen, you twat. Hit her over the head with a shovel.
If you did that, I would make love to you right now.
Come on. People that get their news from O&A are the same people who watched Sesame Street till they were 12. Yes, precisely. Guys talk about nasty stuff like this all the time.
Sit down and put on your laughing hats because here comes a home run.
Opie and Anthony.
All right, so you heard it all. You're listening to Patrice O'Neill. Rich Voss, you're listening to Patrice O'Neill, Bill Burr, Louis C.K., Robert Kelly, Colin Quinn, the whole crew, everybody. I'm not going to lie. The best comics in the business are these comics I just read off. This is the crew. These are the people that you want to go see. Now, if you're anywhere and anywhere you live and you see their name in the paper, I want you to come see me at the Arlington Cinema Draft House. If you see their name, I don't care. What I'm saying is, funny guys. Patrice has got to be one of my favorite comics on the planet. Just watching him with such hatred and disdain towards human life, get up there and perform, it's magic. Louis brilliant. Billy, what can I say about Billy that hasn't been said in Philadelphia? Colin, if your ears are quick enough to keep up with his fucking mouth, brilliant. Louis C.K. brilliant. Robert's okay, you know. He's a good guy. Kelly, he's finding his voice. No, he's great. The whole crew. All right, how about you guys go fuck yourselves? Because I gotta go. I've been taking Metamucil. Have you tried that stuff? Metamucil, if you take that at night, it's like pure fiber. The next morning, it's like cake. You know what I mean? It comes right out. Ooh, Metamucil. That's what I'm going to say. That's my new slogan. Come see Rich Voss and a little Metamucil. I got gigs every week. I'm coming to Detroit, Grand Rapids. I'm at all these places, you know, a lot of places. But listen, folks, you know, I sent out some emails. Pittsburgh, I'm waiting for that call. You know what I'm saying? All right. That's pretty good. I think we pretty much got it all in. Have a fun vacation. Why are they taking off? What is it? That's good. Yeah. Well, you're listening to the worst of all of them. Ooh. Well, I think that's it.
This concludes the worst of Opie and Anthony. Listen live from 6 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday, with replays throughout the day.
Want more? Go to opieandanthony.com or foundrymusic.com. Yay me!